To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, great mood Friday. Are you kidding me, buddy? St. Patrick's weekend? Friday? The sun is out? I'm in a great mood, Marcus. How about you, brother?
What's up, Merp? Happy Friday. We got baseball today. We got basketball tomorrow. I'm wearing my St. Patty's green already, Merp.
I just noticed the green. I love it.
I'm in a festive mood.
We can't pinch you. Is that what you guys used to do? Remember
That's
that?
it.
That used to be. They probably can't do that anymore, right? Like if you're not wearing green, you get pinched. Now it'd be like, we're gonna have to have a seminar and an assembly.
Now you're a bully if you pinch somebody.
Now we're gonna bring in a speaker to talk about what it means when you pinch somebody and how it affects their self-esteem and all that. So see, now my mood is already ruined.
That's it.
Can't pinch anybody.
But I'm old school, Murph. I threw on the green jacket. You can't pinch me today.
I think I got a little green on my golf shirt today.
Oh, okay. There you go. That
I'll
counts.
be going to play in a St. Patrick's Day golf tournament.
Look at you.
That's actually 98% of the reason why I'm in such a good mood. Because it's Friday and you know what? I used to be like so burdened by like, I gotta do this. So people invite you to things, like they invite you to a golf tournament, like I gotta go home and run some errands or whatever. I gotta go take my kid to school. I finally just said no. Told everybody, I'm done that day. I'm blocking out the day. I'm going. I'm gonna have a great time. I'm clearing my brain out and I'm just gonna relax and enjoy.
There you go. Maybe chew a few gummies. Maybe enjoy the greenery.
It'd be more liquid than chewing.
It's a green weekend, Murph.
It'll be more liquid than chewing. So anyway, but it's a great weekend because the weather's here and it should be dry and sunny and the St. Pat's is booming and the tournament is. Listen, college basketball has now been reduced to like 2 weeks of our lives, right? I mean, if you're a hardo, you're watching the Maui Invitational at Thanksgiving and all that.
If you're Matt Mayoko, you're following St. Mary's around the country.
Yeah. But for the majority of this nation, college basketball season literally like started like last night. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it starts to pick up Sunday on Selection Sunday. And then really, I feel like most people peak the first week. Rounds of 64 and 32.
Oh, that's when there's the most action. That's when we'll be doing the show in a couple weeks, and there's going to be games live at 8, 9 in the morning. Yeah,
next week at this time. Yeah, so that's definitely on my radar, and that always gets me in a good mood. Watched my Bruins get ousted last night, thus finishing literally one of the worst seasons in school history.
Oof.
Like no joke, like one of the worst. So congrats to us on that.
Yeah, shout out to your Bruins.
You know what I'm left rooting for now? I was just saying this right before the year. You know who's still alive? Rick Pitino. Not only is he alive, he's coaching, and not only is he coaching, he's in the Big Ten the Big East semifinals tonight. So that's kind of fun, you know. So do you have a team or a school or a dude or a coach?
I just root for whoever the hell I bet money on.
The money,
because I'm big on gambling for March Madness.
So you got to bone up though before you.
That's
you know
it.
What I mean?
Which I usually do. Like I'm one of those last minute studiers. Surprise, surprise.
C's get degrees.
C's get degrees. How do you think I got in this chair? So I'll wait.
By the way, do D's get degrees?
See, now technically D's do get degrees, but they're not transferable. So like when I got D's in high school, I had to go to summer school to up those to C's. So
you went to summer school, brother?
Oh yeah, a couple years.
How was that?
It was phenomenal, dude. I love summer school, actually.
It's just so chill?
Well, it was so chill. And I went, like, in my hometown, we had Sunnyvale Middle School.
Yeah.
And me and
That's where you hung middle school basketball banners.
That's when I was winning championships in basketball and in wrestling, Murph, on the mat. And so all my best friends, we all went to Sunnyvale Middle School. But then they divided us. And so I went to Homestead High School. I had buddies who went to Fremont. I had a bunch of friends who went to Wilcox High School.
They divided you.
Yeah, exactly. He will not divide us. Turns out they did for our high school. And then when we went to summer school, they had one summer school location, so all my buddies from all my other friends, we got together. It was like summer camp.
Note that all your buddies also got D's and had to go to summer school.
Yeah, it says a lot about the people I hang out with, Murph.
You definitely had a crowd.
Yeah,
You definitely had a type.
Those are my guys.
They would say, like, do you have a type? Yeah, Marcus had a type.
Yeah. And so it was cool. So I'd go to summer school with all my buddies, and then we'd go to like double days or triple days football practice after. It was awesome.
Some of the best memories of your youth.
Oh, dude, it was a good time.
Summer school, chill, and hanging out with ruffians.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Me and the squad, Murph.
All right. Well, listen, got to bone up on the tournament, and that's exciting, and that's adding to the feel of the weekend. As is the fact that the Giants will be on TV tomorrow. So I'm going to check a little bit of that out. Maybe, I don't know. We are less than 2 weeks away from opening. By the way, the Dodgers and Padres open next week. We don't have to wait long, bro.
That's a game out in South Korea,
I think
is
there's
it?
a couple games out in South Korea, yeah.
I know the Dodgers are taking on the Kiwoom Heroes. Shout out to our guy Jung-Hoo Lee and Ha-Sung Kim's former team.
Interesting. And so they're already there.
I believe so. I think
Yeah.
they're actually putting together like a Korean all-star team that's going to take on the Dodgers.
And they and Shohei unveiled his wife.
That's
Who,
right.
by the way, is a Japanese basketball star, and I saw highlights of her stroking the three.
She's a basketball star?
Yes.
Oh,
dude,
man.
she's raining home threes, dude. How are those kids going to be?
Oh, you want to talk about genetics,
Oh,
dude.
my God.
These kids are going to be super athletes.
like
They're going to be superheroes,
It's like
literally.
the Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf kids.
Oh,
You know what I
man.
mean? So, anyway, that happened,
Yeah,
too.
congrats to Shohei.
I know, right? Cool for him. And then, of course, the 49ers remain in our focus. No acquisitions yesterday. Ray McLeod leaves, goes to the Falcons, joins Charlie Warner, and then Eric Armstead, brother, to the Jags. So, in other words, Young Tone, you can close the door open. That was me singing Silk Sonic.
Yeah, John Lynch and
didn't do
Kyle
well.
Shanahan locked the door
Where's the
yesterday
song?
on Eric
What
Armstead.
song is about closing the door or shutting the door?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, well, there's a few out
The
there.
doors are shut.
As an Irish guy once said to me, he says, God doesn't open one door for you without slamming another one in your face first, is what he said. So,
Yeah, that San Francisco door slammed yesterday. Eric Armstead, only a $17 million deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars, which brings up the question.
It was $351. What was guaranteed?
$351. I don't know. My simple math is I just divide 51 by 3, and that's $17 million
I know, but
per
that's
year.
three.
I know you're big on the guarantees.
Were the Niners guaranteeing him? What was the extent of his Niner contract?
Well,
Did he have-
his Niner contract this year was on the books as an $18 million salary, but it carried a $28 million salary hit. Now, that must have been terms of contract, how they backloaded it towards the end of his career. So it would have been a $28 million hit, but on the books, it went down as an $18 million contract.
Yeah, and so like you said, it's essentially the same, what they call AAV, annual average value, as the Niners. So you're wondering, what was the lowball offer?
What was the pay cut that the 49ers wanted him to take? And I know it's not all related, but in correlation, you can take a look at the fact that the contract that Leonard Floyd got and the contract that Gross Matos got is essentially equivalent to what Eric Armstead is getting from Jacksonville.
Yeah, right. So you got 2 for 1.
Yeah.
And one of them was Leonard Floyd, who's pretty good. I do see that the Bills were hot and heavy with him, too. That it was between the Bills and the Jags. Him on the Bills would be interesting because, you know, they're. I mean, are the Jags contenders? They're okay. They could win the AFC South. They'll make, you know.
They're a playoff team. With
Shout
Trevor
out my
Lawrence.
love-hate relationship with Trevor Lawrence in fantasy this year. It was very week to week, and I'm not even sure at the end. I think he and I are still going to couples counseling.
Yeah, I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to be on your team.
I
again.
don't think I'm drafting him next year. Not like Saquon, who I drafted 2 years in a row.
Saquon's your guy. But how about the reunion, Eric Armstead and Trent Baalke?
How about that?
The man who drafted him. I want to say one of his last first-round draft picks.
Once Baalke found out he had bad knee, does he have meniscus problems? Let's get him, though. Let's go
There
get
it is.
him.
It's like another meniscus. Let me get that.
I know, that's his deal. He loves guys with bulky knees.
Yeah.
Bulky knees.
Nice,
Get it?
Murph. Nice. I got you.
Anyway, so Eric, we wish you well, buddy. And that's the deal. He ain't coming back. 916 says Teddy Pendergrass sings a song called Close the Door. And we would do quite well. I do know that tune. Close the door. Oh, yeah. And by the way, when Teddy Pendergrass says close the door, you know what's going down, Marcus. When Teddy Pendergrass says close the door, it's going down.
I understand.
Oh, it's going down.
Ooh.
Oh, dude. Wait, dude, somebody call a nurse to get the honey out of my ear right now. Oh, my God. I need a honey-ectomy. That is the smoothest. He might be, listen to this. Listen to that. Dude, you're taking care of the old man today, buddy. This is my tune. Listen to that. Has a rapper used that sample, they'd be wise to.
I mean, they should.
Yeah, they should.
If Larry June hasn't put a hot 16 on this, he
Declan's
should.
still editing and tinkering with his piece. And he went on to say that he and another kid at school are the biggest Larry June fans at Tam High, and he is leading the Larry June movement.
The
dude.
Larry June Army.
I said, you owe Marcus a box of chocolates.
Yeah,
Come on,
By
man.
the way, like I want a copy of this essay when it's all.
You might put it in a
read and
frame.
done.
You might put it in a frame on your mantle.
I might
You
put
know
it on
what
my fridge in my new spot down in Poe Hill.
All right. Well, listen, the fact that we got Pendergrass in the first segment and St. Patrick's weekend, it's going to be a good day. It already is a good day. So let's get the guest list on the other side. Say good morning to Young Tony, who just gave us Teddy Pendergrass. Close the door. That's tremendous. On Friday, March 15, 2024, Murph, Marcus, Tony, John Joe, we're all here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Clock. Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Two-time World Series champion Jake Peavy stopped by our show yesterday morning, the Murph and Marky Show, to talk about the 10-year anniversary of the Giants' 2014 World Series and his expectation for the 2024 Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Friday. Everybody just got Curly in the slacks. John Joe, the true Irishman, 100% Irishman, whereas I'm only a fake half Irishman. The other half goes to the Italian Athletic Club.
Does that make you a fake Irishman?
Pretty much, yeah.
Only if you're half.
Just ask anybody in San Francisco. Double down that you're from Marin. It's like you might as well be, dude, I might as well be like a French Canadian. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with being French Canadian? I'm French Canadian. What the hell? I'm catching ricochet shots this morning.
You are catching strays.
Shout out to me and George St. Pierre.
Well,
man.
what is your St. Patrick's Day? And then we can embrace that. What is the French Canadian St. Patrick's Day?
I don't think we have a St. Patrick's Day, to be honest with you.
I would say it's Bastille Day, my friend, July 14.
I'm a huge Bastille Day
That's when
guy.
you guys lopped off the heads of the aristocratic
I
leaders.
didn't even know that was a thing, to be
Come on,
honest.
man, that's when you rose up.
Is that why Fitz was saying that TJD put the whole country of France into a basket because they used to behead people in the baskets?
Somebody actually sent that in on the text line, and that's just so
That's high level.
layered and high level that I just have to, at that point, I have to defer to Fitz.
I say yes.
I have to defer to Fitz. He's making a French Revolution analogy. If he didn't say, and Marie Antoinette took it in her face. I don't know.
He put Wemby in the guillotine.
Pretty much, man. So anyway, happy St. Pat's, everybody. He's going to be, there's a block party down here on Front Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Schroeder's and all that. Harrington's. Is Harrington still going? No. Damn. But the Royal Exchange is still going. You guys know what they call that, right? They put a letter in front of Exchange.
Oh.
The letter is S.
Oh.
So there you go.
Thank you, Murph.
Now you can, now you can go find yourself a friend.
Any chance Brian Murphy will be down at the block party today?
No, because I'll be out at the fancy golf tournament with that is also a St. Patrick's Day
That's right.
festivity.
You'll be hitting the greens.
It's behind gates that you're not allowed to go behind.
Yeah, shout out to the 1%ers.
Shout out to the French Canadians. Yes.
Yeah.
I seriously think they invite me as a mascot. They're like, hey, bring in the Irish guy, and then they're like, after a few drinks, they're like, hey, dance a jig. Why don't you dance a jig for us, Patty?
Do they make you dress up like the Notre Dame Fighting Irishman?
They do. I got to put on the red beard and everything.
Put the hands up and everything.
It's like the John Cena humiliation factor.
Oh, there it is. Mert's humiliation routine.
Anyway, that, and then Curly says he's going to the parade tomorrow. Now, going to a parade's a big move, because let's be honest now. Parades are in general overrated.
Well,
right?
I'm asking, is he going to the parade or is he the grand marshal in the parade?
He could, with that new haircut, he could
That's
be.
what I'm saying, with the haircut, with the slacks, with
He
the
got
loafers.
the tight skin fade that just absolutely, I just had a major froze in my tracks. He looks exactly like every kid in his 20s and early 30s walking the streets of Dublin. I mean, he is straight. He just needs the Canadian Goose puffer. I wound up go on TikTok and look up a guy named Frankie's Cultural Observations. This guy's hilarious, and he did a thing on all the kids wearing the skin fade. They're all curly. That's exactly who he is. And guy does a whole riff on how they all have the same haircut because they're all afraid of individuality, and they're all deeply insecure, and they want to blend into the masses. But said in a North Dublin accent, it's even funnier.
Well, I'm saying, Curly, I like your haircut.
Yeah, I do too.
It looks good.
I do too because it makes me want to go to a pub. I feel like I should be going to Keogh's off of Grafton
That's
Street.
it. I'm looking forward to maybe running into John Curly today at the block
He'll
party.
be hard to miss. I mean, just look for that big Irish head.
I feel like he's going to give me access to like everywhere in San Francisco this weekend.
If you hang with him, you'll meet some people. Yeah, I guarantee you that. And just don't tell him you're French Canadian.
That's it.
All right,
He'll be guilty by association with the Irish.
No, they'll say at least better than that. Well, I was going to use an Italian slur.
Oh.
I feel like because my mother's Italian, I can use him, but I can't.
Whoa, you talking
I was
Italian?
going to say better than that blank Murphy. Remember we used to have him with that olive oil and that blank charm?
That was a Coast Paulie Mac bait.
All right, so there you go, man. Anyway, guys, and then tomorrow we have our Mill Valley Little League Parade tomorrow. So we have.
Are you the Grand Marshal?
No, I'm not. I'm the manager of
come
the
on.
Giants, and we'll be marching.
Nice.
Firm, and we'll be marching better than every other team because we have it organized. All the other kids are running around. We have 3 teams of 4 because you hold the banner that says
Ooh.
Sweetwater.
Have you guys practiced your march?
Well, we usually do, but we're short on practice time, so we'll do it shortly before the parade. It'll be a crash practice right before the parade. But we have Curly, we have great tradition. Americana, we got bagpipers that lead our Little League parade. It's incredible. It's like the only time Americana comes to godless Mill Valley. Yes, it does.
Good to know.
So anyway, that's what the weekend has ahead. And today has baseball. By the way, a lot of people on the text line saying Harrington is coming back. And saying Greg Papa, in fact, has been talking about it.
Oh, we're bringing it back.
Well, if it's back, that's great news. I can't speak to it, so don't quote me, all right? But I'm just saying, if it's back, great news. If it's not back, bad news. That's my take.
All right.
All right.
Maybe I'll see Greg Papa there tonight. You never know when you're going to run into Greg Papa at a bar, by the way.
Would he?
Especially an Irish
650.
bar.
According to Greg Papa, Harrington's reopened just yesterday.
Papa loves himself a good Irish
415.
pub.
Harrington's went away, but I heard it's coming back. So there it is.
I heard they changed the name from Harrington's to Papa's.
Did you, Curly? Did you get scooped in your own city by a Buffalo guy? Is that what happened? Did you get scooped by an Italian guy from Buffalo?
This
dude?
is my town now, Curly. Welcome to my neighborhood.
The mayor election's coming up.
Yeah, vote for Papa.
So
A
anyway.
vote for Papa is a vote for the city.
So for you, parading around drinking and boozing green beer and pints and all that, how are you going to watch the A's-Giants spring breakout game
You know,
today?
I actually was asking myself about that
Yes,
because I've been talking to my guy, Walt. I've been talking to Danny Dunn. I've been talking to Cobes, all the rascals from the station that I'm going to be drinking with. And, of course, with our schedule.
Is Danny Dunn going to be a part of the scene?
Oh, Danny Dunn.
Now, there's another guy with an Irish mug.
Dude, and an underrated drinker, Danny Dunn will throw him down. The quiet Danny Dunn is not afraid from a couple pints.
Does he get loud?
See, he will. He'll get a little bit more physical. Like, he
Okay. And
grabs
he's a
you a
big
lot.
guy.
He's a big grabber. He's got that strength behind
Stocky
him.
kid, strong hands.
Yeah, so, of course, I've got to kind of line up my schedule because we're done at 10 a.m. Now, I do like to start drinking at noon on Thursdays, and it's St. Patrick's Day. Last year, I literally started drinking at like 10 a.m. with our guy Triple E, which, by the way, can we talk about the miracle of St. Patrick's Day when our guy Triple E was rolling around the studio in a wheelchair? Next thing he goes, no, I'm going to go drinking with you. He's walking down the street to all the Irish pubs.
The miracle of St.
I'm like, what? This Guinness just healed your legs. All of a sudden you can walk. He did have crutches, but still, dude, he went from being in a wheelchair to being in the middle of a
St. Pat's
St.
miracle.
Patty's parade.
That is freaking hilarious,
Yeah,
man. Can I
dude.
at least punctuate that with it? Thank you very much.
So I'll be drinking, but I will find a way to watch the spring breakout game because, Murph, you know I'm a prospect guy. I love the MLB Futures game. I was watching some of the spring breakout series yesterday.
How was
Jackson Holiday facing off against Paul Skeens, the first overall pick out of LSU. He was pumping triple digits, struck out Jackson Holiday on a backdoor slider. I just love watching
Dude, should
baseball.
we get into the Pirates?
I love watching prospect. I mean, this is the one guy that's rated higher than Kyle Harrison on almost every prospect list. He's the #1 pitching prospect in baseball. It was electric yesterday.
And is he going to break with the big club, I wonder?
I don't think he's going to break with the big club. I think they might slow play him a little bit, but sometime this season, he might be out there pitching for the Buccos.
Ooh, baby. Skeens. Yeah, and 408 does text in about this whole Friday plan. Is John Joe Curley going to ghost Waterboy at the block party like young Tony ghosted him at FanFest? That's incredible.
Most likely, dude. Everybody I work with
408,
hates
that's
me.
very, very, very.
No one wants to be my friend, Murph.
That's a very, very high level thing there. I told you, if you go to the Royal Exchange, I'll make a friend here too.
Hey.
So anyway, guys.
Ooh, or two. You hear that, Tony?
Exactly, buddy. So today is the spring breakout game. I just wanted to mention it because it is, because yesterday's Jock Blog dealt with prospects and whether you hoard prospects or you use prospects to make your team better. It's a philosophical divide. I'm at the point where I'd like him to use a couple prospects to make the team better, particularly when Dylan Cease available for 2 years. And I wrote about that yesterday. The Tyler Glasnow, it was kind of in ascending order for me. Like Tyler Glasnow, I can make an excuse for not doing that. He's injury prone. He wanted 5 years, 136. For that injury record, maybe I can make an argument against it.
It's a lot of money for a guy with his injury history, but when he's healthy, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Corbin Burns now, I can make less of an argument against it because he's, without question, lights out. He's going to win you a lot of games. He's going to make you a playoff team this year. Yes, it costs you prospects, but you're getting something in return. So that's the whole thing. Everybody's like, wow, these prospects. Do we understand we're getting something extremely valuable in return? We're not just freaking giving out. We're not putting the prospects on the curb like freaking Recology, like Creative Tony, who used that as an excuse to not come to work one day. I got a Recology pickup. We're not just putting Mason Black, Carson Wisenhunt, and Rainer Arias on the curb. We're getting something. We're getting Corbin Burns. He's going to win 18 games.
You're getting Cy Young candidates.
He's
you're
going
getting
to put
proven
you,
commodities.
if you're 79 without him, you're 89 with him or 88 with him. Now my life has more meaning. You know what I mean? So anyway, didn't happen. Now we get to Dylan Cease. Same deal, and you have him for 2 years. Burns more of a lock than Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease 2023 did have some risk. But again, I said, listen, so he's turned into a hoarder. And I'm wondering, what's the end game here? Are all these prospects going to flower and blossom, and you're going to get this Steph, Clay, Dre run of the Giants?
I mean, in theory, that's the plan. But take a look at a guy like James Wiseman. That didn't work out for the Warriors. Take a look at a guy that's currently on the Giants right now, Joey Bart. That didn't work out. And I know that's not Farhan's draft class, but to me, I think Farhan is banking on the success of all of his prospects, of a Kyle Harrison, of a Patrick Bailey, of some of these younger guys to kind of firmly cement him as an actual, I don't want to say legitimate, but a real-time GM because he's not going out and making these big free agent splashes, so I feel like he's doing it with his prospects.
It's a good call, but let's take a hard – and the big theme of today is looking in the mirror because Mike Silver wrote a great column about Kyle Shanahan looking in the mirror. I wrote about looking in the mirror, and now we're talking about us looking in the mirror as a show. Of these kids who we all like, they're all great kids, Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, do any of them have superstar potential? There's not – you're looking like – if you're going to do that, you need to do it around the Acuñas and the Freddie Freemans. Freddie Freeman's not a Dodger prospect, but the Ozzie Albies, whatever. Who help me out on a young star right now who's just flowering and blossoming.
Austin Riley with the Braves.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Or is what the Reds have going with like Matt McClain and Ellie De La Cruz. These kind of guys. While they're all nice kids and nice players, Tyler Fitzgerald, Casey Schmidt, Matos, Ramos, Luciano. They do not reek of Ellie De La Cruz, Ronald Acuña, superstar.
Marco Luciano has been the top prospect since he was 16 years old. And obviously it hasn't played out yet for Marco. Marco's still a very, very young player. And that's why I do want to give him the reps, the opportunity to grow at the major league level. But he hasn't shown those flashes yet. We could talk about a guy who you'll see today, Rainer Arias, a guy that's 17 years old, the Giants' #1 international prospect. Yeah. There's high hopes for these kids, but again, it's so hard to predict prospects, especially in baseball. We'll dive into a lot more later, but
just want to point. The whole point is that today's game features Bryce Eldridge, Walker Martin, Rainer Arias, and those are all guys that are hoped to be the Ozzie Albies, Ronald Acuña, Ellie De La Cruz. Guest list, Marcus, after I tell you, play the horns, that we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Marcus, what you got?
All right, starting off at 7:15 this morning, we're going to go out to Scottsdale to check in with Susan Slusser, get her breakdown of the spring breakout series in today's A's-Giants spring training game. Then we'll get to Scott Osler, 8:15 this morning, talk a little Warriors, talk a little Giants, talk a little Niners. Scott Osler can talk about it all. And then 8:50 this morning, we're going to check in with Jorge Sedano, ESPN radio host, breaking down Warriors and Lakers this weekend.
Mike Silver about Kyle Shanahan looking in the mirror next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. We're not putting the prospects on the curb like frickin' Recology.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Armstead and others get there with a sack. Off, hands off, awkward handoff to Gibbs.
Ball!
He fumbled the ball! He got hit, he fumbled the ball. The 49ers have the ball!
Bang!
Eric Armstead recovers the fumble. Mahomes back, gonna step up. And Mahomes gets hit from behind by Eric Armstead.
Oh, the tidal
What a
wave!
play!
Woo, woo, woo. I'll can we, we have Reggae Friday coming up? How about a Teddy Pendergrass Friday, huh? Teddy's. I mean, Luther Vandross, when he grows up, he wants to be Teddy Pendergrass. Dude.
I mean, Murph, I don't know what it is, but there's something about this music bed with Tim Ryan yelling out, bang, bang, bang. That's got me going on a Friday
Well,
morning.
if you guys are wondering what we're talking about, it's Eric Armstead. We were joking earlier today, and by the way, rest in peace, Teddy. We lost him in 2010. About how Silk Sonic was our joke song, Leave the Door Open. They made a promo about it. I heard it during the Copes and Tolbert show. And or Tolbert and Copes, I should say. And then we said, wait a minute. We woke up this morning. He's a Jaguar. I go, what do we do about closing the door? And young Tony said, what do we do about closing the door? We do this. We close the door. Teddy Pendergrass. Sounds so. By the way, you hear what he said?
Ooh.
I'm
Ooh. Well, Murph, you know what the problem is? Eric Armstead did not give 49er fans what they've been wanting to give.
Oh, man, no, he did not.
That's a Super Bowl.
Oh, very good. Yes, which leads to the Mike Silver column. Thank you very much, but man, Teddy sounds so good. By the way, Andy Baggerly joins Papa and Lund at 10:50 this morning. We have our own baseball hit with Susan Slusser at 7:15. So Mike Silver wrote the column, and Silver's just great. Listen, I think it's a poorly kept secret that I'm a big Mike Silver fan. And he is, the reason why? Young Tony, because he does the work. He does the work. Yeah.
Not the whole thing about, hooking you up with your wife.
Check with Candace. Well, that's...
that helps out too, right?
That's a day-to-day.
Yeah.
That's day-to-day. That's pretty good too. But he puts, Mike is funny, man. Mike's an old-fashioned reporter. Like most, so... Let me hear. I'm going to back up here for a second, WB, and say sports media. Here's a sports media take. Bill Simmons is obviously a hugely successful guy, although he's kind of lower profile these days. I think he's just counting his money now, right?
I think he's made it. You're right, because the Ringer definitely doesn't seem like it was as big as it was a couple years ago.
I think he made his dough, and I think he's got himself a really nice lifestyle in L.A. I think he's got multiple homes, and I think he's...
Must be nice.
I think he's right now just kind of cruising,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And occasionally doing a rewatchables on whatever, the program or something, you know what I mean? So, program, is that one of yours? You like that movie, the program, the football movie?
No, I don't think I ever saw the program.
I would have thought that was right up your alley.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Come on. It was around your time, and it was about, come on, give me a guess. I actually didn't see it because it was like in the 90s, and I was kind of past it. 93.
The program, no.
James Caan, Halle Berry. Yeah. It's about a fictional college team, the Eastern State University. They deal with the pressure to make the bowl game and all that.
All right, maybe
steroids are in there.
Maybe I'll put it on my watch
illegal
list, Murph.
boosters.
The program.
I think it's kind of an underrated sports flick. I think it's decent.
Okay.
Anytime you got Jimmy Caan, you're in good shape, right there. Rest in peace, Jimmy. Right. So anyway, so Simmons, when he came along, he got so popular, like he just exploded. But Simmons doesn't like very little of the work, very little. He just riffed. And he riffed as a fan, and that kind of became. Now we're on bloggers and and they don't. The old school guys worked sources. That's Mike. When Mike writes something, he's talked to multiple people inside the building, and he's done it because he's built relationships. So that's my way of saying you should trust what he writes. I'm not saying the guy's like walks on water and he can't get something wrong. He can get something wrong, but for the most part, and what he's saying is down in the building. The feeling is that Kyle is taking a hard look in the mirror, which is hard to do. Like because you could go with one angle. We had the lead in the Super Bowl in overtime, right? We're fine. According to this piece, he's like, no, we're not fine. And we're lucky to get there, right? Like it takes a lot to admit that. Like,
well, after the performances, especially defensively in the run game against the Green Bay Packers, and then what we saw in the first half when the Detroit Lions ran for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns, I don't think there was too many people down at Levi's Stadium who thought the 49ers were heading to the Super Bowl.
But I mean, you could say, hey, we won, but Shanahan looked and said, no, we got gashed. And
So
we got
something needs to change.
Yeah. And I guess, the Wilkes firing really needs to be seen for the sizable move that it was. It was a big move. And according to Silver's piece, it's what we talked about. We say, was it a mistake to hire him in the first place? In the piece, Silver says Kyle admits it was, made a mistake. He flat out made a mistake. He biffed it, botched it. Might have cost him a championship.
Which was hilarious because, not hilarious, but a couple weeks ago, after the Super Bowl, I should say, we had Mike Silver on. And I asked that question to a few people.
Yeah,
like we had
that,
Steve Weiss on from NFL Network. He goes, look, no, it wasn't a mistake. Steve Wilkes led a defense that had the most interceptions in the NFL this year. He was a good defensive coordinator. And then like 15 minutes later, we had Mike Silver on. He's like, absolutely it was a mistake. They ended up firing him. By definition, that means it was a mistake.
Right, exactly.
So like two different opinions from two different guys that both worked at NFL
Well, that's it. That's, that's what that makes the world go round. There's all these different takes, right? So he just said, we got to do something about the defense. And I think, in all honesty, guys, they told Eric Armstead what they feel about him. They saw declining health. Did they see declining production? I mean, did you guys, obviously.
Well,
I mean, the Niners didn't say, hey, buddy, we're keeping your salary. We're going to move other pieces to keep you.
No, there's a reason why they're asking him to take a pay cut. And again, we're going to get into the weeds with the actual numbers, whether or not his AAV for this year would have been around $18 million, but his salary cap would have been $28 million, which would have been the third highest on the 49er roster.
Yeah.
And when it's a roster that's stacked with all-pro talent, Eric Armstead, for as much success that he had in this system, was never an all-pro player, was never a Pro Bowl player. So when you're making these decisions, he's the first casualty, and there could be more, unless guys like Kyle Juszczyk restructure their contract or Fred Warner restructure their contracts.
Yeah, Juszczyk arriving at work for OTAs making less money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's got to strap on his helmet and play as hard for less dough. So it's what Mike alluded to as the tough conversations, right?
Yeah, and I'm wondering what that conversation was between the 49ers and Eric Armstead. How much of a pay cut did they want him to take?
Yeah, we don't have those details.
Because he's getting a $17 million per year contract AAV with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I need to see the guaranteed. It still hasn't been published.
No, we don't got the exact contract details, but it is interesting that they decided to go with two players in Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos for around the same price point.
Well, in the Silver piece, they see Floyd as addressing a glaring weakness. They see that. They I know some people think Floyd, whatever, this or that, but we had, Tasker and everybody else and the Bills rumblings guy that I found and all that. They're pretty pleased with that signing.
I mean, they've been looking for a bookend for Nick Bosa, going back to the D4 days, bringing back the whole cast of characters they had last year with Chase Young, who's still a free agent, by the way, with Randy Gregory, with Clee, with Drake Jackson. I wouldn't be surprised if they addressed that still in the draft, added more bodies to that defensive line, but it's what we talked about. The consistency of a Leonard Floyd. 4 straight seasons with 9 sacks or more. The only guy that has a longer streak than that is Myles Garrett with 6 straight seasons.
Well, and by the way, 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you guys do want to chime in on, taking the hard look in the mirror, shout out Michael Jackson, right? About, are the Niners taking a hard enough look in the mirror? Letting Armstead go, signing Floyd, signing Gross Matos for depth, signing Jordan Elliott to be your starting D tackle, signing Malik Collins or trading for Malik Collins and bringing back my guy Kevin Givens. Don't sleep on that. That's my guy.
No, and also I want to take a step back because there was also a report that came out after the Malik Collins trade that originally the Texans and the 49ers were trying to make a trade that included Eric Armstead for Malik Collins.
Right.
So is that teams valuing Eric Armstead as a 7th-round draft pick?
Yeah.
But probably not. It's also his contract on top of it, but I guess that brought down his value.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to get more details on that. But to your point, the thing is, other details in this piece that are interesting. This has been your thing all week. You've been asking every guest we had. Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
Said that the Niners were really trying. Like, this is the kind of evaluation they're doing. I guess they're like, if we're going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, we have to sack Patrick Mahomes over and over and over again. We can't just get close to him. Yeah. So you get Leonard Floyd, and then you try to get Joey Bosa too. Bad news though.
You can't let Marquise Hollywood Brown get downfield on you.
That's another topic in a second. But Joey Bosa, sad to say, re-ups in L.A. Yeah. So he will not be coming here.
But that's what we've been kind of keeping an eye on with the L.A. Chargers because now they've restructured both Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. But I think it makes sense to tie that with the 49ers when we've been asking the questions on whether or not you can have 2 $20 million wide receivers on your team. We saw the LA Chargers trade Keenan Allen for a 4th-round draft pick to the Chicago Bears, and we saw them straight up cut Mike Williams. So they got rid of both their wide receivers to keep their premier pass rushers.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, by the way, that's Harbaugh, too. You know what I mean? So interesting that he's, trading Keenan Allen but like you said, keeping Mack and Bosa. Yeah. So he likes that defense. So that's one thing is talking about the defense. Excuse me, guys. Got a little emotional.
Oh.
Should have hit the cough button.
Yeah, the door's closed, Murph. You know what goes on behind closed doors.
He brings up more defensive moves. Safety Talanoa Hufanga, he writes, is not assured of reclaiming his starting job. That's an interesting development.
That was one of the shocking lines of that story. I was like, Talanoa Hufanga was 2nd-team All-Pro. They had high hopes for the guy. Went down early last year with that ACL injury, and you obviously saw the effect of not having him last year in the Super Bowl when Travis Kelce started going off. I thought he would be penciled in as a day one.
Well, it says they're looking at other safeties. Justin Simmons, 4-time 2nd-team All-Pro from Denver. Or Commanders' Cam Curl, and then Cam Curl overnight signs with the Rams.
He gone.
Or the Colts' Julian Blackmon, he identified. So safeties are on their list. Obviously, the Kendricks move put them a little bit behind the 8 ball. They liked it. Now they don't have them. Mm-hmm. They got to go find a linebacker. And the other one I wanted to bring up, because I know we're up at the clock. But he says the Niners could be headed for a messy contract stare down with Aiyuk or Aiyuk, whichever you want. Mm-hmm. And he says in this year's draft is considered receiver rich, meaning there could be an inflection point in late April. So the Aiyuk thing, he says, is not done.
No.
It's not done.
And we can get into this on the other side if you want, but we had that clip from Ian Rappaport a couple weeks ago saying that they were planning on getting his contract done after free agency. We've seen some big free agent price tags with guys like Mike Evans. Calvin Ridley goes to the Titans for a 4-year, $92 million contract, $50 million guaranteed. I'm wondering how that's going to impact the Brandon Aiyuk market.
On the other side, we'll continue it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What moves you in this? At 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Susan Slusser at 7:15 on the Sports Leader.
I got affection for the Irish. I do. Yeah, Conor McGregor.
Traffic Desk. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brandon Aiyuk, the star receiver for the San Francisco 49ers, he kind of raised some eyebrows, I would say, a little bit at the end of the season, leaving his future open with the team. My understanding is, obviously, there are teams who would like to trade for the very, very talented young receiver. The 49ers firmly believe he is in their plans. I would expect them to get to work on a new deal for him, probably after free agency.
Hey, you've never heard Ian Rappaport and Brandon Aiyuk set to the Pogues and the Dubliners Irish Rover. That's classic. That's Titans joining forces there, the Pogues and the Dubliners there. That's like Biggie and Tupac. No, it's not like Biggie and Tupac at all, because those were mortal enemies. That's like, I don't know. Who are the two biggest guys in the game right now? I don't know.
You're talking about guys who are boys?
Yeah.
Like Eminem and Dr. Dre coming together?
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre?
This is for St. Patrick's Day, everybody. It is Sunday, and it's a big weekend, and Curly's going to the parade, and Waterbird's going to the block party. So we'll turn this into a little impromptu St. Patrick's Day Regents. I'll keep feeding you, kid. I'll keep feeding you for buckets underneath. All right?
And Murph, I just like the idea of closing my eyes and getting a rap sheet hit live from a pub out in Ireland. Like he's breaking news on Brian Aiyuk. Or should I say Brandon Aiyuk? Aiyuk, whatever the hell we're calling him these days.
He'd be Brian in Ireland. Yeah, Brandon in America. Yeah, there you go, man. Hey, good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Young Tony back there behind the glass has already given us Teddy Pendergrass, the Pogues, and the Irish Rovers, so it's a pretty good day. And, of course, we're talking mostly 49ers, but we do have Warriors-Lakers tomorrow. We'll hit that with our guest at 8:50. Is it Jorge Sedano? Is that right? Jorge Sedano's coming on?
George Sedano.
Oh, he goes by George, like George Costa does.
Yeah, it's spelled like Jorge, so I went with Jorge on the guesses.
It is.
But it's George.
Hey, that's why we live and learn.
Shout out George Posada.
George Sedano, ESPN radio host, NBA sideline reporter. And he will be taking us down to crypto, where the Warriors will be taking on. We didn't mention Steph's birthday yesterday, but we dissed him on his birthday.
Yeah,
my bad.
We got some sound in the cooler for Steph's birthday today.
He was hanging out at home and eating tomatoes.
So
there you go.
We'll dive into it.
So that's all going on. And, of course, like I said, Susan at 7:15. But the topic of the day right now for us is the end of the first week of 49er free agency and the signing of Eric Armstead in Jacksonville. And then Mike Silver's column in the Chronicle about Kyle trying to take a hard look, saying we weren't good enough. We were lucky to get to the bowl. We need to make significant changes to this team. They're not just sitting status quo. The contrast is the Dallas Cowboys. And I've been driving in every morning, and I go around the dial trying to steal stuff. And I always get to start a Get Up on the simulcast on Sirius XM 81. Dude, they did it again, man. I mean, they led. And he comes out like it's breaking news. Like it's like, dude, like, freaking stock market crashed, or you know what I mean? Or there's a presidential election.
Murph,
you're and big news in Dallas. I'm like, what?
You're telling me that Get Up decided to start their show with Dallas Cowboy stories?
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Oh, my God. And then they did like a 10-minute discussion about it. And the big discussion is, did the Cowboys do the right thing by not doing anything? Anyway, the point is that is one way to go. The Cowboys are saying, we have a lot of great players. We don't need to. We just need to sort of tidy up around the edges. Just pick up a little bit around the place, do some dusting, and run it back with the same squad. The Niners theoretically could have done that, but to Silver's piece and what we're talking about today, they're not doing that. They're making more dramatic changes, which I think, on balance, I admire and like. You got to, either you adapt or die, right?
I mean, that's the premise of this all. And it's funny because, to me, the 49ers have a better all-around roster than the Dallas Cowboys. So maybe the Dallas Cowboys should be taking a look in the mirror, just like the San Francisco 49ers are doing.
They might be doing it wrong.
But it also gets back to not only looking in the mirror, but looking towards the future and figuring out how all these contracts are going to align with Brock Purdy getting paid. So, of course, that brings up guys like Brandon Aiyuk. We talk so much about the Nick Bosa contract. Fred Warner was able to restructure. George Kittle and Trent Williams last year were able to restructure. So this is Kyle. This is John. This is the 49er front office trying to get ahead of the Brock Purdy contract, which led to these tough conversations with a guy like Eric Armstead, who had the third highest salary cap hit on the team. So he was the first casualty.
He goes to Jacksonville. They replace him with Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos, 2 for 1, really, and Floyd more available than Armstead, quite frankly. So look into that. Now, this Aiyuk situation that we just played coming in. I mean, I thought it was kind of over. It's not over.
No.
It's not over. We got to be realistic about it. We got to live in the big boy world here.
We're just getting started.
This is his chance to make his money.
Oh,
right? This is his
100%.
one chance to get his dough, and I respect that from his side. He's got to maximize everything he can get. And if the Niners can't give him what he wants, he's got to ask, trade me to a place where I can get what I want.
And that's why we played the clip from Ian Rappaport, live from an Irish pub, breaking down when he was going to re-sign or get this contract extension with the 49ers. And to me, I know we're now 3 days into the official start of free agency. It's been going on all week long, but I still expect this holdout to go even longer. I don't know if it's going to go into camp, but you're looking at the market right now. Of course, there's contracts that were big this offseason with Mike Evans and Calvin Ridley. We can get into those details and what it means for Brandon Aiyuk, but I also think that his camp is almost doing what Deebo Samuel did a couple years ago when he was waiting for A.J. Brown to get paid, when he was waiting for DK Metcalf to get paid. Go back and look at Brandon Aiyuk's draft class, which was a phenomenal wide receiver draft class. CeeDee Lamb's going to get paid this offseason, and so is Justin Jefferson, who's arguably the best wide receiver in the league. So that is only going to increase the market for wide receivers, which is going to result in a bigger payday for Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes, and the salary cap is up and all that. So guys, it's no guarantee that Aiyuk will be on the team 2024. I gotta check my expectations. I was like, no, I gotta be realistic here. Anything could happen. And as Silver points out, it's a receiver-rich draft.
Yeah.
So they could make their move at that point in time.
Yeah, and you
Tasker, by the way, just sorry to interrupt, but of the two, we remember we debated before what was it? Lynch at Indianapolis kind of said, no, we're going to keep him, and the salary cap went up and all that. But we asked, who's more valuable, Deebo or Aiyuk? I had gone ultimately 51-49 for Aiyuk. Remember Steve Tasker said he went with Deebo.
Deebo is harder to replace. And I think that's the conversation because there's so different types of wide receivers. To me, Brandon Aiyuk is the better pure wide receiver. He's the better route runner. He's the better deep field threat. But Deebo Samuel does stuff that nobody else in the NFL does. And then you talk about what Deebo means inside that locker room with the boom box, the way he gets guys fired up. Now, it also brings up the injury concerns on a guy like Deebo Samuel. So that's where you're kind of picking your poison. Do you want more of the electric route runner in Brandon Aiyuk? Do you want Deebo Samuel? Or is there a way to keep both of these guys on the roster?
Dude, how realistic of an impact player can Jawan Jennings be? Like, can Jawan Jennings become something other than sort of a side piece, for lack of a better word? Can he become more featured?
I mean, he's their short yardage guy, third in Jawan. I mean, he does come up clutch in a lot of these situations.
What ways can he become a higher volume guy? And that I'd have to leave to scouts and experts who know more
because
than I
that's
do.
the question, because Jawan is so valuable as a run blocking wide receiver, which is something that people don't talk about a lot because everybody just thinks about the fantasy football numbers and them stacking up those big numbers. But Jawan is so important to the run game element. Yeah. Now, that goes back to what's harder to replace, the route running of a Brandon Aiyuk or what Deebo Samuel brings in that backfield.
The run game element they used so well in the third quarter of the Super Bowl. Yes.
Murph,
there you go. Hey, by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I still want to get that hat. That guy, that kind of good-looking guy in his late 50s, kind of salt and pepper guy, was wearing that run the damn ball hat.
Run the damn ball.
The hat just said run the damn ball, Young Tony. That's all it said. By the way, we haven't even said good morning to Young Tony. So, Young Tony, why don't you get on the mic right now? Thanks for your excellent work already this morning. Teddy Pendergrass and the Pogues and the Irish were over in the Dubliners, so thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. We didn't mean to big-time you this morning, like you did to me at FanFest.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Do you know this hat we're talking about? This says run the damn ball. You have seen it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would love to.
Well, Christmas is coming up in 9 months, guys. So, you can put it on my list.
I'll put it on your list, Murph. But that begs the question, if you want the 49ers to run the damn ball, wouldn't you prefer them keep Deebo Samuel over Brandon Aiyuk?
That's it. So, and then, if he's talking about a receiver-rich draft, are you talking about trading up to go get a guy? Because you're not getting Marvin Harrison or Roma Duzne.
No chance.
There's 3 guys going in the top 10, right?
Yeah.
Who's the third kid is escaping my memory right now, but it's the kid from Washington, obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State, and the third kid who's, because of my fading brain, is out there too. We are taking calls on this. 808 KNBR. Leland is up in Sac, lighting the beam and enjoying the state capitol. Leland, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, man?
Well, I'm calling to express my displeasure with what I'm calling the Armstead fiasco. I just, Eric is from, this area. He's from Sacramento. Mm-hmm. I'm in Sacramento, and I've been a huge fan of his ever since I moved up to this area. And I'm reading in the media that Eric I think he took a pay cut to go to the Jaguars, and it's not in the media how much of a pay cut the 49ers wanted him to take.
Yeah.
And I'm just disappointed that he had to go to another team and he's not on the Niners anymore. It's just hard to stomach.
Well, this is like, in Leland, you're on it. I mean, I feel that you had an emotional attachment to the guy. He's the longest tenured 49er. He's a 4-time Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year nominee. So, Leland, this is the brutal part. I go back to when I was young Tony's age, Ronnie Lott let go by the Niners. Joe Montana traded by the Niners. Roger Craig let go by the Niners. Tom Rathman let go by the Niners. So, Leland, it is a brutal and ruthless business. And when we talk about baseball players who finish with one team, show me the football player who finishes with one. Tom Brady didn't finish with the Patriots. Peyton Manning didn't finish with the Colts. So, Leland, it is a cold, cruel, harsh business, and you're just going to, hopefully, over the coming months, your wounds will heal and you'll be ready for football in the fall.
Looking forward to the 24 season.
There he is. Leland, thanks for the call. Who is that? Was there a football player, like a great football player, like Emmitt Smith finishes an Arizona Cardinal?
Well, we just talked about this a couple weeks ago when Patrick Willis made the Hall of Fame. He's a 49er lifer. Obviously, his career was cut short. But
I think the only way you stay with a team like Jim Brown, the Cleveland, Barry Sanders, and the Lions is to go out early.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, shout out Calvin Johnson.
That's it.
But I remember we talked about it, like it's guys like Patrick Willis, guys like Bryant Young. Like there aren't too many 49er lifers that are even in the Hall of Fame, Murph. It was a short list.
Yeah, for sure. It's Malik Neighbors of LSU. Thank you. Malik Neighbors of LSU is the third receiver I was thinking about. So there's 3 that are going to go in the top 10.
Yeah, but I don't think the 49ers are looking for a wide receiver in the first round.
Well, he was saying it's a receiver-rich. There's a kid I'm looking at a mock draft from Charles Davis. There's a kid at 17 from LSU named Brian Thomas Jr. They have him slated at 17. Well, like, could the Niners package something to go up to 17?
If I'm the 49ers and you still have Aiyuk and Debo for one more season, you got to go after an offensive lineman or you got to go after a corner on the outside.
I'm talking about if you don't have Aiyuk this season.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
If you don't have Aiyuk this season, let me bring up this thought for you.
Sorry, one more.
Maybe go out free agency?
There's a Texas wide receiver named Adonai Mitchell.
Is that the kid that ran the 4.2?
No, his name was a different name. 4.21 kid. So anyway, there are 5 receivers, 6. Oh no, Xavier Worthy, 32nd to the Chiefs in Charles. By the way, can we pause and talk about Hollywood Brown to the Chiefs?
I was going to say you might change that
what just happened
for the Chiefs.
Is it over?
Hollywood Brown, 1 year, $11 million.
Is it Jover? Is it over? Are the Chiefs going back to back to back?
I mean, we saw how good Patrick was with a downfield threat like Tyreek Hill. Not saying Marquise Hollywood Brown is Tyreek Hill, but he's got that same speed element. He's going to be out there saying, blanket, Hollywood's down there somewhere.
The only thing that can stop the Chiefs right now is, God forbid, an injury. Nobody roots for that, obviously. But that can happen. An injury could happen. Or just some sort of they get so fat and happy and just spend their time counting their money and their trophies that they just completely lose their edge. Yeah. But I know the Niners didn't lose their edge when they were going for 3 in 1990. They were as good as ever. They went 14-2 that year and had the game won, had the NFC Championship won. Mount Painmore, as you know.
That's on the Painmore. But that's what the question I was going to ask. Would you have been interested in bringing in a Hollywood Brown at this contract? Since we talked so much about the 49ers not having that deep threat, Danny Gray really never panning out. Hollywood Brown would have been an option. We saw Mike Williams get cut by the L.A. Charger. He's a free agent. Odell Beckham's still out there. He's a free agent.
Do you want Beckham?
I don't want Beckham because I don't think he buys into the system. A guy that I think would fit in well.
Beckham's on the way down.
Yeah, exactly. A guy that I do think would actually fit in well in the system. If you are looking for a free agent wide receiver, if you're looking for a guy to replace the route running ability of a Brandon Aiyuk, shout out to my guy Hunter Renfrow, just cut by the Raiders.
Wow.
He's an elite route runner.
He did not produce in Vegas.
Well,
the numbers were bad.
Not under Josh McDaniels. Yeah. But earlier in his career, he was a stud with Derek Carr. He had one good year,
but his last 2 years have been down.
He was a Pro Bowler. Yeah, that's a Josh McDaniels system. He's got Jimmy Garoppolo throwing the ball. But you put him in Kyle Shanahan's system with that elite route running.
Okay. Well,
I know he didn't have a good fantasy year, but you're looking for a guy that would come in on a bargain.
He's not a number 2 guy, though. He's not a number 2 guy.
In this offense, he could be.
You think so?
With Kyle drawing up plays with his route running, I think he would get the ability to get open.
Sell me on it. Okay. I'll leave the door open on that one.
I'm just throwing it out there.
408 checks in, says Armstead is a casualty of the Niners being good. This is what happens when you are a Super Bowl contender. I agree with that, 408. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 415 says, to Waterboy's point, if you sign Hunter Renfrow, you got a return man, too.
Yeah, Hunter Renfrow does it all.
But, God, he was bad the last couple of years. Was it really, honestly, just because of McDaniels?
Josh McDaniels hated him. He wasn't even putting him on the field. He wasn't even getting routes out there. He was getting left off the field for Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, man. People coming in with
me neither, Murph.
It was really bad. 650 says a healthy Joe Burrow and the Bengals can best the Chiefs. I don't know. The AFC, bro, is not for the faint of heart.
Dude,
it's not for the faint of heart. Jim
Absolutely
Harbaugh wanted to walk into that because we haven't even mentioned the Ravens or the Bills or like the lower level Dolphins, who now the Dolphins are like, once the Chiefs beat the Dolphins, it was kind of like, yeah, they're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or the upstart Houston Texans with D'Amico, C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon, and Danielle Hunter.
They might be my favorite of the whole bunch. My God. God forbid being some team in the AFC. I mean, we're looking at who? The Eagles, the Cowboys, the Packers, the Lions. By the way, this is one thing I want to talk about is the division. Everybody assumed, like, you got to win your division. So I've been looking, and no team in this, 2 moves in our division, though, caught my eye. One, Cam Curl to the Rams, safety that the Niners wanted. That's a nice signing, right? And then how about this one, dude? How about Sammy Sosa going up to the Emerald City?
Your guy, Sammy Sosa.
Sam Howell to Seattle.
In that action
Is
green.
he going to beat out Geno Smith? I'd say he's got a shot.
I mean,
right?
there's a possibility, right? But does Sammy Sosa, a.k.a. Sam Howell, really put any fear into your heart?
I mean, he had a run where, I was taking the Commanders. I'm in that pool every week, and I caught the Commanders hit a hot streak there, and I rode them to like 3 or 4 or 5 straight covers or wins. He had a run there when Chase Young called him Sammy Sosa.
That's right. He had a little bit of a run, but
I mean, there's also a dysfunctional team, and Rivera was losing the team and all that.
I'm surprised that the Seahawks haven't made any other moves outside of like re-signing Leonard Williams. Like, you thought they would have been more active this offseason.
I know. Well, I thought also that their team in general, 2 years ago when they left Levi's in that playoff loss, they were young and hungry. I was like, that's a team to watch. That was a disappointing season last year. And thank God it was a disappointing season. I live in constant fear of the Seahawks. More Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line 925 says, only the Chiefs can beat the Chiefs. They have to be their own worst enemy at this point. That was to my point, is them getting fat and happy and losing their edge. That's really the only thing. An injury, again, don't want to talk about it.
That's what we thought about the Chiefs last year in the regular season when they're losing games at home to the Raiders on Christmas.
And then they just never underestimate the heart of a champion.
They just turn it on in the postseason.
4A says Armstead will be remembered for being the wrong, excuse me, pardon me, I got to find that. Armstead will be remembered for being the wrong choice in the decision to trade Buckner, and that cost them last year's Super Bowl.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, 408, it's hard to argue with that.
I definitely agree that they made the wrong decision. I don't know if I'd go as far as it cost them the Super Bowl, but obviously DeForest Buckner is a hell of a player and probably should still be in the red and gold.
You're getting support on your Hunter Renfrow.
Hell yeah. Shout out to the Renfrow army out there.
A lot of people like
again,
him.
like
I just lost him. I thought, so because I was a casual about it, I drafted him in fantasy. He wasn't getting any touches.
Wasn't getting any targets.
And I was like, so this guy's washed is what I said, but you're saying no, he's not.
No, I'm saying, and look, he's not going to be Brandon Aiyuk, but Brandon Ayuk's going to get a $20-something million contract. And that's the question. Look what the Chargers just did. They couldn't pay 2 $20 million wide receivers.
Yeah.
They traded Keenan Allen for a 4th-round draft pick. They straight up cut Mike Williams.
Yeah.
So when you have Deebo Samuel already making $23 million, we talked about the offseason wide receiver market. Look at Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley is now making $23 million a year, and Brandon Aiyuk had a way, way better year than Calvin Ridley did. So he's going to get paid. So if you're looking for a cheaper option, I think Hunter Renfrow, come off of 2 disappointing seasons, would be a cheap route-running option that would be perfect for the Kyle Shanahan system.
I'm open. Hey, Kyle, John, you listening? People checking in on one team only. Danny Marino is the most popular choice as a famous player who was able to play a long time with one team.
Nice.
Walter Payton's out there, too. And Jesse Sapolo and Joe Staley are also mentioned for sure. I was just talking about football players and how it's hard, like why Armstead is not a Niner anymore.
Yeah.
So, and then probably talking about cheaper alternatives. 707 says, watch out, Murph and Marcus. Young Tony might be a cheaper alternative for Cumulus. All right, so.
We've been down that road, Murph.
All right, here's the deal. Susan Slusser going to tell us all about the Giants. We are less than 2 weeks away. What's going on in Scottsdale? Next on the Sports Leader.
3rd and 1.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
technology revolves. Giants gamers, Smurf and Marcus keep your morning moving on Beam Sports League and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Most of the folks have stuck around for moments like this to watch Pablo Sandoval as he swings, grounds one past the pitcher and through a base hit. Pablo Sandoval with a one-out single.
Oh, a Pablo Sandoval highlight. That's what you went with, Young Tone. That's what you went with. Well, I think we all know he's not making the club, right? Although, I don't know.
I don't know, Murph. They need a fifth starter in their rotation. Maybe put Pablo back on the bump.
Very good, very good. We'll talk to Susan about that story, many others. Who are the 4 and 5 starters right now? Is Nick Ahmed the starting shortstop? Is the Yaz Slater platoon and right, Lee in center, and then Conforto and left? By the way, Mikey Conforto's a guy we never talk about.
No.
Ever. There's your starting left field.
Just locked in left field. But I got
Probably into a
questions.
top 4 spot in the lineup, too, huh?
Yeah, I think you'd be a three-hitter. Yeah, he'll be out on left because Yaz and Slater are better defensive right fielders, Young Tone.
Hey, Young Tone, feel free to come on the mic. You don't have to come into our ears. You have mic reign, dude. Come on in and say, hey, Waterboy, you're wrong. He's a right fielder. And then we can slap you down and say, no, he's a left fielder.
No, he's a left fielder, Tony. But it does bring up the question, I'm sure we can ask Susan about it, of what's going on with Luis Matos. Because he's been one of the hottest hitters down at spring training, but it seems like there's not everyday at-bats for him.
All right, connection being made down in Scottsdale, where today's a very interesting day, this spring breakout game. If you're into that.
Oh, I'm into it.
This is like definitely one of your fetishes. Like, what do you give me for spring breakout games? Marcus and spring breakout games, and Rex Ryan and feet.
Hey, now.
All right, so. Or Quentin Tarantino and feet. He likes those things, too.
He's a big feet guy.
He likes his Tootsies, man. And so the Giants will be, I believe, let me make sure I get as somebody said, I love it when Murph folds the paper on camera. So here you go, buddy. Listener out there, you love it when I do this? Here it is. I'm folding it, and here it is. Giants on TV tomorrow against the against the Cleveland Guardians at 1 o'clock. So TV tomorrow.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's talk to Susan about it.
And then, has the connection been made?
She's on the line.
Well, he's got to type in the name.
She's ready to go.
I don't know if the person's there unless the person types in the name. He's learning. He's only been doing this job. Don't get me started. Good morning, Susan.
Been here this whole time. So
They didn't tell me.
you could have just said hi.
Well, they first told me,
Whatever.
Here's the deal. They said, connection has not been made. So, you know what? Let me give you a little preview into our world. So we come back from a break. We're expecting you to be on the line. Then they say, connection not made. So then Marcus and I go into vamp mode. And then this is the art of BSing. We start talking about like the spring breakout game. I make a Rex Ryan foot fetish joke. I fold out the paper to see if the Giants are on TV. And I'm just killing time. At no point did anybody say, we have her. They just kept
I
talking.
think it's getting more and more interesting every moment, I think.
What's that?
You just recapped exactly what you just did.
Yeah, and she heard the whole thing, Murph. She was hanging out on the line.
I hate to tell you, I hate to throw people under the bus. I'm going to go ahead and throw you under the bus. You got to tell me you made her, and you got to type in her name on the screen. All right? And it's still not there.
Talk about baseball, Murph.
It's still not there. No, Susan, I'd rather do this. I'd rather verbally abuse the staff behind the glass.
Good morning, Susan.
Jesus, man. Can we take a joke? God, can you laugh a little bit? Man, it's fun to beat up the kids behind the glass. My God.
I mean, that is.
All right, Susan, fine. Who's the 4th and 5th starter? Tell me right now.
Right now, I would say Keaton Wynn as healthy, and Mason Black is probably your leader in the clubhouse. I don't know. They got a couple more veteran guys that are in non-roster kind of spots. But, if you like a kid, him, and if you want somebody who's a little more experienced, say a Spencer Howard or an interesting one, Dalton Jeffries.
So it sounds like literally they don't know.
No.
So that's the answer right now. Who's the fourth or fifth starter? The answer is we truly don't know.
Yeah, could be somebody that's still out there.
Wow.
And Susan, you mentioned the name Keaton Wynn. What's the latest update on his elbow injury, and what's the latest we're hearing on Alex Cobb?
Keaton was supposed to throw an inning in minor league camp the other day, and I believe he did. The Giants were off yesterday, so we didn't get to find out how he did. But he's been talking about how good he's feeling, so I'm assuming that all went well. And Alex Cobb is an absolute medical marvel, like an all-timer. He is doing so well. We were talking second half after he had that hip thing, and now it looks like he could be back in late April. How is that possible for a 36-year-old coming off a hip surgery?
That is crazy. Well, but we're seeing this stuff now. I mean, like in football, Brock Purdy's elbow injury was supposed to have him out for the year. The guy was back in like 3-5 months. So it's like medical, man. The medical advancements are mighty these days, and we're seeing that with Alex Cobb for sure. Well, that's great. So Keaton Wynn, you mentioned him, and Marcus asked about him. Realistically, and I guess this is a hypothetical, so it's probably a stupid question, but he wouldn't be able to stretch it out week one, right? He'd have to be on a severe limit, right?
I think so, which is why I think somebody like a Dalton Jeffries or a Spencer Howard is probably going to be there as like a long man, at least initially. Sean Jelly was going to be that guy, so they need a kind of a length in the bullpen guy anyway. They could wind up, if you push Keaton Wynn to the back end and have him go on the fifth day, 3 innings, it's not quite a bullpen game. Maybe get a little bit more out of him out of that. This is all kind of TBA stuff. So we got 2 weeks to go, a little more than 2 weeks. And especially for him, it's more like 3+. So I don't think anybody's panicking. And again, there's still some names out there. Things can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Susan, and speaking of those names, we know that obviously a guy like Blake Snell is still available, Jordan Montgomery, and it feels like we talk about them almost every time we have you on the show. But I want to ask you about some trades that happened this offseason, whether we're talking about Tyler Glasnow going to the Dodgers. We just saw Dylan Cease come to the division, going to the San Diego Padres. So there are pitchers available on the market, both through free agency and through the trade block. Do you think the Giants are still in or out on a starting pitcher in the market right now?
Oh, I think they're probably in on just about everybody. Look, the Giants have spent an awful lot of money this offseason. So is it going to be a Blake Snell? I'm not sure. Is it more maybe like a Michael Lorenzen? Maybe. If they go the free agent market, I thought, Dylan Cease would have been really interesting to me. And they certainly would have had the young players to get back something like maybe a Dylan Cease, but I think the free agent, you don't have to give up any of your good young players if you go free agent. So I always kind of think that that's the way to go anyway. But, hey, if they're tapped out, they're tapped out.
I would agree with you that the really attractive thing about Dylan Cease was, A, $8 million salary, and B, you have him for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, water under the bridge now.
Why is it everybody seems like they're going to the NOS? Why?
I know, right? That's what I said. They're moving into the neighborhood. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's so I wrote about this yesterday. Like Farhan, yeah, he's done a lot, and I give him credit for Jung Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, Robbie Ray. It's all cool. But the thing is, you got to do even more to keep up with these guys, right? I mean, this is the real deal, the NOS.
Yeah, and hey, we saw how that played out with the Padres. They loaded up and did nothing. The Mets loaded up and did nothing. It's not a guarantee of anything, but, man, I've seen the Dodgers several times now. That lineup is unreal. I mean, that is just an absolute all-time beast of a lineup. They're going to be tough. But I think everybody else is playing for second, and you're talking about the Padres and the Diamondbacks. For the Giants to sneak in anywhere, it's going to take some luck and everybody having essentially a career year. It happened. We saw it a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm. And Susan, that's something that we've been discussing over the past couple weeks about whether or not the strategy to keep your prospect or to move them for maybe a starting pitcher or maybe a shortstop or just help elsewhere on the roster. And there's no promise that these prospects are going to turn into superstar players. Take a guy like Joey Bart, for example. And Susan, we're getting really, really close to opening day. Joey Bart is still on the roster. He's hitting .429 down in Scottsdale right now. What is the Giants' plan for Joey Bart? Is there a trade coming up with the next couple of weeks? What's going on, Susan?
You know what? If I'm the Giants, what I'm looking at, I mean, he's been terrific. You guys know how much I think of Joey Bart. I've been saying it for a very long time, and he says all the right things. The work ethic's off the charts. He's having a great spring. He's probably tradable, except for we are getting to the portion of the spring where everybody's trying to trim down, not necessarily add. If somebody has an injury at that position, I think the Giants are in a good spot to make a trade. If not, the thing they probably try to do is not take a fifth starter on their roster initially, maybe that first 3 or 4 days, and try to sneak Joey Bart on for at least that first week. Makes it a little harder for somebody to then take him on waivers at that point, that first week of the season.
Okay, man, that one remains so much in flux, and I guess I'm going to add the shortstop position. Is that in flux or is that over? Is Nick Ahmed the starter, and has Marco Luciano earned a ticket to AAA Sacramento?
I don't think Luciano is probably on the opening day roster, and I couldn't tell you what exactly things look like on opening day. I certainly think Nick Ahmed's on the roster, probably your opening day shortstop. That's another one where if they go out and make a trade, that's a position. I mean, you guys know I've been saying that for a long time. That was their biggest need once they addressed some of the other ones. And I think the jury's still a little out on that position. So Nick Ahmed's he's a superior defensive player, but offensively, I don't know what he's going to give them.
It's interesting. You keep talking about you're very open to moves being made, like pitchers being added, something like that. Traditionally, trades aren't made this late in spring. To your point about trimming, not adding, right?
Well, traditionally, you don't have a 2-time Cy Young winner still sitting out there on what are we, March 15th. So, yeah, it's a weird year.
Yeah, and last one I want to ask you about, Susan, talking about top prospects, guys like Joey Bart and Marco Luciano. I wanted to ask you about this spring breakout series. Today you'll be able to see the Giants' top prospect taking on the A's top prospects. It kind of reminds me of the futures game that they do around All-Star break. We can go through the whole entire roster if we really wanted to, Susan, but is there anybody that you'll be keeping an eye on today? And like, how big of an opportunity is this for MLB to showcase some of their younger stars?
You know what? It seems like one of those gimmicky things. I like it, and I think it's really good for the fans. It's kind of one price of admission, stay and watch the kids play. The thing that's stuck out to me with the Giants is we get to see Hunter Bishop, who we've seen very little of. Injuries have really hugely affected his development. I'm looking forward to that. He's kind of a mystery man, I think, for all of us, and such a high-profile draft pick. I really think that's going to be good.
All right, Susan. We shall remain. I guess bottom line is we'll just remain in limbo. We'll just remain.
Yeah. That's good, right? We gives us more to talk about, maybe.
This is all true. So 4 or 5 starters, shortstops, pitchers. It's all happening. So we appreciate you, even if you waited and listened to me fold newspapers on the air. All right. Hey, at least Susan. At least I was folding the Chronicle.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say great quality programming, but that is actually quality programming.
There you go. No joke. Have a great St. Patrick's Day.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Susan. Susan Slusser, who listened to me vamp and fold newspapers for 2 minutes. Okay, let's react to some of that next, and then the big hit at 7:50. Where are you at with 4 and 5 starters and shortstops on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader? Still
Let's
not
talk
there.
about baseball, Murph.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right. I'm digging these St. Patrick's Day rejoins. Oh, man. Shane McGowan, we lost him. There he is right now. Waterboy, this guy, you want to talk about a guy who would frickin', oh, my God. You want to talk about like a punk rocker? First of all, terrible teeth defined him. Got up there drunk every night, screaming and yelling and rocking it out Irish style. Shane McGowan and the Pogues. Listen. Now they just start mosh pit. Go into the mosh pit right now and start throwing your body around for the sick bed of Cook. Happy St. Pat's, everybody. It is a big weekend. You'll be down at the block party down there.
The block party in Murph. I actually was scoping ahead to the bottom of the hill lineup down in my new neighborhood.
What do you got?
They actually have like a Pogues cover band. I'm not sure if they're playing this weekend or not, but I got to get Murph down to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, you know, there was a band. I know we got to get to the baseball here, but there was a band called the Merry Wallopers who are kind of the new Pogues who came to bottom of the hill, and I had them on my calendar. Youth sports coaching conflict killed me.
Of course.
But yeah, keep an eye out there, buddy. You have some balls to be a Pogues cover band because you got to be Shane McGowan. Just go out there and bust up your teeth.
Yeah,
all right.
Luck.
Good morning and happy St. Pat's weekend, everybody. Curly will be at the parade tomorrow if you need him. He'll be hard to miss. He's got the skin fade and the big Irish head.
Yeah, just look for the slack and the loafers.
And young Tony is here today. And by the way, later on today, we got to discuss young Tony's round at Lincoln Park.
Ooh.
Because that might be today's What Did Young Tony Learn Today segment. So, the big hit at 7:50 is going to be about the Niners in the first week of free agency. And some of the interesting stuff Mike Silver wrote in the Chronicle this morning about the hard conversations still going on with the 49ers. But I wanted to follow up on the Susan interview about a couple of hot button topics we talked about. Number one, they don't know who their 4 or 5 starters are.
Uh-oh.
So she threw out like 4 different names, right?
Yeah.
She threw out Keaton Wynn, Mason Black, Spencer Howard, Dalton Jeffries.
Yeah.
Did I miss anybody?
No, I think that pretty much sums it all up, and that's hoping that Keaton Wynn's healthy enough to start the season.
Exactly.
I mean, he hasn't thrown a single inning in spring training yet. I know he's doing some live BP, so is Alex Cobb, but
So that seems crazy to even put his name out there.
Yeah, you can't put that in ink.
So once again, we talked about the Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
I mean, you need a starting pitcher, and there he is.
Yeah.
You got Robbie Ray coming back.
I mean,
Alex
that's
Cobb
the
coming back.
question is how long can this Giants rotation survive until Alex Cobb comes back and the injury updates that he might be back as soon as the end of May, which is fantastic news, especially after his offseason hip surgery. Now, Robbie Ray is still going to be around All-Star break recovering from Tommy John surgery. You can't speed up that process.
And those are 2 guys, by the way, in their 30s who we're not totally sure how they're going to be when they're back, right?
I mean, I was the same guy advocating for the Giants to flip Alex Cobb at the trade deadline last year. 36 years old, coming off an all-star season. I thought his value was at an all-time high, but the Giants decided to hold on to guys like him, Jock Peterson, Wilmer Flores, and try to make that wild card spot, and they missed out by 5 games.
I mean, I was wondering about, are we putting too much on Alex Cobb? But if you look at his baseball card, man, his last 2 years have been very productive. It's not 200 innings, but it's 150, which I'll take for a guy down in the rotation. He made 28 starts 2 years in a row. And dude, I'd go for an old-fashioned ERA. You ready for this? 3.73 in 2022. 3.87 in 2023. You get an ERA in the 3s these days.
I mean,
I'll take that.
That's what I was talking about a couple weeks ago when we were taking a look at this rotation and everybody kind of losing their mind about not having a 4th and 5th starter locked in. I like to remind people that last year it was Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and then John Brebbia and Ryan Walker starting the next couple games.
Oh, man.
Like, those guys were top 5 in games started last year for the Giants.
You just gave me acid reflux.
So I know we're worried about the kids coming up. Mason Black has not put up huge numbers down in spring training. But again, for someone like me, I'd rather see the prospects get those opportunities than rolling out a bullpen game in openers every other day.
Yeah, for sure. So that's one thing. And Susan's a big, like, she leaves clues. She's like, guys, there's still stuff happening. There's still stuff happening. So, in other words, Giants, to her, if you read Susan correctly, they're not done. And they might sign Snell or they might sign Montgomery. She did mention by name Michael Lorenzen. Yeah. That was the one that I heard Carrie 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago when it was early spring. And I was folding laundry, Waterboy, in the hallway, just listening to Carrie and Marty, another MAR. Mm-hmm. Carrie and Marty on my phone, on my app. On the stream.
Oh, look at you, all new age. Too good for a transistor radio, huh?
Too damn good for a transistor radio. And
Kids these days, Tony.
And Carrie mentioned Michael Lorenzen, and Marty said, "You're nuts.
You're crazy.
You're nuts." Michael Lorenzen might be the guy. He might. I mean, you'd take him, wouldn't you? Go look at his baseball card. You take him.
At that point, you're just really looking for a veteran who's going to eat innings.
Yeah.
But again, that's the kind of guys they got rid of from the roster. They decided to move on from Alex Wood. They decided to move on from Ross Stripling. Yeah. They decided to move on from these veterans because
Sean Manaea,
because they want to go all in on this youth movement.
Well, last year, Lorenzen pitched 100. He's very Cobb-like. 153 innings, 1.20 whip, and a 4.18 ERA. Very similar to Cobb. So all happening. Then the other thing she talked about was shortstop. Yeah. And guys, we went from Marco Luciano. Remember that at the end of Brandon Crawford's run last October, when we thought he was gone before the whole Cardinal kerfluffle, Farhan said Marco Luciano is going to be our everyday shortstop.
Yeah.
And here it is, March 15th, and I think Marco Luciano is not going to be your everyday shortstop.
And here we were talking about the cloud that was Brandon Crawford hanging over the shoulder of Marco Luciano. Again, those were Farhan's words. I didn't know Nick Ahmed came with such a big cloud that now all of a sudden Ahmed's the starting shortstop over Luciano.
How do you feel about that?
Not great, to be honest with you. The kid doesn't even have a number yet. He's wearing 40 in spring training. He's repping Madison Bumgarner.
Now that is official from Baggerly and Pavs that he would not wear 40 if he made the team.
Thank God.
I know, right?
Still, like having Nick Ahmed up. Now, again, when you have pitchers like Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, even Jordan Hicks has a heavy two-seamer. Those are ground ball type pitchers. And I'm one of those guys that blasted Giants for having 107 errors last year, so I do like the defensive improvements. But again, when we're talking about the identity of this team, of letting the young kids play, of having the youth movement, I'm someone who wants to give Marco Luciano the leash to either fail or succeed. Because at this point, it's put up or shut up. If you can't beat out a Brandon Crawford for the starting shortstop job, maybe you're not a major league shortstop. If you can't beat out Nick Ahmed, maybe you're not a major league shortstop. And then they got to make a decision on Luciano, just like they might be making in a couple weeks with Joey Bart.
Well, he's only 22.
That's
right?
the thing.
So,
he's still young.
I know. So we can't.
So young.
I can't bury the guy, right? But maybe too much expectation. Did you have the sound, young Tony? Is this Farhan? You come on the mic, kid. You can come on the mic, buddy.
I have the Slusser quote about Luciano and Ahmed.
It helps when you come on the mic. It really does. More Tony. The people get to know you. They get to learn you. And this is Slusser.
I don't think Luciano is probably on the opening day roster, and I couldn't tell you what exactly things look like on opening day. I certainly think Nick Ahmed's on the roster. Probably your opening day shortstop. That's another one where if they go out and make a trade, that's a position. I mean, you guys know I've been saying that for a long time. That was their biggest need once they addressed some of the other ones. And I think the jury's still a little out on that position. So Nick Ahmed's he's a superior defensive player, but offensively, I don't know what he's going to give them.
Yeah, good take from Susan there. So she's talking about a possibility of a trade. Willie Adames has been mentioned. Hassan Kim has been mentioned.
Shout out to him and Jung-Hoo Lee reuniting a couple days ago when their game got rained out on Friday.
That was a cute picture.
They took a couple buddy pictures
with
together.
little towels over their head for the rain, too, that was coming down.
Bring on Hassan Kim.
All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, what you guys are reacting to, what Slusser had to say, and all that. And right away, we were in a great, remember I opened the show by saying what a great mood I was in Friday and everything?
Not so fast.
Before Slusser hung out on the line for 2 minutes and I looked like an idiot. 510, there might be 4 teams in the, I think the Giants will be a 4th place team with a 500 record and won't make the playoffs. We can pause right there and do a big hit on, like, if that's the case, and Baggerly addressed this in his mailbag yesterday, if it's another 80-win season, is that curtains for Farhan? He says even with the extension, it might be curtains for Farhan. It might be. He said they gave that extension as window dressing so that you don't have a manager, a GM on his, basically an expiring contract.
Because it did kind of feel like Gabe Kapler was the scapegoat of everything that went wrong with the platoon system.
Gabe Kapler and Steve Wilkes?
I would say maybe Kapler's even more of a scapegoat for Farhan Zaidi because, as we learned, it was the front office sending down a lot of those pieces of papers basically telling Gabe Kapler what to do. So we can sit here and criticize him about chewing on the apple and the dugout and stuff, but he's getting printouts for his pitching changes.
Next thing you know, he's walking into the to the mall, Tony.
They wear the Marlins hats.
Yeah, and that's why he's wearing a Marlins hat right now. But
Michael Connell's right. That's an amazing soundbite because he filmed it himself.
Yeah.
Or no, was somebody filming him? I forget.
Where
no, he filmed it himself.
Hats.
Yeah. A lid store at a mall.
Yeah, he was at a lid store filming him like a visit into the hat store.
By the way, already, see, when I said this, by the way, 707, the pipes of a young Tone.
Oh.
So anyway.
Somebody also said blank you, Tony. That's the other Tony.
So anyway, if they win 80, and again, this is a big hit for October.
Yeah.
But, Baggerly did not rule out that could be curtains.
Well, especially when you look at how the season ended last year. And it's great to sit here and say, oh, the Giants were in it till the end. They were only 5 games out of the last wild card spot. No, they weren't. Yeah. If they were still in it the last weekend against the Dodgers, Gabe Kapler would have been fired the last weekend. Kai Correa would have been the last manager of Brandon Crawford's career. So, no, they really weren't that close. But when you talk about that 5-game difference, I think Bob Melvin closes that gap.
Okay.
I think the improved defense of Matt Chapman and Jung Ho Lee helps close that gap. I think Jorge Soler, maybe being the first guy to hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds, can close that gap. And in baseball, all you need is a ticket to the dance to get lucky, Murph. Again, I'm not saying that the Giants are World Series contenders, but I do think that they can improve over last year. I know there's concerns about the rotation, but again, I'm done with the openers. I'm done with the bullpen games. Let's see what the kids got.
Legit concerns about the rotation. Yeah. So here we are, less than 2 weeks away. And by the way, we did a little noodling around on the schedule. Major League Baseball starts Wednesday.
Let's go.
At 3:05 a.m.
Bright
I'll say
and
that
early.
again. 3:05 a.m. because they'll be playing in Asia, in Korea. Shout out Jung Ho Lee. The Dodgers and the Padres. And you heard what Susan said about the Dodgers, right? Yeah. She said it's an all-time great lineup.
She said everybody else is playing for second.
That's what she said, yeah.
I don't know. I'm still not sold on Mookie Betts being the starting shortstop, by the way.
That is a weird. That would cut me out of the
He's going to boot some balls around.
For sure.
Like, he's a great athlete, but he's not a Gold Glove shortstop.
He'll be out there kicking balls around like he's Marco Luciano.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
him and Gavin Lux up the middle. That's going to be a problem for the
Hey,
Dodgers.
we still got a $100 Avicii's gift card to give away, and we will do that later in the show. We're still going to check in on the Warriors with George Sedano at 8:50. Warriors-Lakers tomorrow. But the big hit is the Niners. We're finished with the first week of free agency, or are we? Actually, it's an ongoing, fluid thing. But a lot to evaluate the Niners. Mike Silver wrote a pretty strong column about Kyle Shanahan making big decisions down in the building in Santa Clara. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Niners, 415-808-5627 on the Niners. The big hit. What are you feeling about the direction, and how are you feeling about the possibility that the Aiyuk situation is not over and could get messy? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'll eat raw beef too.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Athletics' Marcus Thompson stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about Draymond Green's back injury and also Steph Curry's ankle injury and whether or not he could return this weekend against the LA Lakers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's Garoppolo looking that way, not going to pump, come back right, gets hit and sacked back on the 36-yard line. Leonard Floyd, who does not have a sack all year, picks up his first right there. Garoppolo back. Garoppolo gets wrapped around and sacked. Back outside the 10-yard line. Leonard Floyd got it again. Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it.
49er football continues to be our focus on the big hit, NFL free agency style. And good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, young Tony Farias back there. I haven't said your last name much. Is it Farias or Farias? What are you going with?
Yeah, I'm glad we covered this. I meant to tell you it's Farias. If you really want to be how the Cubans say it, Farias.
Ooh, I like that.
I like Farias.
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 Now, Tony, tell us, is it Brandon Aiyuk or Brandon Aiyuk?
I say Aiyuk. That's just how I say it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how he wants people to say it, I would assume.
By the way, I'm enjoying you on the mic. John Joe Curley is here. It is St. Patrick's weekend. The sun is out. I'm getting to play in a golf tournament today. I'm very excited. And I made the big mental decision, too, to just not be bothered by, like, the errands I'm not doing, the domestic duties I'm dropping, and the fact that I'm, stranding a bunch of kids at some youth sporting event. I'm going to go enjoy myself, buddy.
Murph.
It's time for some... Marcus, it's time for some me time.
Murph needs a little me time, man. Get out onto the green.
Yeah.
Have the time of your life. Maybe get into a couple Guinness today.
That's the other part.
Maybe, Tony.
Yes.
Is it time for Murph to get into the Guinness? Get into the Guinness.
Get into
the Guinness. There it is. Nicely done, Tone.
Right. So, Mark, I'm excited for you guys in your block party today. You guys will be out and about in San Francisco. And by the way, you know you'll be walking around here since you transistor radio because Giants baseball's on the radio at 12:50 this afternoon.
Let's go.
Jordan Hicks on the mound against the A's. So, but back to football. In the first week of free agency is coming to an end. And Mike Silver, who I love, wrote a really interesting column in the Chronicle today saying that Kyle Shanahan down in the building is telling his confidants it's not good enough. And, people saying, duh, you didn't win the Super Bowl, right? But you could go Dallas Cowboys style, which is Cowboys are like, we love what we have. We're not going to go out and do this. By the way, we also have a $59 million cap number on Dak Prescott they got to deal with.
Oh, hey, yo. And there's
59.
There's some stuff going on with Dak off the field right now, too.
Oh, yes, on that.
Yeah.
I'm not going into that.
Yeah, definitely not going into that. Anyway, the point is that the Kyle Shanahan, the column in Mike's story is that Kyle's taking a hard look in the mirror and saying, I got to do more. And he's saying, don't underrate how big it was to fire Steve Wilkes. That was a significant move for a team that only allowed 19 points to the Chiefs in regulation in the Super Bowl. And then making the hard decision on Eric Armstead. And then going out and getting who you heard in that package, Leonard Floyd. And then adding the depth pieces of Yetur Gross-Matos, Jordan Elliott, trading for Malik Collins, and bringing back my guy Kevin Givens now. Don't sleep on my guy Kevin Givens. But he says that's not all. And we got to get into this, guys. In addition to saying that the safety position is in flux, that Hufanga is not guaranteed his spot, and that they're looking at free agents on the safety the free agent market for safeties, including a guy named Cam Curl who just signed with the Rams.
Yeah, he gone.
Justin Simmons and Justin Blackmon are two other names. He goes on to say, and this is the one that really got me, that the Aiyuk situation ain't over. It's like, did you think it was over?
No.
That he's going to be, everything's cool, it'll all be smoothed out?
No, because, again, I don't think we know the exact market that Brandon Aiyuk is looking to cash in on. I brought up earlier the $25 million AAV that Mike Evans got this offseason. We talked about Calvin Ridley now being a $23 million receiver with the who did he sign with the Tennessee Titans?
Is he with the Titans?
He went to the Titans, so he just got paid. And in my opinion, Brandon Aiyuk definitely had a better year than Calvin Ridley, but it also turns back to the storylines we were following with Deebo Samuel when he was waiting on A.J. Brown to get paid, when he was waiting for DK Metcalf to get paid. Go back and look at Brandon Aiyuk's draft class. There's Justin Jefferson, arguably the best wide receiver in the league, and there's CeeDee Lamb out in Dallas. So those guys are looking for 5-year contract extensions also. So we'll see how big of a bag those guys get. And, of course, that's going to raise the market price on someone like Brandon Aiyuk.
Again, the cap is fake or whatever. You can manipulate the cap, but you can't carry two $25+ million receivers.
I mean, look at what the Chargers just had to do. They had Mike Williams and Keenan Allen both making around $20 million per year. They shipped out Mike Williams to the Bears for a 4th-round draft pick and straight up just
Keenan Allen.
Or excuse me, they cut Mike Williams, sent Keenan Williams for that 4th-round draft pick, and so they were able to restructure Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, two names that 49er fans were keeping an eye on this offseason.
So Mike writes, and he's talking to people down there a lot, and he says the Niners could be headed for a messy contract stare-down, and it could reach an inflection point at draft time when the Niners have 10 picks and could make a move. There's as many as 5 or 6 receivers listed as first-round talents. Now, we've talked about O-line. We've talked about...
I'll take another defensive back.
Corners. Yes, exactly. But if they lose Aiyuk, maybe they got to go get that next young receiver who would play on a rookie contract, for 3 or 4 years. So, man, oh, man. The point is that this thing is in flux. And the point is that what was interesting in the piece was that he said Kyle has told everybody in the building, we were fortunate to get to the Super Bowl. Like, they were exposed by the Lions and Packers for just being a fading defense that got worse as the season went on. Now, again, do you blame Wilkes for... And again, we would love the Chase Young move for a 3rd-round pick, but his performance was uneven, and his effort was uneven.
And I think that the fact that Chase Young is still on the market 4 or 5 days in the free agency tells you a lot about what other teams around the league think of Chase Young and whether or not he's got problems with his work ethic.
It's a good call. And by the way, when we talk about safety being open, if Hufanga is not assured... They didn't see enough from Jair Brown?
I guess not, because I know they're big fans of Deshaun Gibson. He's the veteran presence in the backfield.
He's out there, too.
But those are the questions that I asked when Jair Brown was selected with a third-round draft pick last year. First of all, I'm still surprised that the 49ers didn't draft any offensive lineman at all in that draft. But when they went safety, tight end, and kicker in the third round, it made me scratch my head, especially when I started watching Jair Brown film, because he plays a very similar style to Talanoa Hufanga. So we're talking about two in-the-box safeties.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to mix and match. And obviously, if they're in the market for a safety, I don't know if the long-term plans are for those two guys to play next to each other.
Or maybe the plan was to get rid of Hufanga all along, too.
Because after Hufanga was second-team All-Pro, he's going to be looking for a bag. Of course, his season was derailed by that ACL injury.
But again, now Silver's writing, putting out there that nothing is guaranteed with Hufanga. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You triggered me, bro. Can I get the Tim Ryan, our favorite Tim Ryan? Oh, because you said in the third round when they drafted a kicker. Thank you. Once again, in the third round when they drafted a kicker. That's so good. So good. Somebody wrote in saying, this whole thing could have been solved by Moody making a PAT in the Super Bowl.
Oh, man, if only Robbie Gould was still on the team, huh?
Oh, man. We got a couple of regulars leading us off at 808 KNBR. Connor in Dublin, who I understand caused some controversy on the afternoon show. So, Connor, you like calling KNBR. Connor, good morning.
What's up, Connor?
I do. How'd you hear about that?
Well, because we're proud employees of the leader, and we listen 24/7.
Oh,
so I heard you were forced to tell a joke.
Yeah, I was, and it didn't go out too well.
I got one for you, buddy. I told this one to my team yesterday. They said, you say, I've been talking to my therapist lately, and she says that she thinks I'm hung up on revenge motives. And I said to her, well, we'll see about that. So there you go. There's a joke.
You didn't get a laugh from Connor.
Got a laugh from John Joe. And
I gave you a chuckle, Murph.
There you go. All right.
What's up, Connor? What do you got?
So I don't like the direction they're going in, and the reason I like who they got. So I like Leonard Floyd. I like Malik Collins. I don't know what I think about Elliott and Gross Matos. One guy I think on here was like, he thinks that they're going to be busts or whatever. He thinks they're not going to do very well.
You're talking about Dieter. The great Dieter.
We'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait.
Downcast Dieter is what you call him.
Well, Connor, let me ask you this. Do you think that the 49ers defensive line has improved since last season?
I'm not quite sure. I think that. But I think Malik Collins and is Leonard Floyd on the defensive line, or is he?
Yeah, he's an edge, buddy.
Yeah. I think those are better than a lot of the options or a lot of the other things we.
So Connor, Connor? In the end, what's your take? What's the big take?
I'm not quite sure. I like the direction they're going, and
All right. Well, thanks. There's your take, buddy. You got it off. Good man, Connor. Thanks for the call. Connor in Dublin. You got a take off. Doesn't like the direction. And what do you got over there, buddy? You had something, right? Didn't you? I thought you had something.
The 49ers are bringing back right guard John Feliciano on a one-year contract. Shout out John Feliciano, posted on Instagram, one last ride, Murph.
I'll tell you what. That is a pretty good move. He's kind of a brawler. I underrated him last year. I remember Papa talking to us about him. Don't sleep on Feliciano. And he was the guy who was hurt.
Yeah.
That allowed Spencer Burford to come in.
And you know what this means for Spencer Burford.
Tacos didn't come.
Exactly. Great
He
job.
was a starter later in the year, though, right? When Burford was healthy, I think Feliciano was.
By the way, everybody, that's young Tony, our board op, and we've given him free reign.
Chiming in from the top ropes.
And by the way, people are falling in love with the pipes of a young Tone. And if you're on the YouTube,
Farias.
There he is right there. Farias. What's the best Cuban food, by the way? What's the best? Is it just
a Cuban sandwich? You can't go wrong. Rice and beans is like it's
pretty
just a
simple.
culture. It's just,
The red beans?
Daily. I'm not a rice and beans guy. I'm not a beans guy, but also like I don't knock it. I understand.
Can you make a Cubano sandwich?
If I try,
it has to be pork, right? Pork, ham, and cheese, right?
I think so.
Throw some pickles on there.
Pork, ham, cheese, pickles.
Oh yeah,
it's
delicious.
It's a damn good sandwich. And I made a point in the '98 Super Bowl, which was the Broncos-Falcons Super Bowl. I made a point to go get me one of those in Little Havana. Felt like it was like getting sourdough in San Francisco.
You have
know
to.
what I mean?
Yeah, and that's like Gabe Kapler now. Not searching for the best burger, now searching for the best Cubano down in Miami.
He's also looking for things to wear on his head.
He also needs a Marlins
Tony,
hat.
you know what I mean? Oh, I thought that'd be close.
You
Darn
put him
it.
on the spot. By the way,
I thought it'd be right. I thought that'd be like.
Wear the Marlins hats.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jose in Oakland, who's our really fantastic caller. He has measured takes, intelligent takes. Jose, no pressure. You have to be measured and intelligent. How are you?
What's up, Jose?
Good morning, guys. Look, the offseason, I give it a B+ just because they've gone defense heavy. Anytime you go defense, in my book, you're trying to better the team and getting them ready for a Super Bowl. As far as Aiyuk, I think he's putting too much stress on his tackles, okay? The guy is good. I like him in my team. I hope that they are able to extend his contract. But he's not Justin Jefferson, okay? He's not a game-changer wide receiver. If he wants to strong-arm the 49ers, you know what, for all I care, he could sit the whole year if he wants to, and next year when he wants to go somewhere else, franchise his, you know what, okay? Make him sit down and actually think about it. Like I said, the guy is good, but he's not that good. And this coming draft is heavy in wide receivers. Let's draft at least 2 good wide receivers and put some heat on him, okay? Like I say, for all I care, you know, if he wants to go somewhere else, fine. Be gone. We don't want you on the team. You have to want to be in the team in order for the team to be good. Otherwise, you're gonna be circling and doing nothing, just walking around, you know, feeling like
Jose,
to your
first of all,
lunch money.
I love the take. It's a strong take. You're saying you can live without Aiyuk. However, you can't resent the guy for trying to get as much money as he can. We all do the same thing.
No, I understand that, but like I said, it's the fact that I heard rumors about him in Jacksonville. Look, you're still playing for the 49ers. You're still under contract. Once you're done with it, then you know what? By all means, go out there and ask for $45, $50 million a year if that's what you want. If they want to give it to you, good for you. But in the meantime, play for the contract that you have. Hopefully they're able to extend your contract.
Jose, I don't mean to jump you off because we have to get going here. We got more callers, but great take. I loved it. Very good. He raises an interesting point. Is Aiyuk worth that money? He's not a Justin Jefferson. He's not a CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I love the take from Jose, and we'll see what kind of market those guys get when CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson are both eligible for 5th-year contract extensions. But that's the key here when we're talking about this 5th-year contract extension, because, of course, they could have Aiyuk play under his contract for another year, but the key is if they restructure his contract, then that's less of a salary cap hit this next upcoming season, which would provide more kind of availability and flexibility on this roster.
Yeah.
They don't want Aiyuk on the current contract. I believe it's $14 million on the cap next year. They want to restructure that to maybe push it back past the Brock Purdy contract.
Yeah, okay. Well, listen, more calls on Aiyuk, but I'm more distracted by people checking in on Tony. Somebody asking, is creative Tony and young Tony the same people?
No, different Tonys.
You got it. Come on. That's creative Tony.
We actually like this Tony.
And by the way, we would call him by his other name, but we were rebuked severely by HR. And that was Little Tony, which we thought was actually a compliment, like a rapper, but HR stepped in. They said that you didn't watch your training video.
Right now he's just young Tony. Maybe we should call him Pretty Young Tony, PYT.
And then for the I like that very much, by the way.
PYT.
And then for the Broadway musical crowd, the way you pronounced it said that you could do a tribute to you, West Side Story. Farias. I just met a board up named Farias. There you go.
Oh, I thought we were going, who is it? Is it Ricky Martin? No. Maria. Reminds
I'm
me
going
of
West Side Story Maria.
Well, yeah, he drops West Side Story in the lyrics.
Okay.
Maria. Yeah. She reminds me of West Side Story.
I'm going to go ahead and say Sondheim, Bernstein, West Side Story, greater than Ricky Martin quoting West Side Story.
I got you.
Shout out Bradley Cooper as Bernstein getting shut out at the Oscars. Just shut out. So you'll get nothing and like it, by the way. Nice tuxedo. You're going home with nothing. Casey in Roseville is checking in on the big hit. And the big hit is that we're at the end of the first week of Niner Free Agency, how you're feeling. And Mike Silver's interesting column that they're talking hard conversations down in the building, including safety and possibly Aiyuk. So, Casey in Roseville. My bad. Casey, good morning.
Yeah, how are you guys? Thank you for taking my call. I'll be in and out real quick. I just hear, us talking about, well, maybe we just go draft another wide receiver or two. And then I just want to, our short-term memory. But, we forget that it took 3 years plus for Brandon Aiyuk to be Brandon Aiyuk, especially in Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Mm-hmm.
If we go and draft another wide receiver or two, unless they're just like a Brock Purdy that just can see everything, it's going to take them a while to get up to speed.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't know if we have that window. So
Yeah.
That's my take.
Okay, Casey, thanks for the call. Yeah, he's saying but when you get to Kyle's system, Kyle, a former college wide receiver, he's very hard on his receivers.
He is, and Aiyuk was in a doghouse, kind of like I'm in a doghouse right now with the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. Murph, I'm an idiot. That's Santana singing Maria, Maria.
That is correct. Yeah.
Farias.
Yeah.
But here's a question I would throw back to Casey. Did it take 2 to 3 years for Brandon Aiyuk to break out in the system, or was it simply the change at quarterback from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy?
Well, I bet Kyle would tell you it was more on Aiyuk. I think that's how I felt about it. I felt like maybe he didn't feel like Aiyuk was putting in the proper work. It was hinted at that was it. It was a work ethic thing, or it was a route running thing, or it was how to be a pro thing type of thing. So very, very good. By the way, 510 with a great line. Does Creative Tony even still work for KNBR? Hey, 510. We ask the same thing every day. All right, there you go.
I haven't seen him in weeks.
We don't have much time left in the big hit because Scotty Oster is going to join us at 8:15 to talk Warriors, Lakers, and, of course, anything about Bay Area sports. But let's go to Tom in San Mateo. It feels like a San Mateo moment right now. Tom, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Murphy, how you doing?
Doing good, Tom. It's St. Pat's weekend. The weather's great. I'm doing real good.
And I am Irish and away from St. Patrick's Day.
Well, unfortunately, whatever joke you just got dropped out, so we didn't hear it, Tom.
It's kind of like one of those holidays that we have in America to get all the ethnic people drunk in trouble.
Yeah.
So,
Tom, unfortunately, your connection is dropping. I hate to tell him that. We got to go with it. It's a tough deal. He came in with...
Right now, are you okay? Are we okay right now, Murph?
Yeah, you got like 30 seconds. What do you got, buddy?
I'm kind of coming through the hills of San Mateo right now.
Yeah, but you have to drop Tom.
I feel like I'm the Verizon Wireless guy. Can you hear me now, Tom?
Once again,
Good.
I would get marvel.
No, you
if
can't.
it's 2024 and our phone connections got worse. That's what's amazing. Give me an old land. 808 KNBR, call us on a landline. Call us on a landline. Do you have one?
I do not have a landline.
Young Tony Farias, do you have a landline?
We used to. We got rid of it.
John Joe, you got a landline? No, we got all 4 of us, 0 landlines.
Wow, not even up on the mountain you don't have a landline.
No, made the big decision.
Damn.
I hope it doesn't cost me in some sort of
tie.
When the S goes down and I need to call for an emergency and I don't have cell service, that could be it.
That's why you got to have that transistor radio, Murph.
Could be it. My last words could be landline. Hey, Amici's gift card coming up. Not now. Later in the show.
Ooh, stay
Scott,
tuned.
thank you for the big hit, everybody. It remains, as Mike wrote in his thing, I think he wrote this, it remains an ongoing and fluid situation.
Fluid.
In Santa Clara. Oh.
Real quick, before we get out, Matt Mayoko is reporting the Niners are bringing back Chris Conley on a 1-year deal.
I like that.
Receiver help.
Yes. That excites me.
I agree.
He really performed down the stretch, and he's a true pro, and he's a good special teamer, too. Yes. I like it. I'm glad he wants to come back. I thought he might be moving on because he's a little older now, Nice. Kevin Givens and Chris Conley, those are my guys.
Those are your guys.
All right, Scott Ostler next on the Sports Leader.
For all I care, if he wants to go somewhere else, fine. Be gone. We don't want you on the team.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Network's Cynthia Freeland joined Papa and Lund yesterday to break down NFL free agency and who has closed the gap on the 49ers in the NFC. You hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, yeah. St. Patrick's rejoins continue with the legendary Thin Lizzy. Shout out my man Phil Lynott. Whiskey in the Jar, the old traditional song, never done better than by the boys from Thin Lizzy. Oh, you might want to just play this the entire time during the Scotty interview. Everybody go turn this up at your house tonight, all right? We booked Scott Oster because we just want to talk to a really smart, funny, and talented writer who knows Bay Area sports. Is that you, Scott? Are you smart, funny, talented, and know Bay Area sports? Is that you?
Morning, Scott.
Pick one of those three. I don't know.
All right. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Hey,
Yeah.
a quick correction. Not a correction, but hey, Marcus, a minute ago you were talking about Santana singing Maria Maria. And I looked it up, and it was Santana, of course, doesn't sing on any of his stuff. He just plays the guitar.
Good
but
call.
I looked it up, and that song was sung by these guys named Marvin Moore and David McRae.
Nice.
Who I'd never heard of.
There it is. That's why we booked Scott Osler.
That's it.
For that kind of knowledge.
That's great knowledge, man. Great knowledge. Listen, there's a couple things we wanted to hit with you. It's just a Bay Area spin, but mostly I want to start with the Warriors because, they're playing the Lakers tomorrow, and, it's the 9-10 war, the 10-9 war. But, Scott, your basketball. You write about it a lot. You've been writing about it for a long, long time. What the Warriors have done this year and where they're at right now, are you grading the Mike Dunleavy project? I mean, is it a failure because they're the 10 seed, or does it come with a major asterisk because the Draymond suspensions have been so crazy and Chris Paul broke his hand, et cetera? Like, what's your evaluation of the success-fail rate of this Warrior season?
I'd give it a plus. I'd give it a plus on the up because there's so many things that could have gone wrong. A lot of things have gone wrong, like you mentioned, Draymond and Chris Paul injury and now Steph's ankle and stuff like that. But a lot of things have gone right. Steph's played some great ball. Clay has kind of reemerged recently as a bench guy, which is really interesting how he's sort of embraced that role, like with a chip on his shoulder. And I think that's been fun. There's still some down stuff, but on the whole, the fact that this same group is together, in its 10th year, and still kicking some ass, not on a nightly basis like they once did, but still in the fray and making things interesting. To me, is it's one of those house money things. I think it's fun to watch right now.
And Scott,
it's frustrating. I've thrown pillows at my TV and stuff like that recently, but it's interesting right now. It's an interesting team to watch to me.
Oh, it definitely is, especially when you're talking about this transition period where you mentioned it. Klay Thompson is moving to the bench. Jonathan Kuminga has emerged as the second option. But I wanted to ask about what you've seen with this Warriors team without Steph Curry, and if you think that Jonathan Kuminga is a good enough option as the second option for this unit.
Yeah, that's a good question, Marcus. I don't think he's a good enough. I think he's getting there. I think he's still smoothing out some of the edges and stuff like that and figuring things out as he goes. I think he gets smarter by the week and a better player by the week. But they got to have everybody back in order to make any kind of movement in the playoffs and stuff like that. And then once they get everybody back, they got to figure out how to play everybody. I sit there and watch the games and Gary Payton comes in, and I love watching the guy play, and he plays his ass off for 5 minutes, and he comes out, and I'm thinking, no, don't take him out. But then they bring somebody else in, and so they got almost too many weapons. But it's interesting now how they're mixing and matching all that stuff, and it's interesting to watch Wiggins. Is he going to finally reemerge as the old Wiggins that we knew back in 22 when he kind of helped lead him to the title, or is that just a lost cause? There's so many different little parts and pieces in there. It's really fascinating to me.
Man, I hear what you're saying. It is. And Pajemski, we haven't even mentioned Pajemski and TJD and the youth movement with those rookies. But circling back to sort of that, you giving them a plus, they're 34 and 31. They're the 10 seed right now. The Lakers are 36 and 31. So I'm thinking in Joe Lacob's world, right? Isn't he's the George Steinbrenner. He's the championship or bust. He's the Eddie DeBartolo, right? So for him, do you think for him it's a failure? Because right now, wouldn't you say this team is not winning the NBA championship? And by Lacob's definition, that's a huge failure? Or, I don't know, you're not ruling out a run?
Well, I'm not totally ruling out a run. In 22, when they won it all, I think they kind of came out of nowhere in a lot of ways. They started fast, but then they really faded. Nobody expected them to do anything. They came on strong and won. But it remains to be seen how Lacob handles the whole thing, because I don't think he's quite like Eddie D used to be. When Eddie D, they could win 5 Super Bowls in a row and then lose in the NFC championship game, and Eddie D would go off and want to fire his coach and stuff like that. It was like he was born to the throne. If we don't win every year, somebody's letting me down. And I don't think Joe Lacob has quite that mentality. I think he's a little bit more realistic, although his ego is still in it and his money's in it, more so than a lot of guys, because he put his money on the line to build Chase Center, and he's got to put people in seats. So, but I think Lacob's more realistic, and I think it's going to be hard for him, to take a season or two where they're down or maybe even out of the playoffs. Would be a crusher, but I think he's a competitor enough that he'll stay in it and not go overboard, not get carried away and try to rip everything apart.
Scott Osler is a voice you hear on the UMA Guest Line this morning. Scott, I wanted to ask about Steve Kerr's rotation moving forward because we've seen him throw out a bunch of different lineups this year. Now, lately, with the emergence of Trace Jackson Davis, that has put him in a starting lineup, which has moved almost Kevon Looney completely out of the lineup. And we talk a lot about the teams at the top of the standings in the West, whether we're talking about Minnesota, Denver with Jokic and all that size. What's your breakdown on the emergence of TJD and Kevon Looney kind of losing some playing time?
Well, that's huge, and that's a crusher. And I saw Steve Kerr, if you ran into him in the supermarket, the first thing he would say is, "Isn't Looney the greatest? Isn't he a wonderful guy?" He would just be, because he truly loves Looney, but he appreciates what Looney's doing now, which is gracefully stepping aside at a time where he needs to step aside, not because he's not a decent player anymore, but because Trace Jackson Davis is more what they need out there. He's the young guy, he's the dynamic guy, he's the shot blocker, rim protector, the rim diver. They got to have him out there. Whether he'll be enough, it remains to be seen. But without him, they're not going to do it. So the fact that Looney is gracefully moving aside, that like Kerr keeps saying, and he means this, that they got to put up a statue of Looney outside when they do everybody else. So that's been really interesting, and in some ways heartbreaking, in some ways kind of heart rendering. Is that the right word? Rendering? But it's an interesting thing to see because like the other night when Looney's consecutive game streak ended, and that just doesn't happen unless a guy's sick or hurt or something like that. And for him to just sit down and take that gracefully, take it like a really truly team guy was kind of it was a cool thing to see.
He's been unbelievable. He's only 28, Looney. Seems like he's 40, right? He's 28 years old. It's incredible. He could be a Giants prospect at 28, right? The other aspect too is we were talking about the championship, getting back to the big picture stuff. Is this idea that they're going to run it back, like Kerr signing a contract for 2 more years, Curry going through 26. Draymond's through 26. The last piece is Clay. Everybody assumes that Clay will just want to stay together with the band and maybe even take less. So kind of a 2-part question. One, do you think Clay is that kind of person who will want to stay and not have his ego stroked by some other team? And B, how much is it an ask to have this group go 2 more years tilting at the windmill?
Yeah. Well, I think Clay, especially with his resurgence, that kind of makes it tougher in a way because he might get a decent price somewhere else because a lot of teams would like to have a great shooter like him come off the bench. And he's still, despite the fact he may have lost a half a step, he's still a great player and a fantastic shooter. So I definitely think he wants to stay here. He doesn't want to move his boat and his dog and everything else. And he loves the team. He loves Steve Kerr, and he loves the organization, all that stuff. So he'll stay here, and he'll give him a hometown discount, but how steep, that remains to be seen. But I would expect him to stay. But
and then in terms of this group staying together for 2 more years, is that sort of wishful thinking?
No, I think it's possible, but you got to have the infusion. Definitely, the young guys come along. The 4 basic young guys. Although Moody, who knows? Does he fit in? Their plans? Will they use him as trade bait? I don't know. But Draymond's kind of locked in. They can't really get rid of him even if they wanted to. And for a while, they probably did when he was going through all his troubles. But now he's back and playing pretty decent ball. Probably has lost less than anybody except maybe Steph. And Steph still has plenty in the tank, although he might not be 28-year-old Steph, but he's still got plenty. So it's not unrealistic, but one of the things, they got to get Wiggins back. Either they got to get Wiggins back to where he used to be, or they got to get rid of him because they can't have him in and out and off the team for long periods of time and stuff like that. That can't happen. That's a big deal. So, but it's not. I think they could hang out for another, let's say, at least next season and still be relevant. But they got to get a little bit of help, and they got to figure out Wiggins.
Well, we'll see what Dunleavy has year 2. I mean, year 1, he great draft and made the big bold trade for Chris Paul. That's an expiring contract. So we'll see his skills, but I think it's pretty successful. But you're right. They're intriguing, they're interesting, they're fun, and yet they're the 10 seed. So the West is
that
no
just
joke,
shows
man.
how hard it is, man.
Yeah, the West is no joke.
You go back to the first 2 years of their run before Kevin Durant and how dominant they were, how phenomenal that was. Can you imagine? Because that NBA was tough back then, too.
The West
and they were
is
smoking people.
The West has gotten significantly better. Minnesota and OKC, and then Jokic. What are you going to do about Jokic?
Sacramento,
My God.
yeah.
All right, Scotty, always great talking basketball with you, man. Any man who squared up against Lou Alcindor in Pauley Pavilion. All right, he did. You know that. Scotty was a freshman at Pepperdine, played against Lou Alcindor in UCLA. Legend.
I'm sure Kareem is still telling that story to people.
Man, this guy, he got me. He elbow in the ribs. He'll never forget, right?
That's right.
Scotty, you're the best. Take care. We'll keep reading you, bud.
All right, Roomy. See you, Marcus.
That's my guy, Rooms. That's my guy. We roomed together at the Masters in 2002.
Roomy. I didn't know if he was dropping a Roomy or a Romy on you. Hey, Romy.
We call each other Rooms ever since our 2002 Masters time together. So thank you, Rooms. Okay, on that, let's stay on the Warriors because George Sedano's coming up and how you're feeling about this whole deal, about this road trip, about this 9-10 war that's going forward, and what our realistic expectations are on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy here, Marcus Boucher, to talk to you about Prize Picks because it's the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So whether we're talking about the NBA in-season tournament or the race for playoff home court, you can cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. You can choose from traditional stat options like Steph Curry over/under on his point total. We're all waiting to see if he's going to play tomorrow night against the Lakers and LeBron James. Or you can take more unique options like the over/under on Kevin Durant and the total amount of dunks in one game. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an injury insurance policy on your picks is what makes Prize Picks the #1 fantasy sports app. So join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million members who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, that surprised us. We thought we were doing the cooler at 9:15.
Surprise, surprise.
We just move. We adjust, we move.
Happy St. Patty's Day. You get a cooler here, you get a cooler there, you get a cooler everywhere.
Yeah, I want my cooler full of Guinness. I'll tell you that now, buddy.
I'll be drinking a cooler's worth of Guinness today.
Oh,
at least.
baby.
A couple pints.
So you'll go into the Guinness?
I'll get into the Guinness on special occasion. But also, I know there's a huge controversy that Guinness is way better out at the source in Ireland versus in the States.
Well, that's just indisputable.
I mean, that's a fact, right?
It's just a fact.
As a man that used to be a bartender out in Ireland.
Well, I was a bar boy, bar back. I was just a schlub.
Our bar boy, huh?
Bar boy. Bar boy.
I've never heard that term before.
Bar boy. Picking up glasses, schlepping glasses, picking up, sweeping broken glasses, sweeping up after the pub was over. Twice they let me behind the bar and pull one, just because I said I have to say that I pulled a pint at the Mighty O'Donoghue's in Dublin. So I got 2 times I got to do it.
How is the Murph man on pouring a pint?
Well,
you got a good pour?
I try. I give myself like a B minus. Because I watch the guys do it, or AA plus. I can't get there. But, you want a great pint, go to Danny Coyle's in Lower Haight. Brian will pull you a great pint.
It's always a good question, too, on a pint. How much head do you want?
Well, as they say, they give you a big one. This old guy told me, if you're too big of it, he says, I'm not a bishop yet. Meaning the white collar, like too much white collar on the priest, So I'm not a bishop yet. They hand it back.
I mean, Murph, it's the question that Prince has been asking for years. Do you get enough? On your beer or in your personal life?
Or Fred Warner.
Tony,
right? For that
Tony,
matter, right?
You'll digest that in a couple minutes.
All righty. So we are doing the cooler, and it has to do with Steph. Steph. He turned 36 yesterday. We dissed him. I feel bad.
Happy birthday, Steph.
I feel bad. So Aisha didn't diss him. We got a little peek inside the Curry home. He's just sitting there having a snack at the table. He's wearing a hoodie and a hat. His kids are screaming in the background. And she just filmed him saying it's your birthday. Here's Aisha and Steph in a nice little moment in the kitchen here.
It's your birthday. How does it feel to be 36? It's your birthday.
I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes.
What? What's wrong with you?
Steph tried to ad-lib, and I guess he said something that confused everyone. He said, I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes. So I don't know if that's like a joke or something.
And Murph, I was confused because since it is St. Patrick's Day weekend, I know the Irish likes themselves some potatoes. I didn't know if Steph Curry was just a big tomato fan. I kind of had the same reaction of Aisha, but it turns out our guy Young Tony did some digging and went into the files of birthdays in Curry history. And you got to go back to Riley Curley's birthday when she dropped the line about the tomatoes.
Oh. So how old are you?
I'm 10.
You're 10?
Mm-hmm.
You're 10? Already?
Yeah.
You just turned 10, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dope. Open that box and see what's in there.
It's just trying to eat my tomato.
Isn't that cool?
Oh.
Can we get some huge applause there? Did young Tony really sniff that out?
Yeah, because I asked Tony this morning, I was like, what the hell is this video of Steph talking about tomatoes? And I said, Tony, do some research. Within 5 minutes, he found the original clip of Riley
You got to come
Curley.
on the mic and get your flowers here, buddy. Tell us about that digging process. How'd you find it?
I had some help. Somebody subtweeted underneath the other tweet.
Hey,
from
that's
Curry.
part of the resource.
Yeah,
That's part of the research.
I'll take it, though.
You did the digging.
Can you give me a side-by-side of Riley Curry and Steph Curry asking for some tomatoes? I'll give you a few seconds here. But
That'd be really good. Plus, we could use the moment to say, will you eat just a tomato, just a side dish of a tomato? Shout out my late, great father, Robert Emmett Murphy, named after the great Irish patriot Robert Emmett, as you know, John Joe. He would, every night at dinner, just a side dish, two slices of tomatoes with a glob of mayonnaise on top.
Ooh, so at least he went with the slices, Murph.
Sliced tomatoes.
I've seen people eat a tomato like an apple.
No.
Like whole, like take chunks out of it.
Who are these people?
Not me. I'm not a tomato guy.
Strange people.
Some people just throw a little salt on there and just.
Well, I mean, a good
take a
tomato.
chunk
Well,
out of it.
obviously, like if you go for the beef steak tomato, like properly with balsamic and a little salt at like a restaurant.
Wow.
Hey now. Or, what's the salad called when you get the mozzarella on top of the tomato? What's that called? Come on, I'm blanking out.
Oh,
now.
you're asking me about
Caprese?
salads.
Caprese.
Oh, look at you, Tony. Stay hot.
Give this kid a
Stay hot, Tony.
And not only is he going to stay hot, he's going to give us the tomato comparison. Oops, sorry.
Just trying to eat my tomato.
I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes.
And guess what? They both say tomato, not tomato.
There
Right,
it is.
you
And
go.
by the way, I love the fact that like the Curry family has we have inside jokes on the show. There's like inside memes in the Curry household. Because Aisha was even confused. It's like, no, I'm referencing Riley Curry and her tomatoes.
Yeah, 650 scolding us.
Why?
NBCIG had it, bro. Well, that's the research.
Yeah.
That's the research.
Yeah, enjoy
Maybe
your
you should-
tomatoes, 650.
I suppose if NBCIG broke it, then maybe we should get
Look, I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes, all right? I'm not the one doing research here.
So would you have a side dish of tomatoes with
No,
glob and
I'm
mayonnaise
not
on
a
top?
tomato guy at all. I hate tomatoes.
Really?
No tomatoes, no onions on my burgers.
Whoa.
I'm not a tomato guy. Hot take, 808 KNBR.
That is a hot take.
I'm not a tomato
Wait,
guy.
why?
I don't like the taste of it. What do you mean, why?
What about tomato sauce on a pizza?
Yeah, that's fine. Like, I could do, like, tomato sauce. I could do...
We could get this guy a good beefsteak tomato with a little drizzle of balsamic olive oil and salt.
There's something weird with me with vegetables. I'm an anti-veggies kind of guy. Like, just the texture of vegetables, onions, tomatoes, it doesn't sit well with me.
Can we have Curry rebuke him right here and tell him...
You're just trying to eat my tomato.
I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes.
Even with the Curry endorsement, you're not going to go there?
Maybe if Steph Curry dishes me an assist with a tomato, I'll take a chunk out of it.
By the way, speaking of Curry endorsements, some topic for a slower day, Steph not ruling out a run for the White House.
Uh-oh. We talking Curry and Rogers 2028?
One thing that gets Tony freaked out is anything political. Don't talk about it, bro. Don't talk about it.
It's funny because as we're coaching up young Tony, I said, Tony, don't ever forget. Page 7 on the drops.
I'm not going into that.
I told him anytime he wants to call from John Elway, he's got the freedom to do it.
That's a beautiful call right there. Shout out the movie Fried Green Tomatoes. Anybody?
Oh, I've heard of it.
It was like a movie. It was a total chick flick. Total chick flick. It was a all-female cast about their problems down south and their teary-eyed friendships and hugs. I saw it. It was a waste of time. It was a waste of time. I went with my girlfriend back then. It's like, whatever. Fried green tomatoes. And apparently that's a thing down south, fried green tomatoes.
Ooh.
Yeah, you like them.
Okay.
Maybe you'll eat it as fried.
Maybe it's fried. You fry anything, I'll eat it.
That was a...
He's not eating a rotten tomato. Shout out the movie website.
Brings you back to a story back on the beat. We used to get the opposing coach and an opposing player on a conference call every week. So the beat writers, we all gathered around a speaker. And Mike Ditka was the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. Carmen Policy walked into the room and he said, gave us the universal sign for don't tell him it's me. He put his finger to his lips. Shh. He goes, shh. So we were asking questions, hi, Brian Murphy, Santa Rosa Pest Democrat. What are you guys going to do to stop Jerry Rice? You know what I mean? Whatever. So then Carmen waited and then he said, Carmen Policy from the Youngstown Vindicator is what he said. And Ditka roared with laughter. He goes, you over the speaker, you can just hear this disembodied Ditka voice. He goes, you are the Youngstown Vindicator. And then they roared with laughter. And then he said, and then Carmen said, how's the cuisine down there? And Ditka said, I'll tell you what, they'll fry water down here. That's what he said. I'll never forget that line. They'll fry water down here. So fried green tomatoes.
Oh, dude, you fry anything, Murph. That's a big reason why I'm a big proponent of the air fryer, a little healthier version of the fryer.
And 415 checking us in said tomatoes maybe technically not a vegetable, might be a fruit.
See, I'm not getting into this debate. Tomatoes taste like vegetables to me. It does not taste like a fruit.
God, it has great seeds. Tomato on a burger.
Here's the debate. It's got seeds, whatever.
A great tomato on a burger can go a long way.
I'm not getting into this fruits and vegetables argument.
Tomatoes can play a large role in a lot of dishes. So, but hey, tomato. It's your preference.
There it is, Murphy. My preference is throwing tomatoes at bad comedy routines or something like that.
As opposed to a battery.
Yeah, shout out the battery chuckers.
All right, NBA on TNT halftime show always delivers. Always delivers. The Mavs OKC last night, big game. They go to halftime, and here we go on their digressions. Beyonce, Chuck, Shaq, here we go.
After going 33 for 33.
I wasn't shooting it. That was a foul, wasn't it? I wouldn't have been shooting. I told you, if I ain't by myself, I ain't shooting. Come on, Beyonce, sing that thing. Woo, hold him, baby.
You're a big country music fan.
I
so
am.
You liking what
I like Beyonce, but I found out another group. It's called War and Treaty. That doesn't have anything to do with Beyonce. I know Beyonce. I'm waiting for the album, but I saw the Country Music Awards list. War and Treaty, my new favorite band, other than Dan and Shay.
Other than, okay. Hey, it's American Express halftime report. Your source for all things that are country music.
That's it. War and Treaty. Shout out to Dan and Shay, too.
Kenny the Jet Smith and Charles Barkley.
You're a hater,
Take a gander at the American Express
we were talking about
teammates.
Beyonce, now you're talking about 18 other groups. But she's got a country album coming out.
It's out, isn't it?
No. She's only released 2 songs so far. She's doing
some of it's out.
That's 2 songs, man.
Yeah, there you go.
See, they're just like us. A rejoin can take you in a digression. So Beyonce's, are you down with this whole Beyonce country movement?
Oh, I've heard a couple of the songs. They sound fantastic.
Yeah, she can do it all, man. She's like, hey, Taylor Swift, get a taste of this.
That's why they call her Queen Bee. Oh, you think this is personal now since Taylor Swift has gone from like country to pop music, that now Beyonce has gone from
Beyonce's just
Beyonce to
flexing, saying
country.
she can do whatever the hell she wants.
Yeah, and I believe her.
And then that leads to the part where we get into the Beehive. Is Chuck in the Beehive?
As I was saying about 20 minutes ago, American Express teammates.
I didn't know you was part of the Hive, Chuck.
SGA with 14. Jalen Williams got
I see you,
15.
boo-boo. I see you, boo-boo. Period. Come on, leave me alone, kitty. Kitty. Period. I'm part of the Hive. You part of the kitty.
SGA has not missed from the field.
For those who don't know what the kitty is, you don't need to.
You're absolutely
You do
right.
not need to know what the kitty is. You do not need to know. Let that be, America, let that be an inside joke that stays inside. Kitty. I'm part of the what? Let that be an inside joke. Just
I'm
don't
part of
open
the-
that door.
Hey, I'm
Come
part
on,
of-
Ernie.
I'm part of the
Ernie, come on,
Beehive.
Ernie. Hey, I'm part of the Beehive, but you, hey, listen, come on, Ernie. Hey, kitty, calm down over there.
Kitty the Jet.
Let's go,
Yes.
Ernie.
So,
Oh, I thought you weren't running. I'm not running today. I'm talking. I'm not running.
Jack
You
was
said
supposed to
Chuck
go
Norris.
first. He just bailing out.
No, you said let's go.
I'm not sure what they're saying, but they're making me laugh. I'll tell you that. I mean,
They're losing it, bro.
They are howling. God, they would not do well in a KNBR PD meeting in terms of staying on topic. You know, you got to get to the Aiyuk question. 808 KNBR, pound the number. Because, I mean, Kenny, you could, at the very start of that, Ernie's trying to be the KNBR host who keeps it on topic. SGA, and then, dude, you hear just Shaq just T-bone him in the intersection.
I didn't know you were a member of the Beehive,
He
Charles.
just
I didn't know you was part of the Hive, Chuck.
He just that's just a T-bones him right in the intersection. And the next 60 minutes are gone. 60 seconds are gone.
Then they started talking Beehive and kitty cats, and I'm like, whoa,
I know
what's
we
going
gotta
on
go
here?
because we got George Sedano going, but so I don't know what the kitty is, but I think I can guess.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've got
all
a
right.
few guesses,
Okay, all right,
Murph.
so
I
that's
think
what
we
they're
can
saying.
connect the dots.
So it's a song though by Beyonce.
Beyonce had a song called Kitty Cat. I think they were talking about a different kitty
Aha.
cat.
Well, there we go. Well, listen.
Listen, Murph.
Listen.
There you go. Those guys are funny, man. They did it again. They always go. They hit. They go to the heft. They go to the cooler of content. So it's a cooler about tomatoes, curry, kitties, and hives. That's a cooler of content.
That's a cooler.
All right, guys. Laker Warriors. George Sedano next on the Sports Leader.
I'm part of the Hive. You part of the kitty.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So if we're going to leave the St. Patrick's rejoins, we're going to do it in honor of the Shaq Charles riffing yesterday. Very funny. Very good, Waterboy, young Tony, pardon me. Sounds great, by the way. All right. Warriors-Lakers. Will they... what's the name of the song again? It's called... Yeah, kid.
Texas Hold'em by Beyonce.
So will the Warriors hold them Saturday? That's what I'm trying to transition. Terrible.
She did drop a tomatoes in her lyrics, by the way.
Terrible transition, really?
Yeah, One of the first lyrics is about tomatoes.
That's unbelievable.
That's hilarious.
George Sedano is ESPN radio host, NBA sideline reporter. He hosts Sedano and Cap on ESPN LA, 7:10 weekday evenings, 4 p.m. to 7. And now he's on Murph and Marcus on the UMA guest line. George, it is great to have you. How are you this fine Friday morning?
Yeah, what's up, George?
Oh, I've been better, guys. I got to be honest. I've been playing pickleball a lot recently because I'm trying to play in the ESPN LA. The LA facility has a tournament every year. Last year we did very poorly. Me and my partner Scott Kaplan, my radio partner. So this year we were ready to ramp up, try to win this thing, and we'd been playing really well. But your boy just threw out his back yesterday. So Tournament's 8 days away, so I'm working through it. I think I could be fine, but this is what happens when you get into your 40s. All of a sudden, stupid stuff like this happens.
Well, number one, I'm glad I asked because you gave a real answer. People say, "How are you?" "Oh, I'm fine." No, you're like, "No, I threw my back out. It sucks."
Yeah,
so I like that.
It's miserable.
I love the honesty. And number two, as soon as you said pickleball, I knew where you were going. Marcus, you aware, like as soon as you hit the pickleball court, you're starting the clock to your injury. I mean, everybody gets hurt playing pickleball. It's like, you know why, George? Because it's a lot of older. We all think we can still do it. And our bodies are like, no, bro, not anymore. Right, George?
Well, the funniest part was when I was practicing, a buddy of mine, he told me, hey, go to this park, let's play. And there was basically a bunch of septuagenarians there who were kicking our ass. It was the greatest thing ever because it was the most humbling experience of my life. But that's what motivated me to play better. And we started playing well, but then now I got this setback. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to try to fight through the back pain. There's no way I'm bowing out of this tournament.
Well, now you know like what it's like to be LeBron, right? Playing through the pains, right?
Yep, no doubt. And Steph and everybody else. Yeah.
Exactly, George, because yesterday Steph Curry turned 36 years old. That's getting closer and closer to that 40 age you were just talking about. So from your perspective, because we talk about it all the time with the Steph Curry timeline, how much longer do you think this window is open for the Warriors to maybe win another championship with Steph Curry?
Well, that's a great question. I would say the way he's playing still, he's got at least what I think a good 3 years left in him, in my estimation. However, to me, it's about what they put around him. So, right, that's on Mike Dunleavy and that group to figure out what the right players and pieces are around him. I just don't know if this particular group that has won the championships already will all be part of that particular group that could potentially win a championship for them.
Okay, all right, George. Well, that's the big question here. You know, it's Joe Lacob has this standard here. And yet the fact is they're the 10 seed and the Lakers are the 9 seed. And the way you look at it, the way the West is shaken out, do you see these two guys? I mean, realistically, these are their fates and they're basically playing each other down the stretch for the 9 seed?
More than likely that's going to be the case, and I think that it would take an incredible run by either team and also the collapse of the teams in front of them. That's the other part of this equation. You know, people think, oh, you know, they're only 3 games back or 4 games back. Yeah, but that's not easy to overcome when there's multiple teams in front of you. You know what I mean? Like, it's very difficult to kind of climb your way out of that particular spot. Not saying it's completely out of the realm of possibility, but certainly difficult moving forward.
And George, to me, when I look at those Western standings and you look at all the playing teams, whether we're talking about Phoenix with KD and Devin Booker, whether you're talking about the Dallas Mavericks with Luka and Kyrie, obviously what the Lakers have with AD and LeBron, and then you get to the Golden State Warriors. If you're one of these top 4 teams, specifically a young team like OKC or maybe Minnesota, do you want to take on these teams that have veteran experience and guys who will have won championships?
No, I don't think so, but it's probably going to be your fate. I mean, we saw what happened last year with the Warriors and the Kings, right? Like, I think that is a real thing. But, again, if guys are limping into the playoffs, these teams at the bottom, Steph could be available pretty soon, right? I don't know what the latest is. I saw that there's a possibility he can play in tomorrow's game. I don't know if that's been confirmed or not. And the Lakers, LeBron's been dealing with an ankle injury for most of the season, really. So all it takes for those young teams is one turned ankle, and you can find yourselves on the right side of this. So while Sacramento is kind of a cautionary tale last year, a team who was, in the upper echelon of the Western Conference from a record perspective and a standings perspective, and then the experience came back to bite them or lack thereof, these teams at the bottom, man, they are old, as we just discussed. So it just takes one turned ankle, unfortunately, for those teams to not get past the younger team, which we always assume, the team of more experience will win regardless of seeding. But I don't know if I buy that. Every individual season is going to have its own trials and tribulations.
George Sedano, you hear, ESPN radio host, NBA sideline reporter, and, of course, he's here on the UMA guest line. Warriors-Lakers tomorrow night, man, and hopefully Steph plays, and you get to see Steph and LeBron do their thing. About the Lakers, though, just for a second here, George. So the way they dismissed the Warriors in 6 last spring, and the Warriors not adding any bigs other than Trace Jackson-Davis, who's really coming on right now, do you still feel like matchup-wise this favors the Lakers because the Warriors truly have no answer for an Anthony Davis?
Yeah, I mean, AD's really kind of the big difference maker there for sure. Trace Jackson-Davis has played phenomenally. I was at what game was I at the most recent? Oh, the Bucks game. I was doing the Bucks game most recently, where he was fantastic in the second half of that game, particularly in that third quarter. So, but I just think that Anthony Davis has had a really good run, particularly against the Warriors. But look, I'm not saying that the series won't be closer this year. I think the Warriors have shown that they can push back on the Lakers. It just would take an enormous amount of effort, particularly from Steph, Draymond. You're going to need Clay in that second unit with Chris Paul to really have a good run against the Lakers' second unit, which I think is more vulnerable this year than they were last year. So while I think the Warriors would be even more competitive this year against the Lakers, I think it's more of a toss-up, but I would still probably favor the Lakers in that scenario because of the AD matchup.
Yeah, I would just ask quickly, is Lonnie Walker anywhere near the building right now, is he?
Yeah, man. God, that game where he had the 15 points, good Lord. Yeah, the Lakers bench, to me, not as good this year. And Darvin Ham, because of that, has had some peculiar rotation decisions that have cost the Lakers in the regular season. And I'm curious to see if that continues in the postseason.
Yeah, no doubt Anthony Davis is a problem. LeBron James is a problem. But also, George, Crypto.com Arena has been a problem for Steph Curry, which is obviously going to play a huge part if they do play that one-game play-in game down in L.A. We'll see how the standings shake out. But is there any explanation? Because we've heard theories about how the arena might be darker when the Lakers play versus when the Clippers play. Is there any logical explanation of why Steph Curry struggles down in L.A. at Crypto?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that Jared Vanderbilt has done a nice job on Steph because basically it forces Steph to have to either play defense or have Vanderbilt defend him, which, again, has done a nice job, or on switches. Anthony Davis is very keen on switching on to Steph, and I think that's been a thing. But I don't know. I haven't noticed that he's played much worse in L.A. or in Crypto when the Lakers are the home team as opposed to when the Clippers are the home team. I haven't really noticed that, so that would be news to me. But I'll keep an eye on that, or I'll look for that because, again, that was not something that was on my radar.
Yeah, no, he does not shoot well down there. It's a thing, and you can go look at the numbers too.
But the Lakers, but against the Clippers, you're saying he shoots better.
Well, I don't know about that. I think it's just the building.
Yeah, I just heard Tom Tolbert talk about the lights, and so I just threw out the theory.
Tolbert threw that out.
Yeah,
huh?
Tolbert said the lights are lower for Lakers games.
For Lakers games, they are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they darken the stands. It's like a theater lighting, basically, where most of it is on the court, and the stands are darker. So it's kind of a weird contrast for sure, as opposed to the Clippers where the whole building is lit up.
Yeah, we need to do we need to do the research on that. I need the complete career stats of Steph versus the Clippers at Staples/Crypto versus the Lakers. So we asked that without having those numbers. Leaving this, George, on the last one. George Sedano, kind enough to join us, even though his back is thrown out from a pickleball incident. By the way, somebody checked in and said Bernard Longer, the great golfer, tore his Achilles out there. Longer's like indestructible, and then even pickleball got him. But anyway, just on LeBron, I mean, I have his stat right now. He's 39. He's averaging 35 minutes a game. Only AD has a couple more minutes than him. He's averaging 25 points a game. He's averaging 7 rebounds and 8 assists. This is unprecedented. Not Jordan, not Wilt. What's the explanation down there? I mean, the physical conditioning, the willpower. What's going on? What do you guys? What is this LeBron James thing?
I mean, listen, man, I have covered him. I started covering him regularly when he came to Miami in 2010. And the guy has just always been someone who puts so much into his body. I remember he was the first guy spending millions of dollars in regards to trainers and chefs and all the things that he does in regards to making sure his body's going to function at a high level. But look, he's putting up those numbers, but he is not as indestructible as he used to be. You know, he's missed 9 games this year. Since joining the Lakers, he's missed more games than at any other stretch in his life. So, yes, he's still putting up great numbers, but you could tell he's lost a little bit in regards to burst, and the injuries have now mounted up. So, while he's still putting up numbers because he's worked on his craft, I know he's changed his shooting motion. He told my colleague Doris Burke about that, which is why he's able to shoot a career high from 3 this year, which honestly, as you get older, that's been a thing, right? Like most players do that. They get further and further away from the basket. But it's not like he's completely indestructible anymore because, again, the games missed is a big thing for the Lakers, and it's hurt the Lakers really outside of the championship year where they had those several months in between off because of COVID. Every other year that he's been here in L.A., he has missed a significant amount of games, this one being the least over the last several, but still missing a good number of games comparatively speaking to where he's been previously.
Yeah, LeBron and AD still one of the best duos in the league. And, George, that's the last thing I wanted to ask you about is the Warriors' second option. Because we've seen now Klay Thompson transition into more of a bench role. We've also seen the emergence of a young guy like Jonathan Kuminga. But I wanted to ask you from an outsider perspective, does Steph Curry have enough help on this team to still compete for a championship?
I would say probably not. At least this year, probably not. I think this team, look, could lightning in a bottle strike? Sure. Could Kuminga, emerge even further in the postseason? Sure. I think that they've made huge strides with him because, and I know Kerr has talked about this publicly with you guys as well. He's talked to us about it, about how he had this kind of come to Jesus meeting with Kuminga, and it was basically like, hey, man, you can't just stand around and watch, right, and isolate yourself in regards to trying to get to the basket. We need you to be more aggressive, and cutting to the basket. We need you more aggressive on the offensive glass and getting putbacks. And he's been doing all that, and that has certainly helped round out his game some. But I think he's still a little ways away from being a more complete player. And I think the Warriors have this kind of weird thing where they've got these two groups on different timelines. They've got this older group that's won all the championships and a Chris Paul added into that mix. And then this younger group that's still, playing much better, but still figuring out where they need to round out into form. So that's a tough needle to thread to make all that stuff work in, during the season and certainly in the postseason.
George, great stuff, man. Enjoyed the input and the analysis. Even playing hurt, you're like LeBron. You're playing hurt, man. You know what I mean? So you can go. And
Steph, hopefully Steph plays Saturday.
Yeah,
even if he has to play hurt. We love watching Steph play.
He looked pretty good in his birthday Instagram with Aisha talking about tomatoes. So
yeah, I did see that.
Thank you, George. We sure appreciated it on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR. We'll do it down the road. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, George.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, George Sedano. Good guest. Good booking. Pickleball, stay away.
Yeah.
Unless you're a young man like you.
Well, I was going to say, shout out to our guy, Rick Barry, who we just had on the show a couple times ago. He's a big pickleball player.
Do you want to go down there? Is he part of the Hive or the
Kitty?
Because he
might be in the Kitty Cat Club.
Do you have that, Rick Barry? His declaration, not as frequent, but just as good?
Yeah.
Was that it? Was that nice?
Talking about pickleball or something else, Murph?
Yeah, Rick Barry.
Yeah.
He'll shoot.
Just can't run as fast, jump as high, and not as good in bed. I'm still active. That's all I can say.
Still active, Murph.
Great job, young Tony, finding that there, buddy.
Still on the pickleball court.
Oh, man, oh, man. All right, well, reactions to that on the text line, 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 478 says Kuminga going off against the Lakers, and they will find a way to beat L.A. 309, who just sends in basically just upbeat. 309 just sends in upbeat texts about the Warriors. So Dub Nation says blank the Fakers. They're handing them the L tomorrow night. 925 says you are wrong, Murphy.
Murph.
The Warriors did not lose to the Lakers because of size. They lost because Clay and Poole sucked. That's what 925 wrote in. Well, two things can be equally true. Clay and Poole did not have great series, but ultimately it was Anthony Davis destroying them.
Yeah, and Anthony Davis is one of the best post players in the league. We don't have to break that down. But again, that goes back to our earlier conversation about now TJD being in the starting lineup.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to that matchup.
What do you give me for PYT behind the glass and TJD on the hardwood?
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Three initial youngsters doing their thing. 609 says Dubs fans are taking over crypto tomorrow night like it's Chase to take the win. Is that still a thing down in L.A.? Do Warriors fans? I mean, of course, during 2015 to 2019, it was like, Warriors played home games all over the league. They were the Beatles, right?
Well, if Warriors
that's
fans
still the case.
Well, we'll see this Saturday, and if there are a bunch of Warriors fans down at Crypto, can they turn the flashlights on their phone to improve the lighting down there?
I remember when that started with Kobe and them in the early 00s, and the first time I saw that, well, what the hell is going on in L.A.? Like, what? There's a power outage in L.A. I'm like, what happened? They're like, no, man, this is a thing. I'm like, no, it's not. I don't like it.
Oh, and I heard Tolbert and Copes breaking it down yesterday. Technically, I guess it's like in the contract of the arena that the Lakers are allowed to lower the lights, but the Clippers are not allowed to do it.
Well, they say all animals are equal, and some animals are more equal than other animals. Young Tony, do you know about George Orwell Animal Farm? Do you know a George Orwell Animal Farm?
Not a chance.
Okay.
Oh, I can give you George Orwell,
Okay,
Big Brother, Murph, but not Animal Farm.
Okay, very good. Very good, brother. That's no C. You're up to a B, buddy.
That's it, Murph. I'm trying.
All right.
That's just because I watch the show Big Brother.
I'm keeping the... Do they reference Orwell?
Yeah, every once in a while, there's an Orwell reference.
You'll only be official if you use it as an adjective and call something Orwellian.
Ooh.
That's when that's when you're a fancy schmancy.
It's like these cameras watching us 24/7
They
in the
are
bullpen.
Orwellian.
Yeah.
They very much are Orwellian. I'm down with that. All right, while we were talking to George Sedano with his back injury, the Niners made even more news. 49ers news on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I broke my back.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Two-time World Series champion Jake Peavy stopped by our show yesterday morning, the Murph and Marky Show, to talk about the 10-year anniversary of the Giants' 2014 World Series and his expectation for the 2024 Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Here's a fake gun run to Mostert. Garoppolo's going to get sacked. He's thrown around. As Daniel Brunskill got beat on the inside move by who else? Aaron Donald.
Oh, yeah. We got big stuff going here. We got big news, and we got St. Patrick's rejoins coming all day. Thank you, Tony, for the Saw Doctors out of County Mayo or Galway, one of those two. And this song, N17, which will cause Irish people to shed their inhibitions and sing loudly. Saw Doctors are kind of like the Huey Lewis and the News of Ireland. It's like not like critically acclaimed, or pardon me, not like, what am I trying to say? Long story short is like the critics look down on them because they're not like artistic. And then you get a few pints in them and they start screaming the lyrics. I'm like, look at you guys. You freaking love it, don't you? Yes, you do. You know the song, Curly.
I started playing this song and Curly loved it.
It's the Saw Doctors, N17. So anyway, St. Patrick's Day is the point, guys. We're playing Irish rejoins for St. Pat's. Everybody's going to have a great one. I'm playing in a golf tournament for St. Pat's. They're serving corned beef and cabbage. Curly goes, do you like corned beef and cabbage? I said, no, I don't. I said, who does? It's peasant food. It's like really bad. It's bland. It's lousy. But you're supposed to eat it on St. Patrick's Day.
That's it. It's a St. Patrick's weekend. And Murph, I don't know if they're going to be singing Irish songs this weekend or if the city of San Francisco and Northern California is going to be singing about the big breaking news with Aaron Donald officially announcing his retirement from the LA Rams.
Did not see that coming. Now, what's crazy is when we went to the tees, I said Niner news on the other side. And that was legit because there is Niner news because, you want to hit it again? George Kittle has undergone a major contract restructure, which gives the Niners $10 million in cap space. That's what I teased before the break. We went to break, and in the time of the break, which Marcus and I both went to the men's room, we came back, And Curly tells us that one of the greatest defensive players in the history of the NFL has retired, which dramatically affects the NFC West power structure. So here it is on his social. Throughout my career, I have given my everything to football, both mentally and physically. 365 days a year, was dedicated to becoming the best possible player I could be. Oh, 365. That's impressive. I respected this game like no other, and I'm blessed to be able to conclude my NFL career with the same franchise that drafted me. Not many people we were just talking today about players ending with a team, right?
Lifers,
I was saying how rare it is, right? Not many people get drafted to a team, win a world championship with that team, kind of, and retire with that team. I'm diminishing the Ram COVID Super Bowl. I am. I do not and will not take that for granted. As I turn my focus to a new chapter, I don't know what the future holds, but I'm excited about the off-field possibilities. I'm looking forward to spending time with my wife, Erica, my kids. The greatest reward was being able to play this game with them by my side, and I can't wait to watch them live out their dreams, just as they watched me live out mine. Nicely written little tidy post, but the Rams just lost Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
They just let a Hall of Famer walk out the building. And Aaron Donald, I got to say, I'm not super surprised because there was rumors about him retiring last offseason, but we're talking about a guy that is still an all-pro player, a guy that's been in the league for 10 years, has made the Pro Bowl all 10 years, and he's retiring at 32 years old, Murph.
Yeah, first team All-Pro this year, okay? I mean, so, man, oh, man. Well, we were talking about our teams closing the gap with the Niners. We had kicked that around as a possible segment. And, I said I start because you guys were talking Eagles, Lions, and Packers. And I get that. But I was like, you got to get out of your division first. So I'm a big division guy. Shout out the Dodgers. And so I was like, the Rams and Seahawks haven't done a ton. Then overnight, the Rams signed a nice safety that, according to Mike Silver, the Niners were interested in, named Cam Curl out of Washington. Mm-hmm. So that kind of hurt. And then the Seahawks signed Sam Howell, the quarterback.
Your guy, Sammy Sosa.
Is he going to roll into Levi's and Sammy Sosa it up here? I don't know.
Geno Smith took a couple steps back last year, but no, Sam Howell does not put any fear in my heart.
He'll probably beat out. You think he beats out Geno?
I don't know. With the new coaching change, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, new coach, new quarterback. If I'm Geno, I'm a little uncertain. But anyway, the point is that in terms of neither the Rams nor the Seahawks had done anything dramatic, and now this dramatically hurts the Rams.
And now the Rams just got worse. Yeah. Aaron Donald is a freak of nature. Like I said, he's a walking Hall of Famer, arguably one of the best defensive tackles of all time.
Well, yeah, seriously. On the shortest list. I mean, we can go into it. But he's also, it's interesting. I'd have to go back and look at the stats, but my impression is he didn't truly wreck the Niners when they played him.
Which was surprising since we talk about that interior offensive line so much.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, maybe I'm misremembering But my feeling is like they always kind of handled him a little bit.
Look that up for me, boys, behind the glass, because Aaron Donald had 111 career sacks. I wonder how many came against the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, again, I'm not diminishing the guy. The guy was fantastic, but I just do not remember him changing games. Unless I'm an idiot, which I could be.
Well, the 2019 NFC title game, didn't he close the game out for them and then he pointed to his finger saying put a ring on my finger?
He had a sack or he spun around Jimmy Garoppolo and I think he threw an interception in the game.
Closing the game out was Jaquaski Tart dropping that ball.
That too.
On the 10, yeah. And yeah, boy, yeah, tough deal.
Aaron Donald in his 18 games versus the 49ers has had 55 solo tackles and 12.5 sacks, 1 fumble recovery.
Okay, 12.5 sacks is a fair amount in 18 games, 1 fumble recovery. I just, you guys bring up that 2020 NFC Championship. That actually doesn't ring a bell in me. That to me wasn't like the game. Was the game already kind of decided at that point?
It was the 49ers' final offensive drive of the game. Aaron Donald started spinning around Jimmy Garoppolo, and that was the end of it.
Okay, well, that's a big one, too. Let's see, 2020. When I look up the 2020 NFC Championship, that's a weird game, man. It's a weird game.
Yeah, it was.
2020. No, so technically it was played in January of 2022. 20-17 was the final score of that game. Jimmy G, your guy, buddy. So here it is. I'll go to the play-by-play.
That's my quarterback.
I know, right? Exactly. For end of the game, interception.
Yeah, it was Aaron Donald spinning around that led to it.
With Aaron Donald on the heat. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's a significant play.
Yeah, it is.
Of course, yeah, that's a very significant play. It was a 20-17 game. The Niners had the ball on the 20. It was 3rd and 13. He had thrown a 3-yard loss pass for a 3-yard loss in that game. Let me also look in that game, the stats for that game.
Damn, Jimmy.
how Aaron Donald did in that particular game. 2 quarterback hits, no sacks. So,
but I mean, he's a guy that, regardless of what the box score says, you're double, triple teaming him. Like, he's a huge part of that defensive game plan.
Well, the Rams, that's great news. I mean, hate to kind of like tap dance on the grave.
Exactly.
It's great news for the Niners.
Tip of the cap to Aaron Donald in his Hall of Fame career. But if you're looking at this from a 49er perspective, the Rams just got significantly worse.
Yeah. And so there it is. So the other part was the George Kittle restructure. So we now know that Warner has restructured, Kittle has restructured, and Juice took a pay cut.
Mm-hmm.
So these were Silver talks about the tough conversations they had. And, listen, I think, as I understand it, players, when they restructure, and Greg Papa can probably break this down better, but they get a check. Jed writes a check.
Well, everything, from my understanding, it turns into a signing bonus. But then what the hell are we doing with the salary cap anyways?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't every team just be converting all their contracts into salary bonus signings? Yeah. And then everybody would have more salary cap.
Yeah, it's all very true. I mean, the cap, guys, one of the worst things as an NFL fan is trying to figure out the cap.
Yeah.
And it's fake. You get guys like Silver, and it is fake, and it's not real, and you can manipulate it. But then again, you'll get gigantic hits like Mahomes and Dak Prescott. Those are very real.
Yeah, so it's interesting when we bring up the fact that George Kittle just restructured his contract. He did the same thing last offseason.
Yeah.
When the 49ers paid Nick Bosa, they went straight to Trent Williams and George Kittle. They restructured and saved about $25 million.
Yeah. And 650 wants to know, why didn't we guys sound an alert for the 49ers bringing back John Feliciano?
Ooh, we said it earlier.
So give him another one. There you go.
John Feliciano, one last ride with the 49ers.
Yeah, right guard. Now, I think the Niners preferred him to Spencer Burford, who on 3rd and 4 in the Super Bowl from the 9.
Tacos didn't come.
The tacos did not come.
Yeah, the blocks didn't come either.
No, they did not. So we talked all morning long about the 49ers. That was our big hit today. And Silver's very good column in the Chronicle, as he continues to say the Niners are taking this, as they should, very seriously, that, no, it's not status quo down there. It's not. They fired Steve Wilkes. They brought in Nick Sorensen. They brought in Brandon Staley. They let Eric Armstead go. They even mentioned that Talanoa Hufanga's job is not certain and that they're shopping for safeties.
Wow.
And he leaves out the possibility, guys, probably to me the biggest thing in there is that he's like, this Aiyuk thing's not over.
No.
And see, I'm so naive, man. I was like, oh, no, it's going to work out. The salary cap went up. And John Lynch said they want to keep him. But if Aiyuk wants X number of dollars and the Niners are looking at it come late April when the draft is rolling around, as Mike writes, that's going to be the inflection point.
Correct. And we keep going back to the salary cap, and if it's real, if it's fake, I can tell you that Brock Purdy is going to get a really, really big check in about a year or two. And that, of course, is going to factor into some of these decisions, whether or not you can keep 2 wide receivers making more than $20 million a year. Again, look at the L.A. Chargers earlier this week. Decided to trade Keenan Allen for a 4th-round draft pick. Cut Mike Williams. That saves about $40+ million per year, and they were able to kind of repurpose that money into restructuring Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack's contract. But you look at the 49ers, and look how many top-paid players they have at their position, whether we're talking McCaffrey, whether we're talking Fred Warner, whether we're talking Nick Bosa, Trent Williams. The list goes on and on and on. So, again, they're going to have to make some of these tough decisions when Brock Purdy gets paid, and that's why Eric Armstead, when he had the 3rd highest salary cap hit on the team, that's why he was the first casualty.
By the way, I watched the Brock Purdy wedding video. Jenna, Mrs. Purdy, put it out on her Insta.
Miss Purdy.
I was laughing about it. I got married in 1997. Shout it out. Bro, one of my buddies had one of those VHS cameras you hold on your shoulder, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's all grainy, and he only does it for a couple minutes, then he starts drinking and forgets it, So our video's nothing. Dude, this thing looks like a Scorsese film. Oh, my God, the cuts and the edits and the lighting and all that. It's
it's high-class production now, man.
Shout out people who have current wedding videographers making freaking Tarantino movies. And by the way, it looks like the happiest occasion of all time because of it. So shout them out. They did their thing.
Yeah, congrats, Brock.
925 heckling me. Oh, yeah, Donald doesn't do much. His 12.5 sacks are the most ever for one player versus the Niners. Ooh. Well, then again, he also has probably taken more snaps against the Niners than most any player. I mean, 10 years of always being there against the Niners in the division.
18 games.
That's a very short list of players that have done that.
Interesting.
So,
that's a good question. Who's played the most games against the 49ers?
Yeah, he'd be up there.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, And by the way, 925, to your point, I truly remember many Rams games where, the Niners won in Donald's tenure. I wonder what Donald's record was against the Niners. So that starts right there. He didn't affect the game where it was a won or loss thing. And B, where he made gigantic plays other than obviously the one you guys point out in the NFC Championship. I'm not trying to diminish the guy. Obviously, they had to devote resources to him.
And just because I asked the question, Mort, actually,
is there a number?
Morton Anderson played 39 games against the 49ers.
He's a kicker.
He's a
kicker.
kicker.
Morton Anderson is young man? Young Tony.
No.
Okay.
But you know who's number 2 on the list?
Who?
It's a wide receiver. Played down in Arizona. Larry Fitzgerald, 34 career games.
Or as we called him all through the 2009 postseason, Jerry Rice Gerald. He's the closest thing I ever saw to Jerry Rice.
Wow.
When he was at his peak, my eyes popped out of my head. He was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I like the Steelers, and I think they're cool, and I like their culture. But I wouldn't have minded if Larry Fitzgerald got that Super Bowl because he's that good of a dude and that good of a player. And so's our friend Kurt Warner.
Yeah,
from Radio Row.
Our Super Bowl buddy.
Yeah, all right.
And blank the Steelers.
All right, on the other side, we can have some fun. It is St. Patrick's Day. Curly wanted to know wanted to go 808 KNBR luckiest plays of all time for the Lucky Charms or greatest Patricks of all time. But let's have some fun before we get out of here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Who?
Debo Samuel.
Who's that?
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
How do you prepare for a guy like Deebo Samuel, a unique player? How do you game plan for a guy like
Who?
Deebo Samuel?
Who's that?
Jimmy throws. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Breaks a tackle. 40. Deebo 35-30. 25-20. Breaks another tackle. 15-10. 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Now that feels great, baby.
That may be his best play in the NFL, and he's had so many.
Oh, man, a Greg Papa, Shane McGowan duet. That'll sound good. St. Patrick's rejoins continue with the Pogues, Dirty Old Town. That's a big old sing-along, too. Big old honkin' sing-along. We're in that Friday mood, guys. The boys are heading out to the block party. I was just talking to the young ladies in the break room about their plans for the weekend. And you guys you're wearing your green. You're looking good. Did you wear green today, young Tony? No?
Ooh.
No.
I will tomorrow.
All right. Well, Sunday's the day, right? Sunday's the day. So here's the St. Pat's
parade's
theme.
tomorrow, though.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, but the drinking starts today, Tony.
It does.
That's the key.
I'm in.
That's why I got my green on.
I'm all excited. So, hey, here's the St. Pat's theme. Did the Niners get the luck of the Irish that Aaron Donald retired?
The luck of the Donald.
Hey, did you do some research on this sack thing?
I did, because we were breaking down who's played the most games against the San Francisco 49ers, but I wanted to get a deeper dive and to find out who has the most career sacks ever against the San Francisco 49ers. And turns out, Murph, number one, Aaron Donald, 12.5 sacks, tied with Kevin Green.
Kevin Green, another Ram.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Kevin Green did it in 21 games. Aaron Donald did it in 18 games.
By the way, two things. One, Kevin Green, forever 49er. Two, rest in peace, bro. We lost him tragically. Yeah, so I'll never forget the 97 season opener in Tampa. One of the worst days in Niner history. Mooch's first game. Steve Young gets concussed. Jerry Rice's ACL gets torn when Warren Sapp grabs his helmet and yanks it the side of his head. Tours out his ACL. And after all, we're standing in the Tampa locker room. They're getting Young's in some room with a medic. Mooch is telling us that Rice is done. And then Kevin Green limps past us. They're like, oh, that's right. Kevin Green broke a bone in his foot. We're like, what? Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play, right? So that's the most sacks. Now, I'll give you another stat. We were talking about how I said, and this is a controversial take, 925, who I thought was controversial, said, it's all love, Murph. Well, 925, it's all love back to you. But he said, John Joe found the stat, Aaron Donald 5-13 as a Ram against the Niners. Ooh. So that's what I think has stuck in my head, that he's never really dominated it. Whereas like Russ Wilson. Yes. What is he? 25-0 against the Niners? I mean, has he ever lost a game against the Niners?
And again, that brings up the question. Is win-loss record a quarterback stat?
Is it a D-tackle stat?
Is it a D-tackle stat? Obviously not with Aaron Donald because, again, he's a walk-in Hall of Famer. He's going to be first ballot. This is a guy that's one of the greatest defensive linemen, not only of my generation, but maybe in NFL history.
So in sports is really the only, like when you assign a win, like Barry Bonds never won a World Series. Well, I mean, is that fair, right? In sports, would you say, is it a starting pitcher or maybe a basketball superstar who gets the most credit for a W? Like we say, if wins are not a quarterback, or maybe an NFL quarterback. Like who is like the one guy you say that? Like we say, Michael Jordan, ultimate winner, 6-0, right? Or Wilt Chamberlain couldn't win the big one, right? I mean, what is truly the player? Or I mean, obviously like tennis, Federer, Agassi, whatever. That's who you win or you lose, right? But I don't know. Is there one that? I mean, starting pitcher would be a big thing, but other factors go into that. Hence, we have FIP and XFIP and all that.
Exactly, Murph. And it's an interesting sports radio topic because when we argue the GOAT argument, whether we talk about in football or even in basketball, we bring up the rings all the time. Nobody does that in baseball. Nobody talks about who's got the most World Series rings in baseball. It all goes back to football, the quarterbacks, but we know that the quarterbacks don't play defense. There's 21 other guys who help contribute to the overall outcome. And that's why, to me, a superstar in the NBA has the biggest impact on winning championships.
You're going with superstar NBA?
I think because you're only talking
over a starting pitcher?
I 100% agree because, again, a starting pitcher doesn't hit. There's 9 other guys in the lineup. A superstar in the league, A, plays both ways on offense and on defense, And when there's only 5 guys on the court, there's 4 other teammates. They can take over a game and change the direction of a franchise.
Damn, I can't believe you're doing Wilt like that. Waterboy : Wilt stunk.
Yeah,
right?
808 KNBR. Wilt Chamberlain overrated, and so is Aaron Donald.
Jerry West, another one who only got the one, I think, right?
And that's what it comes down to. I think there's a lot more focus on NBA players being able to carry their team versus a pitcher or even a quarterback in other sports.
It's funny. Would you go then if you had to pick a silver medal? I wouldn't disagree with you that a great basketball player can probably influence a win or a loss more than any other, but pitchers can't be too far behind.
Would you put pitchers ahead of quarterbacks?
That was what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
What's your silver medal? Is it pitchers or quarterbacks?
I go quarterbacks. I think they have that much influence on the game.
QBs are a win stat.
Yeah.
So you lean more towards QB being a win stat.
If it has to be a stat for somebody, yeah, it goes to the quarterback.
Starting pitcher, the guy who holds the ball on the mound.
I agree, Murph. You're talking to a former pitcher yourself, but
you're a guy who just pointed. You were the guy who got back in the dugout and said, if I had any defense behind me, I'd get the W.
I mean, that's it. I'm getting plenty of ground balls, but if my shortstop's out here booting it, I can't win a game.
I think I'm going to go starting pitcher over quarterback because I feel like the NFL football is such a complex team game. And your team defense matters so much. And it matters like dramatically and in a complex way. Whereas a baseball defense is sort of, I don't want to say it's simpler, but it's, if you get the ground balls as a pitcher, if you can just get punch outs and ground balls, you're in pretty good shape.
Well, tell that to Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, who had their defense behind them put up 107 errors last year.
Hey, listen, I didn't say it was a perfect argument.
Yeah.
All right? So, hey, speaking of perfect, why don't we celebrate a Friday by handing out Amici's gift card. $100.
Let's go.
You kidding me? Go get I'd recommend the 50 order wing. And just eat it all.
Those lemon pepper wings, man.
Dude, you get the big crate of wings with a cheese pizza, you call it a weekend.
I'll get some of that spicy ranch, too. It's delicious.
Yeah, great call. Well, call Curly, who got fired up, by the way, by the Saw Doctors rejoin, as did my bride. The lovely Candace said, oh, you just made my day. I said, check with Candace. You and John Joe Curly. It's a happy song, N17. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. Amici's $100 gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has 12 Bay Area locations. Offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at Amici's.com. Okay, well, we have people, checking in on this whole topic, which we kind of found because of the Aaron Donald argument with my hot take that Aaron Donald never hurt the Niners. I'm exaggerating, of course, but I am saying, obviously, honestly, best D tackle of all time. You could make the argument, right?
You absolutely could.
I mean, and by the way, difference between D tackle and D end, right?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, yeah. So you can't include Reggie White or any of those guys.
You're not talking Lawrence Taylor. We're not talking any of those guys.
John Randall comes to mind. God, I'm going. So I'm just Google a list. Did anybody make a list?
Reggie White, inside or outside?
Outside for sure. Outside for sure. I found a guy. Here's Gil Brandt's. He's going Fridge Perry.
Ooh.
Leroy Glover. Bryant Young. A guy named Bill Willis is on this list. Haloti Ngata?
Ooh, Haloti Ngata was a stud.
Brandon Williams.
See, I was always a Warren Sapp fan, but after you dropped that Jerry Rice story on me, I don't think you want to talk about Warren Sapp.
Sure. This is in descending order, by the way. So this is 24. He has Alex Karras. 25. He has Tim Krummer. I shout out his leg in the Super Bowl. Let's get to the top 10 here. He has Leo Nomalini. Shout out the Niners at number 19. This is, again, Gil Brandt, NFL Films. Let's just get to the top 10 here for fun. He goes Curly Culp. That's a great name.
Shout out the Curlies.
That just got Papa excited. John Randall, who I would say was a dominant figure back in the Buck Buchanan from the Kansas City Chiefs makes his list. Cortez Kennedy, who used to wreck shop on your Raiders, buddy, as a Seahawk. He picked a guy from the 1940s named Arnie Weinmeister. Bro, shout out. Who made this list? Marty? Arnie Weinmeister.
Great job, brother.
They called him Wigglin' Weinmeister. Dude, he has Warren Sapp, number 5.
I'll tell you, Sapp was a stud. How about I throw out another name for you? Where's Mean Joe Green on that list?
Well, Randy White's number 4. Randy White was outstanding. Merlin Olsen, number 3. He has Mean Joe Green, number 2 all time. Ooh. And he has Bob Lilly. Bob Lilly, number 1. So he doesn't even have Aaron Donald on the list. So it means
it's orgasmic.
He made this list before. So, but I would say Aaron Donald would get right up there in the Mean Joe Green, Bob Lilly, Warren Sapp. Top of your head, you taking Donald or Sapp?
Ooh, that's tough. I might go Aaron Donald.
I'm taking Donald.
3-time
I think
AP
Donald was
player
more
of the year.
I think he was more athletic.
10-time Pro Bowler in 10 seasons. Yeah, Aaron Donald was just a freak of nature. He's just built differently.
Plus, I have beef with Sapp. I do. Yeah, he was. One time when I was interviewing him as a reporter, he was just utterly rude. And I was like, you know what? You and I, we got beef. So I'm personal. I done messed around and made it
personal. And shout out to Papa Lund, who actually interviewed Warren Sapp on Radio Row after our show. And after the interview,
which one did they get? Did they get happy Warren?
That was the thing. Papa looked at me and goes, sometimes you get good Warren, sometimes you get bad Warren. It was a good hit with Warren Sapp.
Whereas you think a guy like Mean Joe Green will probably give you the goods every time. And what's BY giving you every time?
Oh, gold. Yeah. He's giving you gold. But you're right. Mean Joe Green's out here handing out Coca-Cola bottles to little Steeler fans.
All right. Well, anyway, that's how the NFL, big day for the NFL. So today we've had John Feliciano re-signed. We've had Aaron Donald retire. And we had a couple things overnight where the Rams got the safety Cam Curl and Calvin Ridley went to the Titans. Right?
Yes, and the Chargers were able to restructure Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, and they traded Keenan Allen to the Bears for a 4th-round draft pick.
Yeah.
By the way, are the Bears going to start making some moves with Caleb Williams getting rid of Justin Fields?
One of the
DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. That's some pieces, and they brought in DeAndre Swift.
One of the big stories nationally is that the market for Justin Fields. Shout out the market for Justin Fields and J.D. Davis.
Ooh.
Like, nobody's biting on Justin Fields.
And they're saying maybe coming in as a backup. I don't know. Justin Fields has fallen off the map.
I thought you guys would want him.
I thought they'd be in the conversation, but they went with Gardner Minshew instead, that little-ass boy.
Oh, he had an enjoyable press conference. We were going to play that in the cooler.
Oh, we did have it in the cooler.
Well, we could do that on the other side. The other side will be a grab bag of fun. The best of the cooler. What did young Tony learn today?
We got a little breaking news, fellas.
Even more.
Rap Sheet Ian Rappaport is reporting the Niners have signed Packers star linebacker Devondre Campbell to a 1-year deal.
Wow. So there's their answer to the Eric Kendricks thing. We're going to bone up on Devondre Campbell and give you everything you need to know about him next on The Sports Leader.
Yeah, I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a 3rd and 5 for the Commanders at the 41. Back to pass, Heineke throws, and it is intercepted. Devondre Campbell running down the left sideline, 50 to the 40 to the 30. Heineke trying to get him. He's blocked and into the end zone. Devondre Campbell, touchdown, Green Bay.
Look at you, young Tony. Guys snapped into action, found a Devondre Campbell pick 6. You're like, wait a minute, I tuned out for 20 minutes. Why are you playing a Devondre Campbell pick 6? Because in the last 10 minutes, we got news that the 49ers signed Green Bay Packer linebacker Devondre Campbell. We are boning up on our Devondre Campbell
and Murph,
learning some interesting things about him.
And we might be breaking news to people still, because the great thing about radio in 2024, when everybody's criticizing us, we can go live with these breaking stories before you get your ESPN notification. So there might be people in their car right now like, what are you guys talking about? But it's been made official. Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Devondre Campbell, a 1-year deal with the 49ers.
So right away, linebacker was going to be the Eric Kendricks spot before he backed out, before he weaseled out. Don't say that, dude. He had his reasons. Eric Kendricks went to the Dallas Cowboys. The Niners in this silver piece. He's like linebacker. They continue to have. Well, listen, Devondre Campbell, there's a lot to like. Why is he available? Because of money. So in 2021, he was first team All-Pro. Hey now, it's pretty darn impressive, right? So he got the bag. He got 5 years, $50 million. And what happens when you get the bag in the NFL? They put a target on your back.
Correct.
And as soon as 2 years later come, they're like, bro, you're making too much.
And I will give a shout out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. We do have a Packers fan listening from the 925, excuse me. He says, as a Packers fan, he's been pretty bad since his first team All-Pro in 2021. Terrible in coverage, looks sluggish out there, but he's a great leader and a great locker room guy.
Shout out our NFC North Mafia that's coming in to rip our signings, because we had a Vikings fan text in and say, Eric Kendricks is washed. Trust me, I'm a Vikings fan. So, okay, I get it. Now, I will say this to the 925, and he might be right. We'll find out. I mean, there's a reason why the Packers didn't keep him at that money. He did play 40 snaps in the divisional round playoff game that was terrifying, by the way. Shout out Anders Carlson. In the game at Levi's, he registered 8 tackles, a quarterback hit, and a pass defensed. To 925's point as a Packer fan about his character, he was the Packers nominee for the NFL's Walter Payton Man of the Year award. So that's nice to see. You lose Armstead, you replace a Walter Payton Man of the Year award. So he's 30. I mean, listen, you're not going to get, Ray Lewis in his prime, right?
No, and again, the reason why they're in the market for a linebacker is because of the Dre Greenlaw Achilles injury. So whether we're talking about Eric Kendricks or Devondre Campbell, these are guys that are stop-gap guys. And the thing that actually intrigues me more about Campbell versus Eric Kendricks, Kendricks has been a middle linebacker his entire career. Campbell, going back to his days in Atlanta, has moved around, played a little outside linebacker also. So I'm curious. I know today's day and age in the NFL where everybody's running nickel almost 24/7. If maybe he still gets some snaps even when Dre Greenlaw returns, Murph, it's just more experience and depth on this defense.
Yeah, well, again, they just continue to stack defensive players over and over and over again. I mean, just to keep up. So, I mean, he joins Yetur Gross-Matos. He joins Leonard Floyd. He joins Jordan Elliott. He joins Malik Collins. He joins my guy Kevin Givens returning. And now he joins Devondre Campbell, joins Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen. I mean, dude, Nick Bosa's, they're going to have to wear the hello, my name is name tags in the defensive meeting rooms, man.
No defense, who it is.
Exactly, because we told in Silver's column, we're not even sure if Hufanga is guaranteed to come back on this stuff. So, interesting moves. The Niners continue to, and I'm sure Papa and Lund will dive way into that. And by the way, when we went over all the moves they made today alone, I left out another one of my favorites, and that's wide receiver Chris Conley.
That's your guy.
Just a proven vet. Just to prove it. You saw when the pressure got high and guys started to, you either sank or swim, he swam. That guy, Chris Conley, became a reliable dude at key moments.
Murph, we were at Radio Row talking to Ed McCaffrey, and you were making comparisons about Ed McCaffrey and Chris Conley.
Yeah, and by the way, we're in the same number, 84, right?
Ooh.
I believe same number, right? Anyway, wow, eventful. All that plus Aaron Donald retired.
Yeah. Big breaking news day.
My gosh.
A lot of Fox Charms.
Did we even, like, at that point, like, what does the Giants' 4 and 5 starter look like at that point? You know what I mean?
Does it really matter?
Okay. Well, that's it. We've given you guys all we can. We've left it all on the floor, right down to the Saw Doctors rejoin at 9:15, St. Pat's weekend. So we got the last few minutes here, which means it is time to find out what the breakout hit of the spring, young Tony. They love his pipes. They love his ability to play a Gabe Marlins hat sound. And they love that he comes to work looking to learn because there's a lot to learn.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Okay, with a bed now. I like it. Young Tone, how are you, buddy? Do you feel like today you learned some stuff?
Fantastic. A lot of breaking news.
And he's wide open. We start with the big one. George Orwell, Animal Farm, now part of your vocabulary.
Yeah, I need to pick that book up, Animal Farm.
So Animal Farm would be an allegory about communism. Yeah, how about that? It's a statement about communism. So all the animals are trying to, like, work together. And he has the line, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others, telling you maybe it's not going to work.
Ooh.
Shout out, my neighborhood in Mill Valley started as a commune. That's
right, like a hippie commune, right?
Dude, they founded this little piece of land, and they built this commune. By the way, within about a month, the commune was gone.
Oh, no.
Human beings like getting theirs, baby. Hence NFL free agency. We're not looking to share, baby. We're not looking to
That's
share.
another thing young Tony just learned. Murph came from a hippie commune.
Yes. Young Tony also learned that Morton Anderson was the longtime kicker of the New Orleans Saints. Do you have another one for you, buddy?
I mean, I learned about the Pogues, the Dubliners.
You're lucky on that.
Irish Rover, Cranberries. I'm just naming the songs we've rejoined with
I
today.
would highly recommend the Pogues you dive in. Do you remember anything else? Because I got one more big one that happened before the show.
Ooh, we were talking Kevin Green earlier. Not sure if Tony knew about him. I mean, we've thrown out a lot of names.
Before the show, since I'm going off to my St. Patrick's golf tournament, I'm very excited. I know Tony played Lincoln Park yesterday. One of the great, shout out the band Lincoln Park showed in the last Pop Culture Showdown. And so Lincoln Park, if you're a golfer in San Francisco, you know what Lincoln Park's all about. It's about one hole and one hole only. So I say to him, you played Lincoln Park yesterday? He goes, yeah. I said, what'd you hit on 17? I may need some help here, but he goes, what's that, the long par 5? Okay. It's like
it was a long day. It was a long day.
Basic knowledge. The 17th hole at Lincoln Park is the iconic and famous par 3 that is on a cliff overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. It is probably almost unquestionably the most scenic golf hole in the United States of America. It's unbelievable. And when I asked Tony, he goes, "What's that? The long par 5?"
It's a big course. I walked the whole thing. I was very tired, but I did post that picture on my Instagram story. I will say.
Now you know that the 17, when you go to play Lincoln, it's all about how you played 17. And the answer was, even though you topped your tee shot, you still made a 4, which is very respectable, and I commend you.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Dude, you know what? He just summarized not just the show, but life itself.
And Murph, I know we're doing this segment to find out what Tony learned today, but I need to know if any of Tony's buddies were out here puking again in the tee box. That's what I really need to know, Tony.
Kyle did not, no.
Oh, now he's naming names. Could have kept it incognito.
Did young Kyle, did you guys have a little match, perhaps?
We kept it very dry. All business yesterday.
No floating skins game?
Walking the course. Oh, no, not at all.
I mean, there was no money. You guys didn't play money, huh?
No, played for pride.
You didn't play for pink slips?
Marcus, usually you get out there and immediately the betting begins.
I mean,
it should appeal to you.
I was going to say, isn't golf a gambling game?
It is heavily a gambling game. So, by the way, big controversy at the Players' Championship yesterday. Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth arguing about a drop after a ball into a hazard.
Uh-oh.
In a former life, that might have been a topic on the show.
Might have been a top 6 story, Murph.
I definitely would have been a top.
Perfect
way to end it, buddy. Perfect way to end it. All right. Well, free agency, man. Talk about March Madness. That's the real March Madness. John Joe, have a great parade, buddy. I'm happy that you'll be out there with the fam, and then just let the wind take you where it goes. And you two at the block party.
Oh, it's time to drink, Murph.
Behave yourselves.
I'll
all right?
I'll try to.
Actually, don't.
Yeah, no promises. Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund now. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
You're just trying to eat my tomato.
I'm just trying to eat my tomatoes.
I'm the Irishman. Do you know who I am?
I got affection for the Irish. I do. Yeah, Conor McGregor. I grew up with the Irish.
That's the end of the game.
Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Garoppolo under pressure. Donald got there in the air, intercepted by the Rams, and they may ride to the Super Bowl on that.
Here's a 3rd and 5 for the Commanders at the 41. Back to pass Heineke. Throws, and it is intercepted. Devondre Campbell running down the left sideline 50 to the 40 to the 30. Heineke trying to get him. He's blocked and into the end zone. Devondre Campbell. Touchdown, Green Bay.
We have a lot to talk about. Happy Friday. Happy early St. Patrick's Day, laddie. We got a lot to talk about today. We are going to have an early St. Patrick's Day celebration. Why not? Aaron Donald is done torturing the 49ers, the NFC West. We'll get into that conversation today. The 49ers have made up for Eric Kendricks. To hell with you. They got Devondre Campbell. We'll talk about that today. They do have a special teamer, too, that they take away from the Lions. We'll talk about that. A lot happened when we got off the air, including a trade. It looks like Minnesota's going to try to get into the top few to get a quarterback. Sorry, Sam Darnold. We got a ton to get to, plus we got Giants baseball. Matt Mayoko. We got extra bags today, but of course it's all about St. Patty's Day, laddies. Good morning, my friend.
Yeah, we got a short show, John. Giants baseball starts at 12:50, so we start drinking, and we are going to have Ken Harrington, who's the great-grandson of the original from the Harrington's Bar, which is reopening. Were you able to drop by yesterday to get some green beer?
I'm
Guinness,
so disappointed.
Jameson? Well, the entire
I will be down
crew
there this weekend, though.
The entire crew was going there today. Walter and Danny, I think Derek Papa and Copes, and so we're all going to be there right after. We'll get you in the mood for drinking a little green beer as we celebrate St. Patrick's Day on Sunday a little bit early. But for Aaron Donald, and he said it in his tweet, John, cheers to what's next. So let's have a pint. Aaron Donald, 99, is done ravaging the Niners, and they have done a good job against him in recent years. I do remember a game a few years ago, 1 October, where he had 4 quarterback sacks against the Niners and wrecked the game. But Daniel Brunskill came in and really did a nice job on him. And the Niners have been able to neutralize him some in having a nice winning streak against him. But in the NFC title game, and you heard the call when he got Jimmy at the end and put a ring on it. And then 2 weeks later, he got the Bengals down to win the Super Bowl. And right after that, we started to hear constant chatter from the great 99. He's the L.A.'s modern-day version of Wayne Gretzky, that he was going to step away from the game. But he had the confetti fall after they won the Super Bowl at SoFi, and he got infatuated with that, intoxicated by it, and he wanted to play a little longer. He is retiring at the height of his powers here, obviously, finishing up after his age 32 year. And I remember him coming into the NFL with the St. Louis Rams, and they had the original in St. Louis. It wasn't the original fearsome foursome that Deacon Jones was a part of, obviously, but they were all high picks, whether it was the mighty Quinn, Robert Quinn, or Michael Brockers, or Howie's son, Chris Long, who was a number 2 overall pick in 08, or Aaron Donald, who went number 13 overall in 2014. They had high ones, all 4 of them. They were game wreckers playing on that turf in St. Louis. In his college career, he won every single defensive award. Nagurski, Bednarik, the Outland Trophy. You wonder why he went where he went, John. He did not go higher in the draft, but he is this generation's Mean Joe Green, Alan Page, all rolled into one. Obviously, Reggie White was a game wrecker, and he's the third guy in the history of the NFL to win 3 Defensive Players of the Year award. You can't compare him to Lawrence Taylor, obviously, on the edge, but a little like J.J. Watt. He did move around the front, but for me, he was more like Howie Long, where he would line up, and he was an interior guy, but he wasn't like Warren Sapp or John Randall, where he strictly was a 3 technique inside over the outside shoulder of a guard. He lined up anywhere, everywhere, inside, outside, and covered, uncovered. He'd pick on your weakest guy, a lot like Howie Long. The 49ers were able to mitigate him in recent years, John, but it does make life a lot easier in the NFC West. Aaron Donald has announced his retirement today.
Look, pound for pound, I mean, a guy who was 6'2" and about 285 pounds, pound for pound, this generation's most dominant defensive player. I mean, he just came in and he was a wrecking ball from day one. And Kyle Shanahan said this on many occasions. When you played the Rams, the first thing that was mentioned was Aaron Donald. And they had a bunch of great offensive players, and ever since they got Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp, and you could name any guy on that team, and they won a Super Bowl, it was Aaron Donald. I mean, that's where everything started. So, look, I think the Rams have had a really underrated offseason. They got Cam Curl yesterday from Washington. He's only 24 years old. He's a nice safety. They shored up the interior of their offensive line, and Matthew Stafford's coming back. And I really think that they're easily the second-best team in the NFC West and the biggest threat to the 49ers. But now you remove Aaron Donald from that thing, and it's just a totally different equation. And whatever the 49ers have done, and I think they've had an underrated offseason, which we'll get to because they have a couple of new signings today. It's huge. I mean, it's just absolutely massive. And I could see why he's retiring because, like you said, he wasn't a 320-pound defensive tackle. He's getting doubled and tripled on every single play, and he's 285 pounds, and he's just probably had enough, and he's made a ton of money. And he's probably done. And look, I don't know what he's going to do next. Everybody thinks everybody's going to be a commentator or whatever. I don't see that for him. But I mean, to me, for this generation, and I know everybody's going to start doing this on the talking head shows, and everybody overreacts on this. But I don't think there's an overreaction here. And you and I have been watching football for a very long time. Again, I think pound for pound, the most dominant defensive player of this generation.
He's Mean Joe Green. I mean, he's Alan Page. He had the quickness and even different. He was just so ripped. And Reggie White moved all over the front. We mentioned, some of the great three techniques and Sapp and Randall and, J.J. Watt. There's been a lot of great interior players. He's just different. And, the Niners doubled him a lot. Daniel Brunskill figured out a way to block him where you just kind of let him go. If you get up into him and try to get into his body, he's just so strong. He's going to push you away. So Brunskill would kind of slow play it and just let him go and then just try to take his weight wherever he was going, that direction. But one of the great things, and you heard Tim Ryan call him all the time, the great splitter, if you double-teamed Aaron Donald, a lot of guys just quit when they get double-teamed. And I saw Chris Jones, and he had a dominant Super Bowl. He got paid. He's right there with Aaron Donald behind Nick as far as overall defensive players. But I've seen Chris Jones a lot on a double team just stand up and give up. And there were times that Aaron Donald, because he played so damn hard, wouldn't chase it down from the backside. But Tim had the term that he's the best splitter in football, and he is. You double team that guy, you got to get tight on him, or he's going to split the double team and go right through you. So obviously he wore 99 proudly. He was the great one. He is a first ballot Hall of Famer. But they do have a young guy, and we saw them together early in the year in the Rams home opener week 2. But when they came in the very last week of the year, Donald didn't play because they were playing for a spot in the playoffs, but it wasn't as important for them whether they were going to play Dallas or Detroit. They wound up playing the Lions and losing in a tight game. But young Kobe Turner is a tremendous player. They got Bobby Brown as well on the nose, and they got a few other young guys you got to deal with. The outside linebacker, Byron Young, is a beast off the edge. But Kobe Turner was the guy who was feeding off a lot of Aaron Donald. He had a great rookie year this year. And we'll find out how good he is because a lot of that was because teams doubled Aaron Donald. But we always got the feeling that he was going to retire early. We are going to check in with J.B. Long, try to get him to pop on the voice of the Rams to get his thoughts.
He's going to cry.
And, but he brought this up before that when they ran it back, it was Sean McVay going to retire, going to TV. What's going to happen with the great Aaron Donald, and he wound up moving on. I know one guy that is really excited about him retiring, and that is a guy the Niners just re-signed, who I wanted back, that dirty, rotten scoundrel, John Feliciano, and they were able to get him back, John. They've had a couple of good signings to bring guys back we wanted, including Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles. We'll check in with Matt Mayoko. This Devondre Campbell signing is interesting to me because we saw him, obviously, in the divisional playoff game this year with the Packers, and my initial thought, and he played well that night. He really did. But my initial thought when I was watching him, and I watched just about every single one of their games to get ready for that playoff game, was what's wrong with Devondre Campbell?
He was attackable.
He was not moving well. He did have some injuries, which we'll get more into. I mean, he was first-team All-Pro a couple of years ago and beat out Fred Warner, and he was deserving. He was all of that. He was a speed guy, not only a zone dropper, but you could man-match him. This past year, John, he did not look like the same guy. He played well against the Niners. He and Quay Walker surprised me by how well they played as off-the-ball linebackers and were able to execute a disciplined game plan for Joe Barry. But I got to watch some more Devondre Campbell to see where he's at physically, because he was not the same player last year, but the Niners just did make it official that they have signed him.
All right, a bunch of things happened when we were off the air yesterday, including Minnesota. Looks like they're going to try to move up into the top 3 to get a quarterback. Daniel Jeremiah saying that he thinks in the draft now that it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 for quarterbacks. We'll explain the things that happened since we've been off the air. We will get into a lot of Giants today because we got Giants baseball against the A's coming up at, we'll be off the air at 12:50. So Andrew Baggerly's
and drinking at Harrington's by 1, John.
Right away.
We're there.
I mean, that's right down the road.
Green beer. Let's go.
Andrew Baggerly at 10:50. Mayoko, do not miss that at 11:30 because a bunch of restructures, signing Devondre Campbell, Chase Lucas, who got into it with Demo at the end of that NFC Championship game. He's more of a special teams guy, but that's great for the 49ers. So we'll talk to him at 11:30. What is left to do? And as they're starting to pile up guys here, it's looking like a good offseason for the 49ers, I think. We'll get his thoughts. We will look at the scoreboard, which Matt has been updating us every single day. And with now 13 days until opening day, we got to start looking at what's going on with the Giants in spring training. Does it matter or not to you whether guys are struggling or looking good? How much do we put into that? Every single year we go, okay, we're not going to take anything out of spring training, but then we fall into the trap. So we got to do that as we get ready for Giants baseball as well. All that to come on a Friday. Plus, we are all Irish today, so we'll get into all of that. And like you said, we will actually have a Harrington, right, at 12:15? Is that right?
The great-grandson of the original. And he's gonna. They did a soft opening I was at Wednesday. They opened up happy hour yesterday. They're going to have a block party today, a big parade, St. Patty's Day when you want to bring Harringtons on. They are huge Bay Area sports fans, obviously. And he's going to tell the story, the great-grandson of the original Harrington, of when Eddie D. and Charmin called one afternoon amazing. And said, can we bring about 50 people in for Jameson? I don't know if, Guinness was popular back then, John, but probably. Anyway, they rolled in there and they took over the place. So we got to get that back now that Harrington's is reopening. When you and I call at 2:01 and say we're rolling in with 201 people and we're drinking today, they got to open the doors to us.
They know what they're doing. That's amazing. All right, let's get to all of it. Happy early St. Patrick's Day. Everybody's getting after it on a Friday. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hallelujah. Aaron Donald has retired from the NFL. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, and the KNBR live stream on YouTube and Twitch. John Lund here. That's going to come into play here in a second. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, but they're not even based here in the Bay Area. They're fooling you. Some are not even based in the entire state. What? Chris Dolan and the entire law firm. That's right. They are based here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, it's a beautiful day today. Everybody's getting outside, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They have secured more than that kind of sounded more like ESPN, but I was trying to make it sound like, the billion. They've secured more than $1 billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts on settlements on behalf of their clients. But this is crazy. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Here's a 3rd and 5 for the Commanders at the 41. Back to pass, Heineke throws, and it is intercepted. Devondre Campbell running down the left sideline, 50 to the 40 to the 30. Heineke trying to get him. He's blocked and into the end zone. Devondre Campbell, touchdown, Green Bay.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's play this all day. Heineke always had a skunky taste to me. I know we're playing a Devondre Campbell highlight there, but I'm just saying.
Nice Heine.
Just so you know. Oh, that's a nice Heine. What is it? I like to touch it. So here we are at the latest. It moves fast around here. I'm sure you're happy. Our good friend John Feliciano, who you were afraid of until that Monday night at opening night at the Super Bowl, and then he was very nice to us. It was a fine interview. Kevin Givens is back. Brandon Allen is back. Demetrius Flanagan fouls yesterday when we left the air. Ben Barch. Our favorite interview of opening night, Chris Conley, who had a nice Super Bowl, by the way, especially that downing at the 1 yard line.
Great
that was
gunner.
Very nice. Great
gunner.
gunner.
Fortify
So
special
back.
teams.
Yeah.
And he's a good wide receiver. He fits the Niners mold.
Yeah. So we like him. Jordan Elliott, Cummings, Jordan Elliott, Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, Devondre Campbell this morning, Chase Lucas from Detroit. The videos are already up of him and Demo going at it at the end of the NFC Championship game. They will be fine. Goings, Kinlaw, Furl, Darnold, who's probably pissed this morning because Minnesota's trying to get in the top 3. Charlie Warner, Isaiah Oliver, Ray, and Eric Armstead. So how do you look at everything now? And they're not done, but how are you looking at everything so far?
Yeah, they're still moving on, and I think there's room out there to get a safety. Matt Mayoko going to join us. There's a guy that used to play in Denver that's a very long safety, Justin Simmons. If you could get your hands on that guy, here in a little bit. Talanoa's coming back off a torn ACL that happened in November, so you don't know. But if you're worried about it, and they've signed Devondre Campbell today, so we'll get into it. You go get Justin Simmons, and I don't know if they could fit it in, and I don't quite know why they're devaluing safeties in the NFL. I understand running backs, even though, some of these guys that carry the ball and touch the ball so much have got to make more. But we kind of got away from, one guy doing it all, the bell cow. Now, obviously, McCaffrey, Barkley, Eckler, some of these guys do touch it a lot. But, are they really 3 and 4 down backs? They sub them in and out like, the Lions' 2 running backs, Gibbs and Montgomery. They rotate them all the time. But I do understand the running back market a little bit, with the exception of some guys. But the safety, a lot of teams are playing 3 safeties on the field simultaneously. Right. Belichick's been doing that for years. Then you got the big nickel. So my point is, you could still embrace Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown and still go get Justin Simmons. Are you kidding me? That guy's a game wrecker. He's great on teams. Remember that play where he jumped over the line and blocked the field goal and scooped and scored when he was a rookie in Denver? He's just a great player. But then you could move Talanoa Hufanga down low and play him as a big nickel if you wanted to do that. That may be where he's best suited. I want to see what his movement skills are coming off the ACL. But I think they're still, signing guys, obviously, and it's incomplete right now. But Devondre Campbell is a guy we know well because he's been on the Green Bay Packers the last 3 years. We saw him last January. We saw him in the snow game before. We've seen a lot of them, obviously, in the regular season. Before that, he was in the NFC West in Arizona. We saw him there. We saw him in Atlanta. We've watched his whole career. And in 2021, John, as you remember, that guy was maybe the best middle linebacker in football, and he was the Associated Press first-team All-Pro. He beat out Fred Warner that year. He was stupendous. There wasn't a thing he could do. He racked up 146 tackles. He could drop and cover. He could man-match backs and tight ends. He was all that. Last year, when we were getting ready for that playoff game, and he missed a number of games last year, we're going to have to research exactly what was wrong with him. But I kept saying, what's wrong with Devondre Campbell? He cannot move anymore. He doesn't drop the way he used to. He's really stiff. And then, Quay Walker, the young linebacker from Georgia, I thought the Niners would attack the middle of the field all night against those guys. They were disciplined in what they wanted to do in the middle. They had big Preston Smith with the long arms get on the flat. Obviously, it rained that night, and Brock with the glove on, glove off, and glove off. And he wasn't sharp, but Devondre Campbell is a pro. And like the Warriors, where you're wondering throughout the regular season, what's wrong with him? You get him locked in the playoff game plan. He played well that night. But I would like to know more of what's going on with his injury last year and where he's at, because he was not the same player last year that he was in 22 or even in 21 when he was first-team All-Pro. But he does fit here. I think part of what you're looking at is if you do lose Fred for an extended period of time, Dre's not a Mike linebacker, so Demetrius can do that in re-signing him on teams. But when you're in play for Eric Kendricks, he's a backup Mike who also could play Sam or Will. You got the 2 young guys, Winters and Graham. And then where is, Dre in his recovery from the Achilles tear? So Kendrick, I thought the same thing when he was younger in Minnesota. What a great cover linebacker this guy is. He drops in the hook zone, but he man matches. He's so smart. He clues. He jumps up in the A-gap. Remember when they had Kendricks and Anthony Barr double mugging it and then bailing or coming? And, Green Bay with Campbell was able to move him around. He didn't move as well last year, so I'm sure it's a medical with him, but he must be, checking off that, and they agreed to terms now. We'll see if they can sign him. By the way, the Niners announced a lot of these signings formally yesterday. They did not announce Leonard Floyd yet.
Right.
Have they formally?
Have not seen anything.
Something up with his ankle, or is it just getting him in the bill? Or not his ankle, an injury with him? He hasn't been hurt at all. I didn't mean to say ankle. There's no ankle injury, but I don't know, what it is with him. But the other guys, maybe it's just getting him in the building, getting him to pass a physical, but he's not formally been announced yet. I just hope everything's okay with his physical.
Something interesting, too, here, and you mentioned Simmons, and maybe that's the case because a lot of teams are going with that 3-safety look. If you think about Seattle last year, they had Adams, they had Love, and they had Diggs. A lot of, like you said, are bringing that safety down a little bit more. So that makes a heck of a lot of sense. But there was some speculation today with the 49ers, and we're seeing more and more of this. The Chargers did all the restructures. Keenan Allen went to the Bears yesterday. He didn't want to go with a pay cut. But Fred Warner restructured, Kittle restructured, Hargrave restructured, Matt Maiocco, and we're going to talk to him at 11:30 through the NFLPA, teams with the most salary cap space. And this is before Devondre Campbell. This is before Chase Lucas. But those deals probably aren't prohibitively big. They have $36.395 million, which is number one in the league. So I don't know if they're positioning themselves, and I'm not saying a huge deal, but they do have a lot of money, and obviously the Campbell deal and the Lucas deal are going to cost some money. If you haven't, put the Floyd deal on the books, then that's going to cost you some money. But I do wonder if, what Simmons is going to cost, because Philadelphia was in on Simmons, at least according to reports, and then they backed out of that deal because he wanted too much money. So maybe that's what they're positioning themselves to do. I don't know. But Warner, Kittle, and Hargrave redid deals. Now, maybe that's just to fit in the guys that they're fitting in. I have no idea. Or maybe there is something on the horizon that they're trying to put together.
Well, you are hearing, and Mike Silver's been on top of all this, starting with the Armstead release, and, him saying he got paid by Trent Baalke. That's a big contract. You have to see the structure of that, but that's basically $51 million over 3 is $17 a year, which is what he was making. So a lot of times you lose a job. Can you match my salary? I'll go there, and that's essentially what they did. You got to see what the structure is there. But the name Justin Simmons is out there, and there are a lot of good safeties that are out there. Quandre Diggs has been a big problem for the Niners over the years. His first game as a Seahawk, when they got him from the Lions on Monday Night Football, he intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think he intercepted a Niner quarterback like 3 games in a row. Every time we played him, Quandre Diggs made a play. A little interesting. Jamal Adams had to move on with that number, and just his inability to drop into coverage. He's got to come forward, and they do love Julian Love. The Diggs thing was just, we can't pay him anymore. We got to move on. But somebody will be able to find him. So Justin Simmons is a better player. He is a force in the deep secondary. You can move him around. So I'm not sure what they're up to, but I think the one thing is you got, we asked Dante Whitner about it. Are you comfortable going into the year with 2 young safeties in Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown? And Talanoa, before he got hurt last year with the ACL tear, he was not happy with his play, as they call it, dirty eyes. He got fooled a lot. Mm-hmm. He is instinctive, but his instincts were a little off on some plays, and he is a risk taker. So you got to have guys that cover for him if you are going to put him in that Polamalu role where he can read and react and have carte blanche to, fire. The other thing with Justin Simmons is thinking, trying to learn Brandon Staley. I mean, we think of that Charger defense, and you think of the outside guys, Bosa and Mack, but really the best player on that defense is Derwin James, without a doubt. That guy is a game wrecker, whether you're inserting him in the pass rush or playing him off the ball or in the deep secondary or having a man match a guy. He is all that. I mean, if you're Brandon Staley and you had Derwin James on your team the last few years, you're looking at Justin Simmons' tape and say, wow, that guy's, and he knows him from the AFC West. He's that kind of player.
Well, what I'd like to see Justin Simmons do is, who killed you in the second half of that game? Obviously, Travis Kelce. I'd like to put Justin Simmons on Travis Kelce. I'm thinking about beating Kansas City. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that instead of Oren Burks, one of the things. By the way, Feliciano, in typical Feliciano fashion, he tweets out, best day ever, staying in SF and AD retiring. Hallelujah to that.
That's what I said. The first guy I thought of was Feliciano.
That's what he
That dirty,
tweets
rotten
out.
scoundrel. Let's go
That's
drink some.
outstanding.
I don't know if he's going to drink Guinness with us, John, but he definitely will drink some Jameson. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he is a Jameson dude for sure. So there you go. All right, we'll switch it over to the Giants in preparation of talking to our good friend Extra Bags, Andrew Baggerly at 10:50. We'll get you ready for the Giants. They're taking on the A's. We are well through spring training at this point, 13 days until they take on the Padres for opening day. How are things going so far? I took a look at the numbers. The spring training, does it mean anything to you what the numbers look like? There's some good, there's some bad. How should we feel about it? We'll get into it next, and then we'll talk to Andrew Baggerly at 10:50 only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa with you. As a homeowner, you may be wondering, what's the best options that are for comfort, efficiency, and style? Well, fortunately, Golden State Window and Door Design can take the guesswork out of the process. During their 70 years of operation, Golden State has learned how to make upgrades to your home easier, even enjoyable. First of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, removing some of the legwork so you don't have time to work with, for you to do it. They can do it for you. With their extensive inventory and vendor list, they can offer a good number of price options on energy efficiency. And as a Marvin direct retailer, you're going to receive competitive pricing on exceptional window solutions. They've partnered with Trex to provide outdoor deck installation videos through their website, GSTV Link. See many other options at goldenstatelumber.com, then click Products for Windows and Doors. When you're ready to impress your clients, click Request an Appointment to bring them in to choose the appealing options. As Golden State likes to say, when you succeed, we succeed.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
There's a swing from VR. He launches it out to left. This one, it's on his way. It is long gone. David VR joins the party. His second home run in the last 3 days. A towering drive out to left. It's 19-9.
19-9. 19-9.
They hit double figures as well, but the wind was blowing out that day, John.
All right, so it's Arizona. We know the ball flies, so these are not fair numbers. I know this, both in the good and the bad. So I really hadn't looked at a whole lot of spring numbers, but I thought for today, because we are 13 days away, and we got Bags coming up at 10:50, and we got Giants baseball against the A's at 12:50. That we would just take a look at some numbers, and I'll throw some at you, and you can tell me what matters, what doesn't, and most of it doesn't because we hit the reset button in 13 days, but I'll throw it at you. And so you and I have talked a lot of pitching, and I've bemoaned the fact that they didn't get Dylan Cease, and they're not going to get Blake Snell and all this kind of stuff. And they're taking
I don't know. People think the Giants are still in play for Blake Snell.
I saw the same thing you did probably. Harold Reynolds again this morning on MLB Network as I was watching him and Matt Veskurgen. Santa Maria.
And John Heyman, I know he blocked you so you can't follow him, but John Heyman thinks it's Giants and Angels.
Yeah. Keep saying
There's a
that.
thought the Dodgers could be in play on him. Heaven help us if they get Blake Snell, but
They keep saying it, so we'll see. But here's what's going on. These are just the numbers. So, it's only 4 starts for Webb, but he's got a 10.03 ERA, 22 hits, 13 earned runs, and 11 2/3. Harrison's been good, only 7 innings, but 3 starts, 12 Ks, and a 129. Mason Black looks like he's going to be the 5 to start the season, a 6.97 in 3 starts. It's only 10 1/3, but 8 earned runs, 16 hits, 3 home runs. Hicks has been good, and he's going to go today. Only 3 starts. That's 7 1/3, though. 12 Ks. That's good. Hicks, like I said, 4.91, a 5th starter who hasn't pitched. So that's the pitching. So do we have anything to be worried about here? It's a lot of unproven stuff there, but is that just Arizona? Are you worried about the starters like I am? How do you see that stuff?
No, I mean, some guys you do look at more because some of these guys have to hit to be on the roster. That's the bottom line. And they're not hitting. So, Marco Luciano, and you'd rather hit the last 2 weeks of spring than the first 2 weeks of spring if you are going to be on the club in San Diego, but he's got to hit his way onto the team. So I would say right now, Marco's on the outside looking in. We'll check in with Bags coming up. I mean, he's sitting under 100 right now, but if he gets hot and proves something, I mean, also Casey Schmidt, does he have a role on this team? I mean, Casey did it a bomb the other day. It was impressive, but he's 2 for 17. So
in Luciano's case, I mean, it's so bad. I mean, he's 2 for 22 with 12 strikeouts.
Yeah, but if he gets hot starting today, I mean, players are up and down throughout the course of a year, so you'd rather get hot the last couple of weeks. But if he doesn't get hot, then he's not going to begin the year with the club, which leads me to believe or wonder if they do send Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano down, where do they play? Casey plays third base and Marco plays shortstop. Mm-hmm. Do you start to think about Marco at another position? I mean, with Matt Chapman, is Casey blocked at third base? Should he be really grooming himself to be more of a shortstop? And should they look at Marco more as an outfielder, possibly? You have Jung-Hoo Lee there, but he's a right-handed hitter. I don't know. So the young guys, I think it matters more. And then some of the older guys, I mean, Mike Yastrzemski's going to make the club, but he doesn't look right. And I know when I was there in spring training, he was working on something. His swing is not there, and I think he had a little bit of a shoulder injury. And look at what the shoulder did for Conforto last year. He was never quite the same guy. He got hot, he got cold, he got all there. I mean, Wilmer's locked in. You don't worry about Wilmer, good or bad. He's arguably your most solid hitter. Then we'll look obviously at Jordan Hicks today. He did have the start when they were on TV last weekend, also against the Oakland A's, and his stuff plays. I mean, he's got, obviously, the high velocity fastball. He's not throwing 105 or 104 like he did as a short reliever, but still, 99 is fine. But that slider really does have wicked movement. They got a lot of strikeouts with the slide piece, and I didn't even see him if he threw the split change at all in that game. I know he's working on that as a third pitch, and if he's going to be a starter and get deep into games, it's not, Kevin Gausman, a few guys can get by with 2, but, it's hard for guys to really do that. You're going to need a third pitch, but, Wade's going to lead off today. Estrada, we're going to see Conforto in left field. Jorge Soler looks good. He's not driving the ball, but he does hit the ball the other way. Has a lot of singles. Chapman's going to play third base today. Yastrzemski's going to be in right. Slater's going to play the outfield today, John. And I think with his injury, it's the first time Austin Slater's played in the outfield. It might be. I think he's been strictly a DH, and they are playing him in center, which is interesting because I think he's more of a center fielder, but he's going to have to make the conversion to right field and share it with Yaz. Against right-handed pitching, he would be out there in right field, and, Jung Hoo Lee's going to play almost every day, Jung Hoo Lee. And then, what do they do with Joey Bart? And Joey is out of options. Patrick Bailey's not in the lineup right now after taking the foul tip off the hand the other day against the Dodgers, and it wasn't serious, but, I don't know if he could even make a fist with that, left hand right now. And right now he's not in the lineup. So 2 weeks from now, we assume in a week he'll be fine. But keep an eye on that. And do they just send Joey Bart back down to AAA as insurance? Or, we talked about trading J.D. Davis, and they weren't able to do that. Would they or should they get enough back for Joey to make Joey expendable, or should they keep him around for insurance?
If I'm Joey, I don't know how Joey Bart thinks, but if I'm Joey Bart, it's probably time for a reset in a new organization. I mean, it's up to him now, because if they try to send him down, he can opt for free agency. And what's Joey now, 26? I mean, he's no longer a prospect. If I'm Joey Bart, I'd probably want a fresh start in a new organization. Now, maybe I'm 100% wrong, but essentially in the offseason, they said, you're not even our backup. So they go out and get a veteran like Tom Murphy and basically telling you that you're not a prospect in our organization anymore. We want a veteran as a backup. So if I'm Bart, I'm getting the message loud and clear. Bailey's the future. We got a vet as a backup, so you're basically going to be a AAA guy unless we have an injury. So I'd probably want to be with another organization. I have no idea.
Yeah, and if they do option him, he'll be picked up by somebody. But what I'm saying is, there's no certainty with Bailey. It's possible he starts the year on the IL. He's not in the lineup now. Sure. He's got a couple of weeks to heal up, but that foul tip, and I think it was Shohei who swung the bat, came back with some velocity.
Yeah, it was.
One thing I want to get into with Bags, and you mentioned it, and he did the the Bags column, the mailbags, and a lot of it was about J.D. Davis and exactly.
And he was having a good spring, by the way.
Yeah, the one question I have, and I understand it's a loophole. I mean, the new CBA did protect the players in some regard, because before they had no guarantee if they won arbitration or lost. But if they went to arbitration, they're not fully guaranteed. They put some of it in there where if you're arbitration eligible and you don't go to a hearing, you're going to get your money. But now if you go to a hearing, there is a mechanism to take a substantial sum of your money away, which they did with J.D. Davis. But my question, and you brought this up the other day, and I've been bringing it up since before they signed Matt Chapman, and thinking about it more with the Dodgers, all of a sudden, Gavin Lux, and not all of a sudden, he's had it for years, but he's got the yips. He's got Steve Sachs. He cannot throw the ball. He's lost, and it's something in his anxiety. He just can't do it. We saw with Mackey Sasser, Steve Blash years ago as a pitcher. Once they get it, it's hard. So they're going to move Gavin Lux to second base to shorten the throw. That could still be a problem for him. Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw, and you can see teams bunting. And so they're going to move Mookie Betts to shortstop. Really? Shortstop? And how's that going to impact his hitting? Where's it going to be defensively? And Max Muncy did not have a good year last year defensively. He could not move. He's blaming it on the new field at Dodger Stadium and the seams. I mean, you're just not a third baseman. I think he's lighter and he's moving better. But it's interesting the way the Dodgers have constructed their left side of the infield, where they got two of their best hitters playing, short and third, in Mookie and Muncy. But they don't care about defense, or they're willing to ride with it, to have those two guys defensively. And how's that going to impact Mookie offensively? Which brings up, of all the guys, and I think it is going to be Nick Ahmed now. We'll see what Marco can do the last couple of weeks. But, the best shortstop really, and Ahmed's really good, but your best configuration would have been to move Matt Chapman to shortstop and play J.D. Davis at third base. That combination, because J.D. does not have range, but he has, lateral quickness, one step and a dive, and a cannon throwing arm, and he improves so much defensively. And then Chapman can play short. If you're going to play Mookie Betts at short, Matt Chapman could easily play shortstop. Was it just that Matt was unwilling to do that and they wanted him to play third? Was there ever a consideration to keep J.D. Davis on the roster, pay him the 6.9, have Nick Ahmed play off the bench? That would tighten up your defense. But for offensive, what you're looking at is the bat of J.D. Davis versus the bat of Nick Ahmed. And Ahmed's had a couple of years where he hit 21 and 19 homers, and he's going to be over the shoulder injury, so maybe he'll be a decent offensive player. But J.D. Davis is a middle-of-the-order hitter, more like a 6-hitter now in this lineup, where Nick Ahmed is a bottom-of-the-order hitter. Was there any consideration to just keeping J.D. Davis, play him at third, and play Matt Chapman at shortstop?
Let's talk to him. Andrew Baggerly's got all the answers to the questions. We are just a couple of weeks, actually less than a couple of weeks, 13 days away from the opener against the Padres. Also, were the Giants in at all on Dylan Cease, who went to the Padres? We'll get all those answers from Extra Bags coming up next from Scottsdale. And then we got Giants baseball coming up, A's and Giants, that at 12:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, yes. I thought I wanted this Irish music, but now we've played it like 4 or 5 times, and now I'm sick of it.
Making me thirsty, John. I love it. Let's go.
Thanks for joining us. Andrew Baggerly is back home. I don't know if he's taking a break or if he's back for good from Scottsdale. We're about 13 days away from the opener, Padres and Giants. Make sure you're reading all his great stuff at Extra Bags. A lot to discuss, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm good. You got some green beer in front of you too.
Yeah, we got a Guinness. We got Jameson. We're going.
Yeah, why not?
We're going to Harrington's today for the grand opening. Bags. We're ready to roll, and they're playing the A's. We're in green, so it's perfect today.
Yeah, how about that breakout game? That's kind of exciting. Looking at the coaching staff too is pretty cool. It's like Joe Panic's on there, Ryan Vogel's song. Yeah, it's pretty neat affair. I think that's a cool thing that they're doing. I hope it becomes an annual tradition.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Like you said, the players, and then I start, like you said, it makes you feel old, man. It's all a bunch of former Giants, like you said, Panic and Vogelsong and Hayward and all this stuff. Like, oh my God, that's crazy, right?
Well, Jacob Hayward is managing the team, and he was a 27-year-old first-year manager in the Giants system last year. Jason Hayward's brother, of course, and I wrote a feature about him last year when he was making his debut in the Arizona Complex League, and it's a really cool story. This guy, was a Giants minor leaguer, kind of hit that AA wall, where a lot of really good players do, and he didn't want to go chase the dream in indie ball. He's like, you know what, I really want to be involved in this organization, and I see my future in coaching and managing, and you see that more these days. I remember, think of a guy like Kai Correa, somebody who his goal wasn't to be a major league player; it was to be a major league coach, and at a very young age, and I think that's kind of cool that people are thinking of that path a lot earlier. And honestly, he's as good a prospect as anybody the Giants have in that game, Jacob Hayward, because he might be managing in the big leagues someday.
All right, with them playing the A's today, and it is in Mesa, Matt Chapman will start at third base. And just your Giants mailbag with 2 G's, Bags. And you got a lot of questions about, Farhan's decision to cut and eat most of the salary for J.D. Davis, and do a great job explaining the new CBA, and it's a technicality there, and they were able to find that loophole and, how it's going over in the clubhouse. But one thought, and I was down in spring training a couple of weeks ago, and Chapman hadn't signed, but it looked like he was going to, and we kind of thought about if you do sign Chapman, what's the best left side of your infield? To me, it was to play Matt Chapman at shortstop and leave J.D. Davis at third base with J.D.'s lack of range, the one-step dive, but he's got the arm, and then Chapman can cover everything else. And then you see what the Dodgers are doing with, Lux having the Steve Sax syndrome and playing Mookie at short with Muncy. That's not a great left side of the infield. Was there any consideration, or do they just want to, with Matt joining a new team, Matt Chapman, let him play a position that obviously he's one of the best at, but he's pretty good at short as well? Was there any thought of keeping J.D. Davis and moving Matt Chapman to shortstop?
No, I don't think so, because, you're looking to sign a player who has been, a 4-time Gold Glover at that position, and, he gets to free agency and he can pick his team, and obviously the market wasn't quite what they thought it would be, but, I still don't think that he would have signed to be a shortstop. I think just like when they went after Carlos Correa, there was no question that they were going to sign him to be the shortstop and move Brandon Crawford off the position. I think that's when you have a free agent who's got that level of credibility, you don't necessarily sign them and then move them off their position. So, no, I don't think that was much of a consideration. And I think one thing, to be fair, because the agent, J.D. Davis's agent, has taken a lot of flack here for maybe, getting blindsided. But, even though it was pretty predictable, I think that the Giants were going to go after Matt Chapman. What really made J.D. Davis kind of a spare part or someone who didn't fit at all on the roster is the combination of signing Chapman and Jorge Soler, and maybe that was a little tougher to predict if you're sitting there as J.D. Davis's agent and think that, boy, my guy could absolutely get cut and be paid termination pay, which is what, 16%, I think, of that $6.9 million. So really just a very unprecedented, not an unprecedented move, but a very, very rare move that the Giants made there. And I think we should find out soon where Davis is going to land. I think he's got some interest from other teams. But no, I think the plan all along was if they were going to sign Matt Chapman, they were going to sign him to play the position that he's really thrived at.
Andrew Baggerly joining us as we're about 13 days. We're 13 days away from opening day. So last couple of weeks of spring training. Pitching's been the big conversation point, and obviously Logan Webb. He hasn't had a great spring, but that's okay. But after that, Harrison's been very good, and then you're looking at guys like Hicks, and he's going today against the A's, and then Black, and then your fifth starter hasn't pitched yet. But Dylan Cease gets traded to the Padres. Were the Giants in on him? Should the Giants have been on him? And how do you feel about the pitching 13 days away?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I don't think that they were going to give up some of their young pitching to get a pitcher, that they would only have for a year or two. They really put a lot of their eggs in the basket of pitching in those couple of drafts where they basically spent all of their upper picks on pitching, and they created this wave. And I think the way that Farhan Zaidi put it a couple of weeks ago was sink or swim with this group. And they've obviously put their whole organizational reputation on the line, and we'll see if when push comes to shove, how much posturing it might be when they talk about how confident they are in this group, and whether they're posturing because they still want to make a run at Blake Snell. I do think that you've done all this work to put this team together and spent more than anybody else but the Dodgers, and do you really want to take the risk that your rotation can give you enough innings until you get to, maybe the middle of May when Alex Cobb comes back in the second half and Robbie Ray comes back, assuming neither of those guys have setbacks, which guys do in rehab. So, I think you'd have to say that the Giants probably do need to make another move or figure something out from the pitching front. But getting Keaton Wynn back healthy is going to be big. I think Mason Black has done some nice things this spring. And obviously, they're not really worried about Logan Webb and what the numbers look like in the spring. He's their ace. So Kyle Harrison, I think, has looked really good. It's going to be really important. He's a pitch efficient and he's able to work consistently, into the fifth, into the sixth inning. And Hicks has looked really nasty too, but same thing. He doesn't have. He's thrown 100 innings in a pro season once, and that was in 2017 when he was in low A with the Cardinals. So. The durability has not really been proven for a lot of these guys, and that's a huge question mark. It's the biggest question mark on this team, no doubt, as we get set to start the season.
2 weeks from today, they're going to be getting ready to play Game 2 of the season, and in theory, Kyle Harrison, if they don't make any moves, would be the guy to take the ball after Logan Webb faces Yu Darvish in the opener the day before, Bags. But Blake Snell, the former Padre, is lurking there, and you mentioned his name, and you hear a lot of reports. John Heyman keeps saying it's down to a couple of teams, and the Giants are one. By doing what they did with J.D. Davis, they pared close to his whole $6 million a year contract down. So where are they now as far as underneath that luxury tax threshold? The first one, I think they're $13 million underneath that. So help me explain how that would work if they did go out and sign Blake Snell. And once they exceeded that first tax threshold, what's the penalty? Is it 10% for every dollar you spend beyond that? If they were to get into Blake Snell, what would they have to pay above and beyond the actual contract?
Yeah, you only pay on the overage. That's one common misconception is that you don't pay a tax on your entire payroll. You only pay it on the overage. So if you only go over by $1 million, then you're only paying a 20% tax on $1 million. So
it's 20%, not 10%, 20%.
Correct. That's if you're a first year, I guess. Offender isn't the right way to put it, but if you go over just for the first time, and then if it's your second consecutive year, it goes to 30, and then third consecutive year it goes to 50, and then there's also additional surcharges if you go over by this past the second threshold, past the third. I think the second threshold is 20 million over the first, so you go from 237 million to 257. So I don't think the Giants would get in that territory unless Blake Snell costs you more than 33 million on a one-year contract. But we'll see what happens here because we know that Scott Boras had to come down quite a bit on his ask on Matt Chapman, and he could say, well, he didn't have the greatest offensive year. He had the finger injury. He's looking to reprove himself. Same with Bellinger. Maybe looking to prime themselves to get on the market again. You really can't sign a make good contract with a Blake Snell and rationalize it because this guy's coming off a Cy Young winning season. I mean, he's coming off peak value. And so I think that's why this one is really, really dragging on, because it's a lot harder for Scott Boras to face the music and Blake Snell to sign for a fraction of what the industry thought he was going to get if that's if that's really what happens. So I think that this is protracted for a reason. We do know that some teams have had some pretty major pitching injuries. Obviously, the Yankees losing Garrett Cole for at least a couple months is going to change the calculus quite a bit. You know, and maybe that's what has to happen for a team to really blink and give Boras something nearer to what they're asking for this guy. And, you know, I don't think the Giants have ruled out going over the tax. You know, I have that on good authority that they would go over the tax. And obviously there are other smaller penalties when it comes to, you know, draft penalties and stuff like that get baked in as well. But yeah, in terms of what the tax number is, what they'd have to pay, it's just 20%. It's not that much.
Andrew Baggerly joining us. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. This one shocks me, and it's for the very reason that you just said. If I'm Blake Snell, I'm sitting there going, this is the most leverage I'm ever going to have. I'm 30 years old. I just won the Cy Young. I don't want to do a Chapman deal. I don't want to do a Bellinger deal. I'm never going to have more leverage than I have, and it's going to be I'm going to be on the downhill side. I'm going to get older and older, and probably not going to win the Cy Young next year. Boston's had an injury. New York, the Yankees have had an injury. Texas has some injuries in their rotation. The Dodgers have injuries in their rotation. The Giants have rotation injuries. I don't know how he hasn't signed yet, because all the big boys who have some money are not signing me. This perplexes me, and I'm not the smartest guy, but I mean, this one really perplexes me.
Well, all the teams that you named, none of them got Dylan Cease to try to solve their problem.
Right.
They went to San Diego, and Burns went to Baltimore. So you really don't have, unless the Cleveland moves Shane Bieber, you really don't have a whole lot more left on the trade market you can look at. And maybe that's what some teams were doing. That's some teams were engaged on Cease and hoping to go that route first, and Snell was maybe their backup plan. So you never quite know how timing works out in an off season. Obviously it's been a weird off season in a lot of ways. But I do think that if you're the Giants and you're sitting there and you're weighing what a Blake Snell contract would look like, what are you comfortable with? I think it's a really good question. They still have some long-term payroll flexibility, but right now I think they're right in that mix of teams that are going to win between 77 and 83 games. And one of those teams, maybe two, are going to be wild card teams, and the team that got in with that criteria last year won the pennant in the Diamondbacks. So you wonder just what the appetite is. Is it well, we're good enough to hang in there, and maybe there's going to be a difference maker we can get at the trade deadline that's going to be a better fit. I mean, you really try to keep your options open, but this is a way that teams that are in the Giants' position can level up, is by signing the Blake Snell. But obviously, it's going to cost money.
As of right now, the guy's going to be your number three starter behind Logan Webb, and Kyle Harrison will pitch today. Jordan Hicks with that electric fastball and the slider. Maybe we'll see a little of split change today. And he's going to be caught by Joey Bart, who is having a good spring swinging the bat, but he is out of options, and he is in the lineup today. You got Tom Murphy in the mix as well, obviously, and Patrick Bailey. So, they got to decide in less than 2 weeks how this is going to go down. Bailey did take the foul tip off the catching hand the other day against Shohei, and he's not been in the lineup since. So we assume he'll be fine to start the year. Is there a possibility he has to go on the IL? And like J.D. Davis, baseball knew that you were going to have to trade him, so they just waited him out to release him, and now he may go back to the New York Mets. Is it the similar situation with Joey? I mean, if someone does trade for him, they get him, where he gets to pick where he wants to go if he's released. Is it hard to trade Joey Bart to the next couple of weeks, Bags, because they know, in theory, if Bailey's on the roster, Joey's not going to be?
Yeah, it's a similar situation. Every team knows that he's out of options. Every team knows that as long as they have two healthy catchers in Murphy and Bailey, which they think Bailey's going to be fine in a couple days, that there's going to be no room to carry Joey Bart. You can't even kind of carry a guy and hope to get through a couple days and then designate him and maybe sneak him through waivers. Sometimes teams will do that, but you really can't even do that if you're the Giants, because they, unlike a lot of years where you have off days built in your first week of your schedule, the Giants play 7 in a row to start the year at San Diego and LA. So they're going to need a fifth starter the first turn through the rotation. So there's no way they're going to be able to carry an extra position player. And it looks like there's no way that Joey Bart could be on the roster. Everybody knows that. So, you don't trade for a guy when he's going to be on waivers. And, maybe teams would give up something if they want to jump the waiver priority list and get him. But you just generally don't see a whole lot of impact players or top prospects coming back in waiver deals. So, I don't think I would anticipate that Joey Bart is going to bring a meaningful return if, in fact, he is out of options and they do have to put him on waivers. To his credit, I talked to him earlier this spring and I said, it's really a situation where you're playing for 29 other teams. And he's like, no, I really don't see it that way. I'm catching pitchers that have been my teammates and they're my teammates until they're not. And I want to try to learn them and help them get better. And I mean, he really has, for a guy who was drafted where he was drafted and could have a huge sense of entitlement, he's said all the right things. He's done all the right things. He's been a real pro through this whole thing. And I think that he probably knows deep down that a change of scenery is the best thing for him at this point. And it looks like he'll probably get that.
Andrew Baggerly joining us again, 1250 A's and Giants. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader. I think this is pretty well done, but I'll ask you anyway. Luciano's 2 for 22 with 12 strikeouts. Nick Ahmed, 14 at bats. That's not a lot, but he's hitting 500 with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. The shortstop competition, that's over, right?
I mean, I really don't understand the whole thing about why the organization postured as if Luciano was going to be the starting shortstop, or why he was the incumbent, or they wanted him to take the job and run with it. I mean, if you look at what he did in winter ball, you look at what he did, against really upper level pitching everywhere. You look at the fact that he's played, 34 games above Double-A, and you just look at his track record. Every stop he's made, even in the low minors, he needed, a good month and a half, 2 months of some struggle to sort it out. He's not a guy who really, came in guns a-blazing and hit the ground running at any stop. But, that's not to say that, the guy's not a talented player. I mean, he's still just 22, and he has figured it out on every level. Once he's gotten a little bit of exposure to that level, he has moved up. But, I mean, there's just not enough exposure to upper-level pitching to think that the guy could be, an everyday player and competing against big league pitching and be a productive hitter. And we know that he's got to play some more shortstop, too, to show he can stick at that position. So, I don't know if that was just to try to make them look like they're in a less kind of a prone situation as they're trying to sign a Nick Ahmed or maybe even, trade for a Willy Adames, who is still out there. It could be a possibility. But yeah, I can't say I'm surprised by the spring Luciano has had. I think that he's a really, really talented player, but, he's definitely nowhere near a finished product right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at in a week plus, that, unless he gets hot right now and takes off, and he is in the lineup today against the A's, that he and Matt Chapman, Chapman will be at third base, that Casey Schmidt goes back down. As you look at the roster, as we, project ahead, obviously some of the back-end bullpen spots are going to be interesting, and Lander Rupp is going to pitch today. But as far as the position players with a four-man bench, I mean, you've got, Wilmer and Lamont at first. Whoever's not in the lineup that day would be on your bench. Yaz and Slater in right, same thing. And then the backup catcher, Tom Murphy. The fourth guy we kind of thought would be Tyler Fitzgerald, although Casey can play a number of positions, and Fitzgerald's not swinging the bat well. Casey did hit a home run recently, but he's not swung the bat well this spring. Do you think Tyler Fitzgerald does come up with that fourth spot on the bench to start the year, Beggs?
Well, I think it's probably between those two guys would be the leading candidates in my mind, and what gives Fitzgerald an extra feather in his cap is he can play the outfield and play center field. But they're talking about Jorge Soler probably playing left field once a week, and so the fact that they're talking about that tells me that it's probably less important that they carry that last spot as someone who can be an outfielder / infielder. I think they really just need the infield coverage. And so, yeah, I think it could be between Schmidt and Fitzgerald, and see who's defending the best and who's, sort of competing the best at the plate. And, they're both young guys, and I think that they want to try to get them to play as much as they can. You don't want them to be in a big league role where they're hardly getting any at-bats at all, but, that may be what the team needs right now. So I think that those are probably the two top options. And, I think there's very little doubt at this point that, Nick Ahmed is the opening day shortstop as things stand right now.
Great stuff. Bags, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Opening day.
Opening day coming up soon. Look forward to it.
Soon. Thanks, man. We appreciate it.
And 3 weeks from today is the home opener.
Yeah, 3 weeks from today. That's
April
when we'll see.
the 5th, Derek's birthday.
Yeah, he's always the best, too. He's dressed to the nines on opening day. He is great to have on, so we're looking forward to it. Man, that is coming up fast. 13 days in the opener, 3 weeks to the home opener, and we'll see Extra Bags on that day. He's always got great stuff. All right, another one who's got great stuff, that is our good friend Matt Mayoko. He joins us every Friday. Today is no exception, 11:30, so we'll get you ready for that. And if you missed it, the big story of today, Aaron Donald done terrorizing quarterbacks in the NFL, done terrorizing quarterbacks in the NFC West. We'll give you the rest of the things that happened when we left the air, and it was busy as it has been all week long, so we'll get you caught up to everything. And then Matt Mayoko joins us to tell us what it all means at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers restructuring George Kittle, Javon Hargrave, Fred Warner. What does it all mean? That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and the KNBR live stream on YouTube and Twitch.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I'm getting thirsty, John.
Very thirsty.
It is hot. It's a Friday. We're off at 12:50, and it's 2 days to St. Patrick's Day.
Plus, I do
Get me
love
to
Guinness.
Harrington's.
It's not like I can drink 10 Guinness or something like that, but Guinness is really good.
That is a stout
Really good.
beer.
Yeah.
That is a stout
One
beer.
or two of them, though, and then you can start, drinking black and tans and black and blondes and everything like that. But those are good, man. By the way, I have an update for you before we get into Niners, and then that'll lead us into our good friend Matt Mayoko, who I know likes a Guinness every now and then. So yesterday, I was going to surprise you with this, but I have to tell you. So we had the story yesterday about John Gruden and the Milano Seamen. That's the team. We're not just saying that. That is, you're like, excuse me? That's the team that John Gruden is now advising, this team over in Milano, football team that John Gruden is now advising. So I went online. I went to KPOsports.com. KPOsports.com. That's the website in which you can go and buy their gear. Officially, it's Seaman Milano is what they go by. But anyway, so they have sweatshirts, T-shirts. It's really, really cool stuff. And so I go on there and I look for it. It is completely 100% sold out.
Because of Gruden joining the Seamen.
So everyone found out. Everyone ran to their store and thought it was funny like we did, and completely bought out all the sweatshirts, all the T-shirts, all everything. So it says Milano Seamen. Everyone, all the sophomoric people like us thought it was really funny, and they had these really cool white sweatshirts that said, "We are Seamen, we are Milano," which I thought, oh God, I got to buy one of those for Papa. White, really cool, quality stuff. It was like blue and it had a big anchor on it. We are Seamen, we are Milano. I thought it'd be hilarious for you.
So you couldn't get one for Father's Day? That'd be the perfect gift for me, a father of five, able-bodied seaman.
We are Seamen, we are Milano. I was going to buy one, and it's not like cheap stuff, like really, really nice-looking stuff, high quality.
They got a little picture of Chucky on the sleeve now? Is John scowling at all?
Completely sold out. I mean, I'm just like, are you kidding me?
They'll restock.
Yeah,
they'll
they
restock.
Will. They will for sure. But I went to it this morning and I was like, oh, this is gonna be funny. He's gonna love this stuff. And it says right across, so it's in blue lettering with this big anchor, really cool looking. We are Milano, we are Seamen. Nope. Completely sold out. So just so you know, and I know that it's kind of like that the Giants get close on guys. You don't get credit for that. I did go there. I'm gonna wait till they restock it. But
Father's Day, just bring it back for late June, mid-June.
Hopefully they'll do that. But anyway, just letting you know, I tried.
Maybe I'll go there myself in June and July and go right to Milano and pick it up and see what John's up to.
That's not they visit them, see how everything's going. So anyway, there you go. So that's the deal.
I've driven through there. I've never actually stopped in Milan.
It sounds amazing, right? I mean, if you're going to be, advising for a football team, I mean, that sounds like a pretty good league. It's all over Europe and stuff like that, So
which leads to, is the NFL ever going to go back to a NFL Europa? And they had a team in Barcelona and Frankfurt, Germany, and they were all over. I don't think they're going that way because now they blended the XFL and the USFL into 1 year, right? When one league, that starts coming up pretty soon, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've always said that it's just maybe people are different, but I just have like in my my body, it's just like this is the time that certain sports are, and as much as I love football, my body is just not used to it that time of year.
Yeah, but it's more for the development of the players. I understand as a consumer, and some of the ratings there are just now, although they all have network TV deals, you can watch them on the weekend, whether it's on ESPN or on Fox. They do play them, and they're it's kind of a trial and run as well, for different rules, the kickoff rule and the fourth down now on onside kick, whether you want to go 4th and 15 or 4th and 20. The Sky came up as far as challenging plays, which is also up for debate. So they do use those leagues as a kind of a trial balloon for but the NFL often doesn't incorporate them because they didn't do it under their watch.
Right.
It was some other league. But if the NFL is involved when they do merge the XFL and so you've got, Daryl Moose Johnston and his league merging with The Rock. So it's Daryl Johnston and Johnson, I guess would be the way to look at that, John, that new league, the USFL and the XFL. But I don't think Aaron Donald retired today to become an able-bodied seaman and turn down the money that he is turning down. Well, we'll get Mayoko's thoughts on that, and that's one of the great players the Niners have had to deal with in the NFC West, ever since he was drafted into the NFL. I mean, during his run, and he's been, against the Niners for a solid decade, who has been a better player? I guess Russell Wilson when he was in Seattle and that one-loss record that he had. But outside of Russ, and the Niners found a way to beat Aaron Donald, not in the early days when Kyle first got on board, but obviously this last year they lost a 9-game winning streak against them. They were trying to sweep the season series 5 straight years, did lose the championship game to him, but one of the all-time greats. I mean, in back-to-back years, we have had a retirement of a 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year in J.J. Watt, and his last ever game was against the Niners a couple of years ago. And by the way, he is really good on TV. He is so poised on the set. He hardly ever makes a mistake in any regard, whether his football intellect or his ability to speak. I mean, I think in time he could be like a Nate Burleson and host that show. He's that good. Amazing. And then we'll see what Aaron Donald does, John. And they did play the game against the Lions in the playoff game. That was his last game. He didn't play the last regular season game against the 49ers, but that was their last game. So there's only been three-time NFL Defensive Players of the Year, and it's LT, who, by the way, terrorized the Niners for a long, long time, and that's where the whole blind side and Bill Walsh coming up with the left tackle and having to block LT, how that changed football, and obviously J.J. Swat all over the line, and likewise for Aaron Donald. But and the Rams have had an interesting offseason. I mean, one sneaky acquisition was stealing the Lions left guard, Jonah Jackson. You've been talking about them signing Colby Parkinson as a good blocking tight end, a compliment to Tyler Higbee. And then on defense, they did bring back Darius Williams, the corner who was in Jacksonville, was with them before, a good player. And then we talked about this safety market, and I do wonder about Justin Simmons and where he might wind up, or Quandre Diggs, and the Niners could be involved with one of them. But they got Cam Curl in Washington, away from Washington, and Adam Peters added a lot of guys this week. But one guy he lost, and I thought it was their best guy in their secondary, was Cam Curl. So the Rams added, 2 in their secondary on defense, 1 in their O-line, and then 1 is a good blocking tight end, really, to fortify their O-line. So they got better, but they lost a great one today with the retirement of Aaron Donald.
Yeah, you lose that guy, man, and he was still good at the end. It's not like he's leaving because he has to. It's just I think he's just had enough of getting beat up, double and triple teamed every time. So we'll ask what happens with the Rams because of that, plus the additions, the guys they've kept, the comings, the goings. Matt Mayoko has kept us up to date, and what could be next with all these restructurings for the 49ers. We'll get into it with Matt Mayoko coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Mayoko, John, as
I
we
like
learned
this one.
in Vegas, does like his Jamesons.
He does.
By the way. He was right there.
Likes Jamesons.
With
I
us.
think he likes Guinness. At Mayoko MVCS, and, of course, the 49ers Talk podcast. And he has had a lot to talk about. We need to talk to him about another signing today and restructurings. Devondre Campbell is a member of the 49ers today, as is Chase Lucas, who got into it at the end of the NFC Championship game with Demo Lenore. So we got to get into that conversation as well. Comings, goings, rumors, all those kind of things. And Matt Mayoko joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hello, Laddie. How are you?
Whoa, gentlemen. How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
Well, you're full-throated today, huh?
Well, let's go, man. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend, man. You got to get going.
And you're
here.
starting early, I understand?
Yeah, come on.
We
you
are.
You got a Jameson's, you got a Guinness. What's going on?
Hey, that's the way to do it right there.
Right there. I know
Sounds like you're locked and loaded in the middle of free agency mode.
Come on.
A little bit, yeah.
Lighten up, Francis.
So what's going on right now? Because you got a story up online just minutes ago about what to make of the Niners' NFL most cap space after contract restructures. What have they done with the restructures, and how much money do they have? And you can roll this in next year, obviously, when Brock and Aiyuk got to be redone. But what does it all mean, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, what it means is, this is something they did last year too. If you remember, in September they had by far the most cap space in the NFL. I think it's $41 million under the cap at that point. And so I must admit, I have not talked to John Lynch in the past week or so. But based on what he told me then, the whole idea isn't, necessarily over, the reason they created that cap space a year ago wasn't to say, oh, we're making a huge move. It was because it just gives them a cushion, and it just gives them a lot more flexibility. And as you mentioned, cap space that's created now, and if it's unused, which I'm sure the bulk of that cap space that has been created will go unused, that carries over to next year. So there's really no downside in doing that. I guess the only downside would be, when you restructure, and by restructure, it's, if a guy's scheduled to make, $10 million in base salary this season, all $10 million counts against the cap. But if you say, hey, here's $1 million in base salary and $9 million in signing bonus, he still gets his $10 million, but just for cap purposes, that $9 million signing bonus is spread out over the life of the contract. So that's basically how a restructure or a contract conversion happens. The problem is, what it does is it pushes the cap hit into the future. But the way the 49ers are thinking is that, okay, we know that Hargrave's going to be around, Kittle's going to be around, Warner's going to be around. So let's just create that cap space now, and really no skin off their butt, because it'll carry over to next year. So the latest NFLPA figures that I just cited has the 49ers as the most cap space in the NFL, which, just a week ago we were talking about they don't have cap space to do anything. Well, now they do. But as you mentioned, they have, conceivably a multi-year deal with Brandon Aiyuk coming up. They're going to probably, I would say probably meaning, 95% chance of this happening a year from now. Brock Purdy will be the highest paid player on the team. And so they always plan 2-3 years out when it comes to the cap. And this is just another instance of that with those restructures that they've done.
The biggest story of the week, obviously, Eric Armstead gets released, consequently goes to Jacksonville with Trent Baalke. And then you bring in guys like Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott, and you redo stuff along the defensive line, Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos, these kind of guys. Talk to us about just what you think they're doing there, and obviously you're trying to lower the number, but also you're kind of maybe philosophically changing things. What do you think all these moves on the defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, if you were to ask me, like, have they improved or, with the defensive line, I would say on paper they haven't, but probably in real terms it's kind of a wash. On paper, Chase Young looks so much better than Leonard Floyd or Yetur Gross-Matos. But in reality, from what we saw from Chase Young in the 12 games he played, it wasn't all that great. And so, Eric Armstead, really good player, great producer for the 49ers over the course of 9 seasons. But the last 2 years, he was banged up and didn't play much at all. And so, then you look at the defensive tackles. Aside from Armstead, they lose Javon Kinlaw. Was he a good player for them? I mean, he showed signs of eventually becoming a good player. But I would, probably say that he was a below average defensive tackle just because he was injured so much and he never really improved until last season, later in the year, once he got playing more and he made it through an entire season healthy. So when you bring in 2 other guys, one guy who's on the top defense in the league, in Jordan Elliott, and then Malik Collins coming over from a good defense with the Texans, I just don't know that the 3-man rotation that they will have this season of Hargrave, Elliott, and Collins is any worse than the rotation they had last season. In fact, you could probably make the argument it'll be better than the rotation they had last season of Hargrave, Armstead, and Kinlaw. And the 4th guy is the same, Kevin Givens coming back. And then as far as the defensive ends, a lot better name recognition last year with Bosa, with Furl, and with Chase Young and Randy Gregory coming in. But again, other than Bosa and Furl was good in base downs, there just wasn't a lot of production there. And so they bring in a guy like Leonard Floyd, who, hasn't been a superstar, but he has averaged around 10 sacks a year over the past 4 years. And that right there is far more production than what the 49ers have typically gotten from that edge rusher on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the big changes in free agency are the D-line. 2 outside guys. And I think Gross-Matos could move inside and play over a guard, but
what did you think in nickel situations, Greg, that would give the 49ers a little bit more oomph?
Yeah, I think he's in the base. I think he's an alpha, and he takes Cleveland Furl's spot as an end. He's a good run player, and then you got to keep Leonard Floyd fresh. You bring him in when they go to the the pass rush, the turbo, as I call it, the gold rush. Devondre Campbell signing is curious to me. I didn't think his tape was very good last year. We'll see. And then Chase Lucas they brought in who can play some nickel with Demo, is a good special teams player, so Ryan Schneider's happy there. But I want to ask you, because there's some good players still available in the secondary, and you do this piece about the restructures of the contract, and they got the most now at $36 million, and maybe they hold on to most of it and roll it in to do Aiyuk and obviously Brock. But there's some safeties out there that are really intriguing to me. And I just heard the name Justin Simmons recently, and I immediately sat up like, whoa, you go get that guy. And I know Talanoa's coming off the knee with the ACL, and Jair's a young guy. You got Odom as well. I mean, as you're writing this story about the cap space, and we're thinking about the future, but the immediate future, do you think they're done? Could they roll out a big signing? And Simmons is a good player, and Brandon Staley had Derwin James with the Chargers, and he's not quite that player, but he's similar, some regards better. I mean, what are you hearing about them, spending money for the now and in the secondary, and the name Justin Simmons specifically, Matty?
I would say this, that if it would show us what the 49ers think of the guys they already have. Hufanga should be back. He had the ACL middle of the season. So he should be back at some point in the offseason program. And then, Jair Brown was a starter for the 49ers toward the end of the season after the Hufanga injury. But I would say by and large, he played pretty well also. So what is Justin Simmons? Is he 30, 31 years old? Something like that, I believe. So if he's that good, I would think that he would have already been signed. And because the Broncos put him out there on the chopping block pretty early. So I don't know. I just think that at some point when it comes to managing the salary cap, you have to be able to have this kind of constant influx of young guys taking over for older guys. And you gotta keep that churn going, or else it just doesn't work. You can't just load up with high-priced veteran guys and think that you're going to be good for just kind of keeping the mojo of the organization going. So if they do go after Justin Simmons, which I would not expect them to, but of course would not be shocked if they did, then I think it would tell you that, clearly they're not fine with Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown as their starters for this season. But I would think that would be an area where Hufanga is just one season removed from All-Pro, and we can debate whether he really deserved that or not. Probably not, but he has shown the promise to be a pretty good player. And then Brown looks like he has a little something too. So I would think that would be one of those positions where you go with the guys you have, and maybe you draft somebody. You still have George Odom as the number 3 safety, so maybe you can create some competition there for those backup spots. But just looking at it, unless they see something with the way that Hufanga's recovery is coming along, I would fully expect Hufanga and Brown to be their starting safeties.
Matt Maiocco joining us, talking about the 49ers offseason to this point. You did write a piece, because I think they've done a pretty good job in filling spots. You don't want to go into the draft with just glaring weaknesses that you feel like you have to fill. But, corner is still a spot, maybe the right side of the offensive line. You rank the 49ers' 5 biggest remaining roster needs. To you, what are those?
Well, now, since I wrote that, I think what was my number 1? Was it offensive line?
Correct. Yeah, they re-signed Luciano.
Yeah, so now what they've done with the offensive line is, there's this, I don't understand this whole narrative of the 49ers offensive line was horrible and this and that. I think the 49ers had one position on the offensive line that wasn't good, and they took a measure during the season to improve it when they moved Feliciano into right guard. I think that McKivitz clearly got off to the rough start against T.J. Watt in the Steelers, but let's not forget he's also the guy that pitched the shutout against Aiden Hutchinson. He didn't have his number or didn't have his name called all game in the NFC Championship game. But all that said, with Feliciano coming back, the 49ers' top 5 offensive linemen are in place. It doesn't mean they're set, because what it does now is it gives the 49ers that flexibility of, they don't have to pick an offensive lineman at 31. In the past, when they've gotten to their spot to pick and people were hoping for an offensive lineman, their board told them that there were no offensive linemen who were good enough in the drafts to step in and make any kind of contribution. Well, that might be different this year, because this is a much better class of offensive linemen. And so it kind of comes down to, how many offensive linemen are off the board, or maybe more specifically, how many good offensive linemen are still on the board when the 49ers pick at 31. And then they're kind of playing from a position of strength, in that if they see a guy, whether he's a tackle who can move inside to guard, whether he's an interior guy who's a guard or a center, then it gives the 49ers a great position of being able to select one of those guys, and you don't necessarily need him to be a starter year one. That'd be great, because it would tell them that whoever they're moving into the lineup would be an upgrade over who's already there. But it also kind of insulates them for a year from now, when there does figure to be some changes on the offensive line. It sounds like, Feliciano's only here for 1 year. So, that's a position, nickelback, I think remains a spot they would look for in the draft. Kind of a under the radar spot is they do need somebody who can actually get back there and be comfortable in fielding punts. So, I mean, those are the roster isn't set, but I'd say that pretty much all of the teams' starting positions are kind of nailed down. You mentioned Devondre Campbell. I would say that he just takes the position of Oren Burks. So you're probably looking at him with a healthy Dre Greenlaw being the guy who plays about 30% of the snaps. And so that would seem to be a pretty good role for him.
Busy week, obviously, as you wrap up the first week of free agency. And the week started with your Gales Gone Wild. Congratulations to Randy Bennett and what they did in Vegas and St. Mary's and taking down the Zags and winning the WCC. So we got baseball cranking up, but we got Selection Sunday. Any thoughts on where your Gales are going to be going, what the seed's going to be? And are you going on the road with them, Maddie, next week?
Yeah, I'm going to be going on the road. So probably my guess is they're going to be a 6 seed. And so, it's all about the matchups. Last year they ran into the buzzsaw of UConn in the second round and played them tougher than any team in the NC2A tournament. So, I think this year the field looks to be even more wide open than it was a year ago. Although last year, I guess it wasn't wide open because UConn beat every team but St. Mary's by 20 points or more, it seemed like. So it should be a fun Sunday on campus to find out where they're going. And I will be there. Yeah, wherever they're going, I'll be on that plane.
What was that? What did you guys take a shot of? What do you take a shot of before every game?
Oh, you know what? Well, our friend Courtney, who she's the alumni coordinator. It was a kind of a traditional shot of Fireball before we head over to the arena. Yeah. But Courtney just had a baby, so congratulations to her. So I don't know that she'll be making this trip and taking Fireball shots with us.
Well, then you're gonna just have to take that over. Doesn't die.
Are you saying I have to do 2 of them?
No, you have to do 3.
You have to lead the charge.
One for her child. You got to do 3 now.
There
you have to lead you at least have to. Then you have to lead the charge. I mean, it doesn't die just because somebody's not there.
Not. Yeah.
Right?
Last year, I don't know if you recall. I think you're probably referencing it. We were in Albany, New York.
Yeah, I remember it.
Snowy, and I did the Fireball shot, and then I, threw the container into the snow and walked off. And I got my wife was like, "How dare you litter?" I'm like, "No, I did that for show. I went back and
it's a state capital too. You're in trouble there."
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Your wife did that.
How many Jameson shots were you a part of at the Super Bowl?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh my God.
Okay.
At least
here's
2,
another,
right?
Here's another great St. Mary's story. So I have friends who invited us over to watch the game Tuesday night. And the first time we'd gone to the WCC tournament, Gonzaga just rolled St. Mary's. It was probably 12 years ago. And it was very depressing. And we're in Vegas. Watch the game, and then we end up going someplace, and for some reason we started drinking Sambuca.
Oh.
And then the night turned. It was like we were all depressed, but then we started having Sambuca. Then we hit the tables and got on a roll, and so we ended up having a fun time. And we always talked about how Sambuca saved the evening. And so she said, "Hey, bring over some Sambuca tonight just in case." Well, I didn't have any Sambuca, but I did bring over Hennessy, and so it was celebratory Hennessy on Tuesday night. So, I think I woke up with probably a little bit more of a headache than even Gonzaga had that next day.
Oh man, were you mixing? So you started Sambuca, then you went to Hennessy?
I think. Let's see. Well, no, I started with just beer, IPAs, and then had the celebratory Hennessy.
Beer before liquor.
Well, I remember. No, I'm talking about the Jameson we did here at the Irish pub in Vegas. Remember that? You were part of at least the Super Bowl week.
You
right
are
after
such a bad
opening night,
influence on
Monday
me.
night.
Oh yeah, that was
Monday night. You were
I
part
was
of at
getting
least
ready
2.
to leave. Here you come rolling in with your coffee. Next thing I know is there's just like a bottomless bottle of
Oh,
Jameson.
Jameson.
And I think at least
You're in an
3
Irish
shots
pub. What do you get a
later-
drink? Come on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the Guinness.
Yeah,
that
you did it
night,
right.
and then the Hennessy. Yeah.
Right. we
No,
gotta
not
do that
Hennessy.
today.
Jameson.
Jameson, St. Patrick's Day weekend.
Oh man.
I don't even know who else was there. Who admits to being there that night?
And Killian was
Unfortunately, I
there.
was.
Mike Silver was there. Our guy Will
I think
Gavin
they
from
were
London.
They weren't in the spot where
Yeah, they
we
were. You were coming in. They were.
Yeah,
going
you were
out.
you were in the
That's what I
firing
was.
zone.
Yeah,
you were right in the
You were in
target.
the crosshair.
Yeah, right in the crosshair.
Cam Inman was there.
Yes, he was.
He was there late night as
I think
well.
Jennifer was there.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lee Chan was there.
I do recall that evening started about 2 hours earlier by me saying, "You know what? I think I'll have one beer and call it a night."
Famous
thing you
last
know-
words.
Well, you're in an Irish
Oh,
pub.
my
We had to
God.
have Jameson. Come on.
Oh, they
I
just
was
kept
so
coming, too.
determined. It was the Monday. Wasn't it the Monday night?
Monday night, right after opening
Yeah.
night. Yeah.
Yeah. I said, you know what? I'm tired. Got a big day tomorrow. One beer and out, and then here comes Papa rolling in. He just
That was so-
destroyed. Destroyed. Well, it made the rest of the night a lot more fun, but kind of destroyed me the next day.
The next day, because we were on Media Row, and those lights felt like kitchen lights, and I could hear them buzzing. That's how bad Tuesday was.
They
It
were
was like the
operating
lights were
room lights.
buzzing.
Thought I was
We had
having
the-
triple bypass
Yeah,
surgery.
that's what it
Turn
felt
the
like.
lights down.
Yeah,
Get the
we had
dimmer.
sunglasses on the next day. It was like, oh my god, it was terrible. Anyway,
Yeah, I think I've learned my lesson. I'll never
Yeah.
do that again.
Well, have
we'll
fun.
We'll do it in New Orleans next year, Manny.
Yeah.
There we go.
Go Gales! Let's
Yeah.
go Gales.
Go Gales.
Yeah, Randy Bennett.
So next week when we
always.
talk to you, you'll be at a tournament game.
Let's see,
fun.
Friday. Yeah, I should be.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
somewhere.
Yeah,
That'll be
Yeah,
fun.
definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
All right,
Talk to
gentlemen.
you soon.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maddie.
All right.
Happy St. Patrick's Day weekend.
Great stuff from Matt Miyoko. All right, let's we'll have just a few minutes. When we come back, we'll recap what's going on with the 49ers plus what happened when we left the air, and it was very busy. The Vikings made a couple of moves, and the big story of the day, Aaron Donald leaving the NFL, leaving the division, which is good for the 49ers. We'll recap that, get you ready for some Giants baseball, which happens at about 12:50 against the A's, although there is some rain in Scottsdale, but I think they're going to get this one in. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
3rd down and 5. Kenny Pickett out of the gun, and they do blitz Warner, and Pickett throws deep down the sideline. Intercepted by Charvarius Ward. Took it away from Deontay Johnson as Kenny Pickett missed him.
Oh, thanks for joining us. Get drinking already. It's 1 minute to noon. We are going to speak to a Harrington at 12:15.
Ken Harrington.
Ken Harrington, 12:15.
Join us.
Kenny Pickett, we hardly knew ye in Pittsburgh. He's on his way east to Philadelphia, stays in the state. He's going to be an Eagle. Outside of Brock, the 2022 QB class might be the worst of all time. Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, he's already gone. Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Bailey Zappi, Sam Howell, who's in Seattle now, Chris Oladokin, I don't know, Skylar Thompson, and Brock. That's the 2022 NFL draft class. Thank God for Brock. My goodness,
and Kenny
man.
Pickett was a first-round draft pick, and he went number 20 overall, and he went to Pitt. I mean, they share the facility there, and they turned on him quickly. I mean, we obviously talked about him a lot, and the end of the 2022 year, his rookie year, he came on, he cleaned some stuff up. He was able to win that Christmas night or Christmas Eve game against the Raiders, and he started slow, but he wound up with better numbers, and we watched him a lot, obviously, going into the opener. The interception you heard last year to Charvarius Ward was in the season opener in Pittsburgh. And remember how well he played in the preseason. He had a perfect quarterback rating, wearing the 2 gloves, and every single drive that he engineered going into that opener, the Steelers scored. And he had one game against Atlanta, their last preseason game, where he looked locked in. And then the season started, and Brock, obviously off the UCL surgery, internal brace, played beautifully, and Pickett really struggled. And it's his inability to see coverage, and it's his inaccuracy to execute throws. And he just he didn't play well last year, and it's really, now they brought in Russell Wilson. Philadelphia obviously has Jalen Hurts, and Pickett will get a chance there. Tanner McKee from Stanford is also on their roster. But it's just, to me, this is about how quickly the Pittsburgh Steelers are giving up on Kenny Pickett. And this is a guy they saw play. He was in the parking lot. Tomlin finished practice for the Steelers, go over and watch the Pitt Panthers practice, and he was around the building. They're all together in the same parking lot. They kind of raised that guy. So they saw the intangibles, and then they saw what he could not, do. He did have a winning record both years. He was 7-5 each year. But for them to give up on him after his second year in the NFL is really interesting, and that is a word of caution. And he was not a high one. He went number 20 overall, but he was a first-round draft pick for all these guys that we're going to hype up. Even Caleb Williams, how good really is he? He's a little undersized. Is he the next Patrick Mahomes, really? I mean, he might be, but you just have a tendency to over-evaluate these guys. And, boy, it's fast how quickly the Steelers moved on from him. And now the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman, obviously across the state, had a high grade on him, coming out, and they jump on him. And it's what's the actual trade, John? It's just a pick swap.
Pick swap.
So they didn't. We'll have to see what round. But you saw Adam Peters make a bunch of moves with pick swaps where, maybe you Pittsburgh gets a 5th round pick and they give up a 6th or something like that. We'll have to see what the draft compensation board shows, but. We'll see what he does in Philadelphia. And to me, Jalen Hurts has got to get better reading defenses. But the Steelers are really bailing on Kenny Pickett immediately here after year 2. Interesting.
I don't blame him. I mean, in the games I watched him play, he was just bad. 13 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. And like you said, they get away from him quickly, but he just did not look good. And look, Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, I know, regressed to last year, but he doesn't really have a path to any kind of playing time in Philadelphia, so we shall see. Other things that happened while we went off the air, and again, that first wave and that first couple of days, everybody focuses on this, but this is kind of interesting, and I don't know why everybody is giving the Chargers so much grief for this. this is Jim Harbaugh, man. He's not going to focus on receivers. He's going to keep, and we talked about this a couple of days ago, he's going to focus on defense, the running game, offensive and defensive line. So Keenan Allen said no to a pay cut, and so they trade him to the Bears for a 4th-round pick. He hasn't been healthy. That's another thing that Jim Harbaugh is going to focus on. He keeps his 2 defenders. He lets Mike Williams go. He trades Keenan Allen to the Bears, and everybody's hailing the Bears for this thing. We shall see, but he hasn't been able to stay healthy. So the Chargers get a 4th-round pick. The Bears get Keenan Allen. I don't mind this at all for the Chargers. They had decisions to make, and Harbaugh's going to build a bully with the Chargers, and those decisions. We talked to Matt Money Smith because we were hoping that maybe Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack could shake free, but he decides on the 2 defensive guys and lets the 2 receivers go. So a 4th-round pick goes back to the Chargers, and Keenan Allen goes to the Bears. What do you think of that?
Well, I know what Harbaugh is, but they got Justin Herbert there, and you do need to throw the football. And when he was here, he did have wide receivers. He had a good tight end running seam routes, and he had Michael Crabtree on the outside. And Keenan Allen's a lot like Michael Crabtree. He doesn't run fast. You know, his time coming out of the draft in 2013, out of Cal, he didn't break 4.5, 4.6. I think he had a bad knee that day, but he plays faster. And he's a power slant runner. He's a quintessential. Mike Williams, a big body guy as well. But Keenan Allen he's an X wide receiver. You got a 3rd and 5, and you got to fit the ball into a tight spot. You throw the ball to Keenan Allen. He's got great hands. He's good in the red zone. He puts up huge numbers every year. He's had a couple of injury years early in his career, but not like Mike Williams did later in his career. So I was surprised after they got rid of Mike Williams, they restructured both Khalil and Joey's deal that they would find a way to keep him, but they did not. And they give up only a 4th-round draft pick to get Keenan Allen. And if you're the Chicago Bears now, and they moved on from Darnell Mooney, the Bears and we are playing the Chicago Bears this year. The 49ers are playing the NFC North, and Chicago is coming to Levi's this year. So if they do take Caleb Williams, number 1, he's going to have people he can throw the ball to. Cole Kmet, the tight end, is a good player. They got Gerald Everett, the other tight end, most recently the Chargers with the Rams before that. And now they add Keenan Allen to DJ Moore, who was quite an acquisition last year. They added DeAndre Swift, got him from Philadelphia in the offseason. So assuming they take Caleb, and they got Montez Sweat, they got the D-line. They were able to re-sign Jalen Johnson. I mean, to me, Green Bay and Detroit are clearly at the top of the NFC North, but I could see where Chicago could make a push to make it a 3-team race, and we'll see what the Vikings are going to be all about. But to give up only a 4th-round draft pick to get a quintessential X wide receiver like Keenan Allen, and also he's a big body guy. They can throw him in the slot, inside if you want to get a matchup in there, and they got DJ Moore as well. The Bears have made some moves where you're thinking, are they going forward? Are they going back? Or what are they doing? I think they just kind of do it both at the same time. But that's a loss for the Chargers, and they paid that quarterback a lot of money, and they got rid of both wide receivers. They cut Mike Williams, and they traded Keenan Allen, which is really like, wow, they got Justin Herbert there.
Minnesota acquiring the 23rd pick in the draft, and people speculating now they have 11 and 23 that they're going to try to move up. At least the speculation is to New England's pick in 3 and try to get a top quarterback in the draft, 11, 23, and maybe a sweetener. Houston moves back to 42, 188, and then they'll get a 3rd next year. From Minnesota in that move. And Daniel Jeremiah saying this morning on the NFL Network, now he expects quarterbacks to go 1, 2, 3, and 4, and he puts J.J. McCarthy in there from Michigan as the 4th quarterback. So it looks like Minnesota is going to get up into number 3 and take their next quarterback after losing Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. And so maybe Darnold would start this year, and the quarterback that they pick at 3 or 4 would be starting in years after that. So there you go. Big trade. Big trade.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's that one. Hollywood Brown would be the guy who could take the top off for a year in Kansas City. He gets a 1-year deal to catch passes from Patrick Mahomes. There's that one.
I mean, obviously, we've seen him throughout his career. I mean, his first game in the NFL with Baltimore, I think Lamar hit him over the top for like a 75-yard touchdown. And he played college in Norman, Oklahoma with Kyler Murray when they got, that was the same time a lot of transactions were going on on draft day with A.J. Brown, moving on from Tennessee to Philly, and Hollywood Brown wound up going to Arizona. He was productive with them. He's slight of build. You can reroute that guy, but if you don't get your hands on him, he is going over the top. And one thing Andy likes, and he's always had a speed guy. I mean, he had Tyreek Hill, the cheetah, the fastest player in the league, arguably, certainly on offense. And then they tried it with Marquez Valdez-Scantling and McCole Hardman, who caught the Super Bowl winning touchdown to beat the Niners, and they wound up cutting MVS. But one thing with Mahomes is the threat of just running a straight vertical route. And he can, because with that arm, he could be rolling to his left, be up against the left sideline, flip his hips around and his shoulders, and throw it, the John Elway throw back across the entire width of the field, going the other way, 50 yards over your head. And you're like, how did he do that? Because he's Mahomes. He's that's what he does. And if you have a guy that can just run straight goes, and Hollywood Brown can run other routes, but mainly it's the straight line vertical, that really sets him apart. And he does have reliable hands. And that's one thing the Niners, Kyle has always coveted that. You like that from Danny Gray. You just, Danny's not been able to stay on the field. But you liked it. Aiyuk got to be, more of a vertical straight line threat. But that's the one thing Kyle always, you want to open up the underneath stuff and open it up for Kelsey and Isaiah Pacheco in the running game. You bring a guy, and you're not going to throw it to him every play. But the threat of Hollywood Brown running a go route, you got it. One corner's not going to run with him. You got to have a guy over the top because he's going to get on top of you. And if you're not ready, Mahomes is going to go deep. So, which also leads to, a lot of good players are still available. Tre'Davious White, if he could ever get healthy, what's going on with him? What are the Chiefs going to do with L'Jarius Sneed? Are they going to keep him now, or they sometime this weekend will they trade him?
Yeah, there was a story, actually, it was on the Pat McAfee show this morning, and Rap Sheet was on there, and they said they still want to trade him, and it's not the knee that that is the issue, it's the contract that's the issue, and there's a number of teams apparently that are still interested in him, but it's just that they're trying to work out a contract. So yeah, Kansas City still wants to trade him. Actually, they've worked. They think they've worked compensation with some teams. Now it's a matter of him working out a deal with some of these teams that are interested, and right now. The contract is in the way of them trying to get a deal done.
Well, the list I saw beginning of the week, Vikings, Lions, Patriots, Colts.
Yeah.
We don't want them going to Detroit.
No, that's for sure. So that's kind of been the issue as far as that goes with that. They did they got the deal done with the Tampa corner, so maybe they're not still in that thing. But, yeah, that's what they said this morning. And then there was two other linebacker deals. You would know them both. Some people may not know the one deal that Seattle got done, but he's a nice player. Devin White goes to the Eagles. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I don't know that he can play anymore.
He's not the player he used to be.
Not even close, I don't think. Terrell Dodson is an interesting one, the guy that goes over from the Bills. You know that because Matt Milano got hurt. And this kid actually played really well down the stretch. He's 25 years old. He played well down the stretch. So a lot of people may not know him, but he had 74 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, and a couple of sacks. And they lost Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks, and they brought this kid in as one of the guys who may replace him. And he's not bad. He was pretty good down the stretch for Buffalo. So that's an interesting
I've seen
one
a lot of him, and they obviously lost. They lost so many people in the middle of their defense. So Seattle has had an interesting week, haven't they? I thought they would be a little bolder with the cap space. Rams have added some people, but then Aaron Donald, retires today. Where are they? And then you always got an idea what Arizona's up to, and. Kyler had a good relationship with Hollywood Brown, so a little surprised they let him leave like that.
All right, before the end of the show, which is at 12:50 today, because of Giants baseball against the A's, you can win a couple of tickets to see Sting. We've been talking about Sting all week long. That's at the Masonic in San Francisco, of course, on the 7th of November. When you hear this, not this exact moment, but when you hear this sounder, go ahead, boys.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
That's a classic.
And thing sucks. That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album.
Oh, very nice.
I was wondering, where are we going with Bill O'Reilly, and we'll do it live.
That is a tie-in. That is very nice tie-in.
The great Stingman.
Nice job. Very nice tie-in. Very nice. 2 tickets to see Sting at the Masonic before the end of the show today, which is at 12:50. And tickets are on sale today. They were on sale today starting at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. And you can see Sting at the Masonic on November 7th. So between now, it's about 12:13 right now, and 12:50, you will be able to win a pair of tickets. So continue to listen. But coming up next, that's right, Harrington's is reopening, and we are going to talk to a Harrington coming up next, right? We're going to talk to about Harrington's
the great-great-grandson, great-grandson of the great Henry Harrington, the original of Harrington's, John.
We're going to talk to Ken Harrington coming up next. Harrington's is reopening in downtown San Francisco, and we're going to talk green beer and more next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Hallelujah. Aaron Donald has retired from the NFL. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, and the KNBR live stream on YouTube and Twitch.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We got Giants baseball coming up at 12:50. The orange and black against the green and gold, the Oakland A's. We're getting ready for baseball. But still, the number one thing on our mind right now is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. The best I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked number one in the world. So it's not just me that loves Tony and his pizza. So it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizza. I wonder if they have green pizza today. They make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini. Mamma mia! Is it delicious? And don't forget about Tony's other locations, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Take it from an Italian. They are delectable and they are ginormous. Save room for dessert. You got to get the best in all of California with the cannoli and the tiramisu. And then go to bed, wake up the next morning and do it all over again. Take a stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, his pastries, his New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And then Giants are coming back out to play. We got the Warriors in a few months. The 49ers will come back. Visit one of his Tony Slice House fast casual restaurants serving up delicious slices, and you can get that at Chase Center, Oracle Park, or at Levi Stadium. So it's ready to play ball. Baseball is underway. We have St. Patrick's Day weekend, as well, but save room for Tony's Pizza.
It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. It is St. Patrick's Day weekend and a perfect time, Pop, for Harrington's to reopen in downtown San Francisco. Great piece I was just reading on a mission to save downtown. Harrington's is opening for the first time since 2020. And we have Ken Harrington on the line, Chris Freeze on the line. And it is going to be flowing, right? The beer is going to be flowing, and it is a perfect time. And I've been walking by Harrington's. Well, I've been in Harrington's years ago, and, of course, it's a perfect time to reopen it. I walk by it every single day. And why don't we welcome Ken Harrington and Chris Freeze to the program, and they'll explain what's going on. And we're going to have a great time this weekend down there. And, of course, it's always a great time to be in downtown San Francisco for the weekend. But, gentlemen, welcome to the show, and we're anxious to hear the story.
Let's hear Chris first. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Broadcasting live from our block party down at Harrington.
Very cool.
Yeah. Thanks for having us. We're really excited about being open and excited to tell the story. So
So tell us what's going on there, because I was there. I had a chance to meet you and the crew, and we had so much fun at the soft opening on Wednesday. And I know yesterday you had your first public happy hour at 3 o'clock, and that went great, I hear. And then today you're at the big block party, live music starting at noon to close. So And we're coming down there, and we're bringing the whole crew right after we get off the air at 12:50, Chris.
We're ready for you. The street shuts down around 1 o'clock. We've got live music kicking off at 3. All 3 establishments down there, Schroeder's, Royal Exchange, and us will be, popping. It's going to be a great time. So come on down. We're ready for you. I'll tell you the story a little bit about how we got here. So my first time in the pub was in 2003, and my job was down the street, and this was the place that was near and dear to my heart. We used to go watch hoops games and Niners Monday Night Football games, and it was a sad day when it closed, and we decided that we were sick of seeing it close. So my brother and I, with the partnership of the Harrington family, decided to get back open again. So here we are.
Yeah, go ahead. And so Harrington's has been closed since 2020, right? Obviously, we all know this. I mean, the pandemic. And so it's been closed since 2020. You guys, and I read this in the piece, so you've been looking for buyers, and you guys all kind of stepped up here to buy Harrington's, and like Pop said, you had a soft opening, and now, with St. Patrick's Day weekend, it's just the perfect time to open her up, and like you said, you're all partnering with all the bars around there, and it's the perfect time to open it up and get things going again.
In times of, the press has been hard on downtown San Francisco, but it feels like a great, all-around feel-good story. We've got a lot of patrons who invested in reopening the bar. We've got a charitable kind of cause, guest bartending. The Harrington family chipped in and really was, kind of met us in the middle to make sure that we could do that. And so it's a feel-good story. Come on down, support us. We're ready for you. We'd love to host you guys. We're doing a lot of private events. Next week, we're going to be open early for March Madness Hoops. So we hope you come down and, support downtown, support your local pubs that love to host sports games. So
now we're coming right after the show. We're off the air at 12:50. It's St. Patrick's Day Friday, so we're coming. And I was there to make sure that the Jameson works well. The Guinness is flowing properly. I personally flushed every single toilet in the bathroom at the soft opening to make sure they all work. But I want to hear the story where you guys caught me, whereas you're telling me the story years ago when Eddie D and Carmen Policy calls you guys one day and says, you guys open right now? We're coming in and we're going to bring like 70 people, and in come Roland or Joe Montana and the 49ers. So that's what we got to get back to, the Niners coming down to hang with you guys. But tell me that story about Eddie D years ago.
Sure. Ken Harrington here, Greg. Thanks for having me.
What's up,
I was
Kenny?
working there. Yeah, great to hear. I'm a big fan, Greg. You're incredible at what you do. So thank you. Yeah, it was about I want to say it was 87, and the reason I say that is I think Harris Barton was a rookie. I could have my years off by one, but I was 26 years old, and it was Friday. There was like 500 people there, Harrington can get. And we never answered the phone. It was like a running joke there. And finally, after the thing rang 50 times, I picked it up. It's Friday at 4:30, and a man says, I'm, Chris such and such. I work for the 49ers, and Mr. Policy and DeBartolo Jr. and the 49ers, a bunch of us would like to come down. We love your bar. He's never been there. And I remember I was just speechless, and there was about a 3-second lag, and I said, listen, if you're for real, I'll take care of it. And I didn't know how I would do that because there was no room in the place. And 45 minutes later, here they came, and I got to shake. I met Mr. Policy, Mr. DeBartolo Jr. Joe was out on the sidewalk. I believe Keenan Turner was there. And and I went up to all, the patio at Harrington's, that big area out front there.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
and there's a table inside. And remember, there's just hundreds of people. And I went up and I just put my smiling face on and I explained to everybody, I go, listen, can you work with me here? And I explained who was out in the street in these limousines. And everybody, it was like the seas parted. Somehow, everybody there, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Let's do this. And we made room, and here they came. And, I bought him some drinks at the end. I remember it was either Mr. Policy or DeBartolo. He put a $100 bill on the bar. He gave me a beautiful tip, and he said, I'll never forget what he said to me. He goes, we just love the old work and this bar. It's a very special place. Thank you so much for having us. It was
All right,
really
so all these, years later, Ken, this is Greg Papa with the 49ers. I'm going to be coming in today about 2 o'clock. I'm going to bring about 70 people. We're very thirsty on St. Patrick's Day Friday. Can you accommodate us, Kenny, like your grandfather?
I'm going to talk to Chris, Duncan, and Ben. We're going to do that for you. I assure you. I'm going to be there myself. Okay?
Oh, man.
Outstanding.
Can't wait to meet you. Can't wait to see you.
Yeah, I want to meet you. You know, Joe Montana used to do a lot. I used to see him. He was a hard worker. He would run by me like he was a jogger. And like in the early 80s, mid-80s, he would run down the Embarcadero. Half hour later, I'd see him on Bay Street. A half hour later, he'd run by me. And it amazed me how hard that man worked. It was just incredible.
Skinny chicken legs.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
That's great stuff. Well, gentlemen, it's our pleasure to talk to you. We couldn't be happier that Harrington's is open. I walk by it all the time, every single day, going there. We're only a couple of blocks from you at KNBR, so we're looking forward to seeing you soon. So congratulations on opening. We'll bring a group down there, and we're excited, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
You got it, gentlemen.
You guys.
There you go. Harrington's open again. Perfect timing. Make sure that you go on down and check the boys out. And, again, they're going to have live music coming up shortly. They're going to close the streets down about 1 o'clock. Right there, Royal Exchange is there. Harrington's is there. Make sure that you stop on by for St. Patrick's Day and early and often. Not only in St. Patrick's Day, but support downtown San Francisco as they're getting it going down there.
They got the triangle there now with Harrington's back. You got the Royal Exchange next door. You got Schroeder's, and I got Ram took us there years ago. I mean, and the street they can close off anytime they want on Front Street. So it's like Rush Street in Chicago or Bourbon Street in New Orleans or Frenchman Street. I mean, that area, San Francisco, you get Harrington's back, John. That area down there is going to be jumping again. And what a time on a Friday, St. Patrick's Day, beautiful day, Giants and A's playing baseball. Let's go!
Yeah, that's perfect timing. That's going to be a good time, man. That is a good time. And Harrington's, man, that's very cool. It's funny because you used to stop there all the time. And, man, that's cool. All three of those places open. That's going to be a good time now. So make sure you check it out. Chris Freeze now in that group took it over. And Ken Harrington, of course, taking it over. Henry Harrington. Harrington's back open for St. Patrick's Day. So make sure you stop on by and say hi to all our friends down there. And again, like you said, a whole group of the KNBR crew is going to be down there right after we get off at 12:50. We'll get you ready for Giants baseball in about 20 minutes. A's and Giants, we'll preview it, what's going on, what we've seen so far from spring training as we get you ready for Giants baseball in about 20. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. John Lund here. That's going to come into play here in a second. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, but they're not even based here in the Bay Area. They're fooling you. Some are not even based in the entire state. What? Chris Dolan and the entire law firm. That's right. They are based here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, it's a beautiful day today. Everybody's getting outside. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They have secured more than that kind of sounded more like ESPN, but I was trying to make it sound like the billion. They've secured more than $1 billion with a B, $1 billion in verdicts on settlements on behalf of their clients. But this is crazy. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do they really play this kind of music in Ireland? Like, is this the hit station?
I've never been to Ireland. I've been to Dublin in the East Bay, and I've been to Harrington's. But
It's your Irish hit station.
John Miller would know. I'm sure John would know. He's never been to Ireland.
Do you know that it's we must be getting close to the season because it's John and Dave today.
John
And
Fleming.
Dave, yeah.
Making his spring debut. We got
How about
the
that?
A-team today.
A-team,
Nice.
for sure. Late night Lamont or early afternoon Lamont. Lamont Wade Jr., Tyro, Michael Conforto, Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, Yaz, Slater, who has 7 plate appearances and 6 Ks, Joey Bart, and Marco 2 for 22 with 12 strikeouts, Luciano at short. That's what we have today with Jordan Hicks on the
Jordan Hicks on the mound, and I think your guy Landon Roop is scheduled to go, John,
Very
with that
nice.
nasty curveball.
He does have a nice
So
curve.
it's just fun, and they are playing the Oakland A's. Paul Blackburn will be on the mound, one of their best pitchers. Will be starting for them. And with the Giants, the one thing is when the season starts for real, is Thairo Estrada going to hit up in the order or down in the order? I've seen him down 6-7 in the order. I mean, to me, he's a number 2 hitter behind Jung-Hoo Lee, and you want him in every day, even right on right, and what a good second baseman he is. But I've seen, Wilmer's not in there today, but Wilmer was hitting number 2 some of the spring, and then Lamont's not going to lead off with Jung-Hoo Lee in there almost every day. Do you want Lamont down later, because you got 2 lefties there? I could see going Jung-Hoo Lee and Wilmer, but exactly where is he going to hit Thairo Estrada in the lineup? He had such a good year last year. He's got pop. Do you want him in the bottom of the order, 6-7 somewhere, or hitting out of the 2-hole?
I heard Bob Melvin say, I was watching an interview with Bob Melvin. He said he thinks he's an all-star. I mean, wouldn't you have him up in the order?
Well, I think he was a near all-star last year, and then he got hurt. I mean, Nico Horner won the Gold Glove, moving from short to second with Dansby Swanson going to the Cubs. After that, Chad, I think Estrada's metrics, he may have won the Gold Glove in the National League last year at second base. And the year before, it was surprising. They're all different metrics on fielding, and some were not kind
to Estrada. I mean, he is a natural shortstop looking to play second base, so I think he can steal a bag for you. He's a good hitter. He's got pop. He's got good range. He's a good defender at second base. So, but Wilmer's a really good hitter. He led the team in home runs last year with 23, and the 2-hole in baseball is like the 3-hole used to be, where you put one of your best hitters up there, and especially a guy with pop. So I can see the argument to. Well, he's going to play against left-handed pitching, I think, to be sure, over Lamont. That's a good point. I think that's the one thing with Soler that makes it tough. So when you're facing a left-handed pitcher, you have Wilmer bat number 2 on the other days. You have Tyro Estrada bat second. I can see them doing that.
Yeah, I would think that. Yeah, he's good.
And Wilmer's got to play, doesn't he?
I mean, that's their problem, is because Chapman is going to be at third, so he's not going to play there. And in your left-right combos, right, against righties, again, he's not going to play because, you're going to play Wade, right?
And Soler's going to DH almost every day.
Right.
But there may be a day where Soler plays in the outfield, maybe left, and then you could put Wilmer at DH. But I hear you. I mean, in theory, against right-handed pitching, I think it's open to Lamont or Wilmer Flores. Certainly against left-handed pitching, you'd want Wilmer in there. But let's just keep an eye on Tyro Estrada and where he bats.
Yeah. So anyway, other than just because Bailey is out with that thumb, then Bart's going to play today, and so that's not. And then of course Luciano's going to play. They want to still see him, give him a little bit of time, but he's not going to be the regular shortstop. So catcher and shortstop, and then I guess Slater, because you're going up against. Well, Blackburn's a right-hander. I was thinking they're going against
he's a
left-hander, but they're not. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, try to get Slater a few more bats and get him out of his little funk that he's in today. So there's a few guys that aren't going to be starters, but for the most part. And then as far as the A's, Geldof is a guy to watch. That dude is good. Other than that, Soderstrom's a guy that they picked high and they like. Yeah, he's DHing instead of catching. But anyway, that's pretty much your lineup today. What else did we miss anything?
Gelof's one of the best young players in baseball. And Note is a good hitter, obviously, at first base.
Too. Yep. That's it. Anything that we missed today?
Well, we haven't talked Warriors. We haven't talked Warriors at all. I mean, Steph is practicing with the team right now in Los Angeles, and we're assuming he's going to come back. But Draymond, and I think the plan is for Draymond. Lower back. He's had lower back issues, and it just spasmed on him or tightened up the other night on the bench, and they scratched him right before tip-off. I mean, obviously against LeBron and AD, you need Draymond roaming around and doing his thing. And then, D'Angelo Russell, Angelo, that guy, you got to put Andrew Wiggins on him. And Wiggins, for whatever reason, I think it was, when LeBron had him, he got him traded right away. Wiggins always rises up and plays well against LeBron James. And, you may get away with LeBron being checked by Andrew Wiggins, but certainly you want Draymond Green against Anthony Davis. So, he lost the game in Dallas on Wednesday, John, and this game tonight, and it's not going to be the final determining factor, but it's 1-1 in the season series. Both games have been a chase. You're going down to L.A., got them one more time. Tiebreakers are huge here. If you are in that 9-10 game, elimination game, you want that game to be in Northern California, not Southern California. So this game on Saturday night on ABC is going to be a huge determining factor on who's 9 and who's 10.
Yeah, and I was looking at the bracket. I hadn't really, we're still quite a way away from this thing, but if they continue to get stuck in this thing, the way they'd have to go at this particular point is win a road game at L.A., like you said. That's why it's a big game on Saturday night. Win a road game at Dallas, and then they would take on, at this particular point, even though the Denver's charging, but as we sit here at this moment, then they'd have to play OKC in the first round. So to get into the playoffs, it'd be road game at L.A., road game at Dallas, and then they could get themselves in
and
the
they're
playoffs.
Both single elimination games. You lose any one of them, you're out.
Exactly. So that's tough, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is about. You don't want to be in the 9-10, but if you're in the 9-10, you want the 9 spot, not the 10.
Right.
So if you do play the Lakers, at least you have your home court advantage and then win that game and then play the loser of the 7-8. So that's kind of where they are. But they just got to get back to playing like they played. They were 14-4 at one stretch before Steph rolled that ankle against the Bulls. You lost that game even though you had the lead. And then, you lost the game at home against San Antonio. You beat the Spurs on Monday. And then the Dallas game, on top of not having Steph, you didn't have Draymond. They had no anchor, especially on offense for that game. They were just kind of wayward.
And then quickly before we get out of here again, Jordan Hicks is a big start for him. He's had 3 starts in the spring, and the last one he particularly looked good, but he's only got 7 1/3 innings pitched. So, again, he's used to these short outings, and he does have 12 strikeouts in that 7 1/3. So he's got to stretch it out a little bit today to prove that he can get into some more innings as a starter. So that's something to watch today, as far as the Giants are concerned in this game against the A's. All right, off to Harrington's.
We are going, John, and I just got the text from Ken Harrington, the great-grandson. The full KNBR crew, the tab is on them.
Oh,
just tell them you're putting it on the Underhill. Put them on the Underhill account.
Very nice.
So you'll have the steak sandwich,
and I'll have
the 5 Jameson
sandwich.
shots, and the 5 Guinness. But they're going to take care of us today, John.
Oh,
so,
very nice. Very nice.
They are playing the Oakland A's, so we're going to wear green, listen to Giants baseball with John Miller and Dave Fleming, and do it Harrington style.
The A-team there today. Very nice. Good stuff from Bags. Gave us some great insight into the Giants today, as you're going to be listening to Giants and A's with the A-team, John and Dave. And thanks to Matt Miyoko as well. Got some great stuff into the Niners. And, again, a couple of great signings today. Devondre Campbell. We're getting John Feliciano back, so the Niners continue to make moves. Thanks, as always, to Danny and Walter. Great week, as always. Pop, have a great time at Harrington's. Have a tremendous weekend. Lakers and Warriors. Good to watch on Saturday. Boys, we'll have a great time this weekend. Happy St. Patrick's Day, boys. We'll see ya.
Be safe. Be
safe. No doubt. We want to see you on
Lyft and
Monday.
Uber. We'll all be good.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Giants and A's baseball coming up right now on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We got Giants baseball coming up at 12:50. The orange and black against the green and gold, the Oakland A's. We're getting ready for baseball. But still, the number one thing on our mind right now is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. The best I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked number 1 in the world. So it's not just me that loves Tony and his pizza. So it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizza. I wonder if they have green pizza today. They make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini. Mamma mia, is it delicious. And don't forget about Tony's other locations, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Take it from an Italian. They are delectable and they are ginormous. Save room for dessert. You got to get the best in all of California with the cannoli and the tiramisu. And then go to bed, wake up the next morning and do it all over again. Take a stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, his pastries, his New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And then Giants are coming back out to play. We got the Warriors in a few months. The 49ers will come back. Visit one of his Tony Slice House fast casual restaurants serving up delicious slices, and you can get that at Chase Center, Oracle Park, or at Levi Stadium. So it's ready to play ball. Baseball is underway. We have St. Patrick's Day weekend as well, but save room for Tony's Pizza.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks. That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
On a very cool and overcast Friday afternoon in Mesa, Arizona. It's some Cactus League baseball for you. The Giants and the Oakland